There's no music here. The silence. Anyone there? Hello? Anyone? Anyone there? Hey, Al! I was like, I don't know if I can... Give it the wish. I was like, I don't know if I can do this nuzlocke if no one wants to be my Pokemon. Have you guys all had enough of me murdering you? Like, is it that bad? Surely it's not that bad. But, thank you. I'm gonna yawn. Oh, goddamn! How long is that? 48. That's a long time. That's 4 years, isn't it? Holy shit! Holy shit! 40. Fucking it. What the fuck, Buddha? 4 years straight of support. Thank you so much. Holy shit! An SSB with a 25 stream streak. Let's go. Let's go. God damn! Thank you guys so much for the support. Sorry, I was like sitting in on the starting screen just doing this. I don't know if you can tell what that is. All right, chat, let's play a guessing game. Can you guess what this is? Can you guess? Can you guess, chat? Oh, Denos! Thank you for the resub! Look at you, big Tangia and funny look. Hey! Let's make chaos in this nuzlocke 38 months, and it's quite the streak. God damn, guys. Holy shit. Bye, guy! Thank you! For the third month. Fucking hell, so much support, guys. I appreciate it so much. And I'm still shook that I've, like, shown up in anyone's fucking, recaps. Because how little I've been streaming. I'm surprised you guys have supported without I got enough to even have me on there. I gotta stop yawning. First for me, sir. How time flies. I can't believe it's been 4 years. Holy shit, but holy shit bars. Hang on, I'm trying to find this jet though. Anyone gonna guess what that is? I enjoy the sensory feeling of it. Oh, it vibrates through the skull. First form Xenos has arrived. I have 4 little Ferrero Rochers here with me too. Yum. Yum, 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 yum. Chocky for breakfast. I love Chocky. Chocka, 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 chocka. But what have you guys been up to? I'm sorry I couldn't stream last week. We had an unexpected appointment spawn in on that day, and I was like, well, guess we're not doing that. I was home, but unexpected appointment got in the way. Lucky though, even though Shadow-san, for some reason, the VTS Pog seems to be working, kinda. I can get her to talk, say Pog online Poggers, but everything else is still borked for some reason, and I don't know why. But I can send messages to the AI chat GPT thing. It shows up in the history, but she won't speak the answers. So I just turned off her redeem, so you still can't talk to her, unfortunately. So she's still borked in weird ways. I don't understand ways. Try and figure that out. Wanders into chat. Hello, Thornapple! How you doing? Just been working through the Hoenn Battle Frontier while my neck. What did you do to your neck?
You there, Sybil? Hi!
Sorry, my cat just gave me a look.
Hi, Sybil. You're upset because I didn't let you have my lap this morning whilst I was eating brekkie. Yeah.
It was so pushy this morning trying to get to my lap while I was eating my fucking breakfast burger. I was like, peace off, cat! Ah! And I was like, attempt 59? Hell no! Only attempt 16, alright? Don't go conflating my numbers like that, Keltus. Come on. Gotta give me some leeway. The Stream Elements voice choice is borked on VTS for some... Ah, interesting. It's been like that since that cloud outage that we had. So I don't know if whatever the fuck they did through that needs a lot of fixing. It's like, it seems to be a lot of things are just hacked right now. Anyone want to redeem like Goth Maid or something? I want to see if my bot is at least working, because it wasn't working last stream either.
I'm well. How is you? I'm okay.
Okay, so at least that's working again. Okay, because that wasn't working last time either. Good. Yo, we fucking 25 stream streak, another 5 stream streak, guys. Thank you so much. Boss, we need more chatter. I'm sorry. She is stuck in the abyss, so I can't get her out. I can't get her out. Had something removed. Attempt 60. Shut the fuck. Alright, never mind. Maybe the bot should have remained not working. Maybe that would have been a better time. My eyeball is itchy. Hi, Mousy. Is the run dead again? What are you talking about? There's no dead run. There's only the fairy run that we're about to start today. Right now. Like right now we're about to start. My eyeball. Just excuse me. Just been napping and resting, feeling kind of sick. It snowed 7 of the last 9 days. Oh, snow! See, I like snow because I don't have to live in the shit. I can imagine trying to drive or live in the snow would be an ass. But I like the whimsy of snow. The one time I visited the snow when I did I took a holiday to Japan. When I went to Japan for a ski trip, it was nice. It was nice. I like sitting in a little cafe having hot drinks and watching the snow. Almost breaking my ankles snowboarding. It was fun. It was fun. Being able to fall over at full force and not fucking hurt. That was nice. Does it work? It is working. Thank you for testing, I guess. Thank you. What did you do with the bodies? What bodies? There's no bodies. There's no bodies. Only a new play. I just got bored of the last playthrough, so there's a new playthrough. So there's no bodies to worry about. It'll work. I drive a truck, 26-foot straight truck. So snow sucks almost as other people driving in the snow with me. It's bad enough here in Australia trying to drive when it fucking rains. People forget that you know, gotta slow down a little bit after rain here in Australia because the oil slick on the roads, especially if it's been a long dry spell. Oh boy, you gotta be careful. You can ski. I snowboarded a little bit, not very well. It was my first time snowboarding and I only got to do it for a couple of days. I almost fucking broke my goddamn ankle and my tailbone hurt so bad afterwards, man. So many falls. It hurt. I was in pain for so long afterwards. It's like my fucking butt, man. It got a beating. But I didn't try. Apparently skiing's easier. I don't know. I went with the snowboarding because I was actually kind of scared of the skis. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, knowing my luck, I'm gonna like invert my toes and fucking break my legs somehow. So I didn't want to do the ski bit. I was like, nah, I snowboard. At least my legs are stuck in one direction and I can't like, you know, and then promptly almost broke them anyway. Fine. Fine. I had insurance. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm chewing on my lip. My first time on a ski lift, my ski fell. I was so scared of those ski lifts. But I don't think. No, I think the ski resort thing that I went to didn't have the quote-unquote ski lifts where it's like that weird. It literally looks like an IUD. It literally looks like a little birth control thing, but upside down, and you sit on like the forks of it. We didn't have those. We had like the full, what are they called, gondola type situation where it's like a bench that you just sit on and it goes around. You don't have to hoik yourself onto that weird hooky looking thing. We didn't have those. It was only flying benches. Gondola's the one that's like, it's an enclosed space, isn't it? There was gondolas too, but I didn't do that because I knew I was not going to survive the whole trip down the mountain. I was like, nah, don't worry. I ain't doing that. No. No. Yeah, terrifying. Also, it's fucking freezing, but I feel like though, when you go to places that actually snow, because it's more common to get clothes that are actually built for the cold weather, you end up not as cold because, you know, you can dress for the occasion. You buy the clothes and the necessities for the occasion. Try to do that here in Australia, you ain't got shit. Everything's made of flimsy cotton that'll break within a year, and it's not very warm stuff. No. And the buildings are also not made for cold weather. It's just pain and suffering. Doesn't matter what heating you put on, it is not built to maintain the heat. You will freeze. I've only rode a ski lift. I only rode a ski lift once, and it was to deliver a pizza to a dude at the top of the hill. Hell yeah! Oh, excuse me. That sounds like fun. I'm gonna take the ski lift just to do your job, to like deliver a pizza. That sounds like a party. It was my favorite part of fuck. Sorry, I spilt my matcha everywhere again, and I don't have any tissues in here. Fuck. I'll be right back. I gotta quickly grab a tissue. I need to go shopping and get more tissue boxes because we're running out. But my favorite part of one of the cafe jobs I had is they would run deliveries to offices and stuff. And I was normally, because I speed walk, I was always the short one, but I'm a fucking fast walker, so I was always the one in charge of running deliveries. So I was like, I got to check out the insides of heaps of like fancy offices and stuff. Got to go into like the Microsoft offices and like all that shit. I was like, oh, what's happening here? Oh, what's that? Oh. I can't remember what the name of the office was, but I got to go in a couple of game company offices here in Australia as well, running those deliveries. It was interesting. I get all 4 seasons in full force. We're a little bit of snow, a little bit of rain, a little bit of skin melting sunlight, and then a quick sniff of spring air, and then that's it. It's your day. Pizza delivery can be a fun gig. Definitely a job to have experiences over money. You don't get paid a whole lot, but you can squeeze at things. And working in Home Depot, I can imagine so, especially if you run deliveries for Home Depot. The places you would go, ho ho. I gotta remember to breathe. I keep yapping instead of fucking breathing. Breathe stealthy, breathe stealthy. Matcha. I've finally made some decent progress on Killers. On Killers' model. His head can now, well, his bald head can now do his turns, and his horns can do his turns. He's doing some finessing. Do you want to see him though? I don't have his full model here. I have to open live today to show you, but do you want to see? Or would you rather just me hurry the fuck up and get some fairies? I got some stories from Home Depot. One time I got there to start the shift to see a guy being arrested in a sting for having a car trunk full of smuggled. Oh, what? You rock up and then the cops pull up next to you and you're just like, hey, bit of a working day? Busy working day, yeah? bit of a busy day. Definitely! I have a box truck to do side work with and do a lot of pickups at Home Depot. Contractors are wild creatures. They're either like really well put together people or like the most crackhead you've ever fucking met in your life, and you're just like, damn, how do you get any jobs at all? It's because people are desperate and need someone to fix their plumbing. Yes to both Azurite. That doesn't help me. I thought this was America. Are we not a free country? Let me pull out Killers real quick, I suppose, but I'll have to open up the window for that. Let me just move out of the fucking way. Pray you. There we go. I got new theme music, chat. My new theme music has come in, and one of my new starting soon screen animations has come in for my 2.0 debut, and I'm so excited. So I still have to make more time to work on my model, which I have not been doing. But things are starting to pile in. I'm excited. Open this.
Oh.
But one thing is I'm gonna have to wear SSB's skin to be able to pilot this model properly. So I'm gonna get the green girl out real quick. Hi, Wolfia! How you doing? Need to change the settings on this. Open that settings. All right. Now I should be able to pilot. Killers properly now. I can do it, Wolfia! Alright, live today is taking a really long time to load right now. Come on, live today! Come on! I believe in you! Let's go! Live! Boo! D! Live! Oh! There it goes. Alright. Channel. Papa. Alright. He's running. He's working. He's running. Art screen. Maybe. Oh, the silence. The silence be upon you, Jet. Where is it? What? No. That one. There it is! Oh, what the fuck? Xenos, why are you hovering there? Bro, fucking get your ass and get down there. What the fuck? Just been chilling where you're not supposed to be. All right, let me. Yeah, SSB out of here. He live. He's still scoffed, but he's alive. He's alive. He's got turns. His nose is a little bit transparent down to the far corner, but don't worry about that. Look at him. He live. Managed to make his horns really 3D too. I'm quite proud of them. Look at the turns on their horns. Very happy with it. Very happy. My new child. He's cooking. He's cook. I cook with a new child. He live. You do such a great job with your models. Thank you, Butter. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to get him working. Look at him. Just barely see the galaxy in his eyes. That's gonna have like detailing where it shifts when he shifts his head and stuff. Very excited. His ears have been turned off because they're not. I haven't done his ear turns. Just the same reason why his hair is turned off, because I haven't done his hair turn. So if I put his hair on, hang on, I'm gonna find his layers. I can put his ears on. They can kind of turn with his head. Oh, I have to fix that. I didn't notice that before. Oh dear. Whoopsies. I need some fixing. What? Who are you and what have you done with my mouse veto? Were you already Look. If your Geiger meter starts doing that weird crackly noise, it's lying. It's lying. A little bit. Just a little bit. A little bit of a lie. Where the fuck is my cursor? There it is. Yeah, his ears can kind of turn, but if I put his hair on, it looks cursed as fuck. Hang on. I put the hair on. Ugh, that's his behind hair. Oh, God. Oh, God, he's balding. It's Asmod Gold all over again. Oh, God. I have a single strand of hair that kind of turns with his head, nothing else. This fucking cursed object. Isn't he beautiful, chat? Isn't he beautiful? We love it here. Lol, he's stunning. He's stunning. And Astra, thank you for the resub. Thank you. 39. Fucking hell. Oh, fuck. 40 months and 39-month streak. That's insane. Listen, I wanted to see better. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They forgot they subbed to it, yeah. Do you forget who I am? This is what happens when I haven't, like, imagined my skin suit well enough. It kind of borked. I don't know how many people remember that one time I was rigging. I can't remember who the fuck I was rigging. It might have been Walzer. And, like, I messed up one of the parameters so the mouth was just schizoed all over the place. It was great. It was amazing. Beautiful. All right. Put my own skin back on again. Jesus. No saving. No save. Don't look at my screen. No. Oh, where the fuck? Where is the screen? Hello? There you are. All right. To the gaming section. I gotta change my settings again. Back to waddle settings. Uh-oh. 4 killers stomped away, yeah! He's finally got his horn turns in. Those horns were giving me fucking... Oh my god, they gave me so much trouble. They were not easy! I did it to myself, I know. I'm the one who designed it, but fuck. It was so hard. But it's so worth it. Hey, coolers! How you doing? What are you looking at me like that for? What's the problem? Couple of the eye, yes ma'am. Jettos? Hello? Jettos? Let's move you over here so you're not blocking my headstones, girly pop. What I'm hearing is more money. No, you're not. No, you're not. I just realized as I was doing the horn turn, when I was doing the horn turns, that I set myself up for a fucking nightmare. I spent all day just on the horns, on the turns. I was like, fuck me. They need to look right, okay? I see so many VTubers that have horns, and when they turn their fucking head, the horns look flat, and it's clearly shaded to be 3D, but the rig is flat, and I can't do that. I cannot physically allow myself to do that. If there's horns that clearly, like, jut out the back of the head, they must look like they jut out the back of the fucking head. You know? What the fuck? Why can you still I turned that redeem off! How? You're bypassing my fucking... How? What? I turned that redeem off! How did you get it through? Ah! Alright, now start... I turned it off before I started stream because it's not working. But hi, evil. You smell like a koala's pants. Hang on, I'll see if she responded because sometimes she does respond, but you just don't see it. I want to see if she said anything. No response. She ignored you. Get fucked. Ignored. You designed them. You could have made them. Yeah, but they look cool. They look cooler when they're like proper horns, not just boring little stick out to the side horns. All right, they gotta wrap around the head like a fucking crown. The king that you are. All right, fight me. I know I could have made them easier, but then they wouldn't be as cool. I'm done. Oh, and that's the dog complaining. Just is powerful, your power is weak. Apparently, I fucking not be able. Oh, you better not be able to access that again because I turned it off again. So, fuck you. I'm paying attention, you all. Haven't you muted her because she was speaking? No, she broke. after that cloud outage, the what the fuck it's called, cloud server, cloud flare, whatever. Ever since that outage, a couple of weeks ago, she's been borked. Yeah, fucked. Hey, Savided! Hello, how you doing? Sorry, I will open the game. I swear I'm not just sitting in the abyss here. I'm. Anyway, how you doing, Ace? Oh, did I break it? No, I didn't. Hello? Oh, there it goes. He's not broken. I'll be back in 15 to annoy you. Don't murder any monsters. Look, I haven't even got any monster murder yet. All right, we gotta get our starter. I gotta figure out how to do the starter so that I can get a fairy, but also have everything else randomized. I think you can do that. I'm gonna figure it out. Either that, I'm gonna have to reshuffle like a bajillion fucking times. Let's find out. I know, but that version breaks the game. Ah, look at my team. And a fucking Lugia Articuno. I had just caught a Lugia Articuno and everything's ruined. Whatever. Randomized.
La 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 la.
Alright. I gotta be called what all this time, eh? Mate. I'm a female. That one. There's my hair. You know what's funnier than 24? 25! Thank you for the 25 stream streak killers. I was told this place. I was told of this place by Keltus. Oh, you've been set up. You've been stitched up. I've run before. You still can't, Ace. Fucking leg it. Wait, did the yes? The triple birds killed me again. All right, I made it all the way to the triple birds. It wasn't half bad. Come on, which is I think the triple birds is at the second to last gym. I got pretty far. It's just the triple birds are really fucking hard to deal with. But I'm thinking maybe if if possible, see if I can set up a beefy Pokemon that I'll give Perish Song to, and then just try to keep the little fucker alive for long enough that he can kill all three birds. Even if it means sacrificing that one mon, I will literally have a kamikaze Pokemon. Someone's gonna be my kamikaze Pokemon that I sacrifice just so we can get through the triple birds. Ay. Let's shut up. Sorry, he's bitching and moaning outside. Legendaries can be starters. Starters can be any Pokemon. Starters will always be a first evolution Pokemon. I kind of want to turn the randomizer off for the starters so that I can pick out a random fucking fairy. What should I do, chat? Should I turn the randomizer off for the starters? Maybe? I'm trying to figure out how to do this that I can, like, lock myself into fairies. Off? I could get a list of like all the fairies Pokemon that are available, and then I can like do a random number generator. See how that works. Custom sprites only. This fucked me up last time. Items stay like that. If starters isn't Bolio, the only one that becomes a fairy. And before first you must don't you fucking dare. Let's see how this behaves. insane, of course. Okay, let's see if it'll let me pick the starters. $200,202. Hey. You know, Perish Song is still in effect if you switch outright. You don't need to kill it. So I can switch out my Pokemon? The Pokemon that played Perish Song, if I swap it out, its Perish Song will still take effect. Is that what you're saying? As long as it doesn't die? Alright, I'm gonna go let the dog out while that's shuffling. Go back. Aside. A little attention whore of a dog! Yeah, alright. Yeah, you can use Perish Song and switch and use... Oh, okay. Whatever Pokemon hears Perish Song needs to be swapped out. Oh, which they can't do because they're the only ones. Flint, chill out. Oh, you got guide board. Okay. Counters successfully randomized. Okay, I can literally choose any of them. All right. Does anyone anyone have a list of the fairy types? Anyone at all? Hell yeah! Look at this. Woo! No legendaries allowed. Anyone have a list of the fairy Pokemon? Flint, enough! Sorry, dog's being really naughty today. Oh, give me that link. Very well. Aha! Some of these Pokemon aren't in the game yet, alas. Oh, they're pure. Okay, I see. I feel like some are missing. Am I tweaking? Oh, it looks like they're all in there. And I'm making certain they're all in there first. My blinder is Sylveon not here. Oh no, Sylveon's right there. I'm blind. Okay, I'm blind. Okay, random number generator. Let's go. Random number generator. Does it tell me how many? There are 70. 70. A random number between 1 and 70. Generate 60th. Oh, fuck's sake. Alright, it's gonna be easier to go to the end and then count back by like, what is it, 7? Down to the end. Alright. Okay, you. 1, 2, 3. Get out of the fucking way! 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh, God of War! Alright, I feel like... Okay. Technically, it's Gardevoir, but should we go with Ralts because it's the baby form of it? What do you reckon, chat? We go with Ralts or Gardevoir? Go with Ralts? Okay. I actually don't know where the fuck Ralts is in this collection. Yeah, Ralts. I'd imagine Ralts will be somewhere near the beginning.
La 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 la.
No? Alright, fuck me. I don't remember if I'm selecting the body or the head right now either. Yeah, Ralts. Lugia. Yeah, Ralts. Grovile, Torchic. Oh, we're in the region. We're in the area. Yeah, Ralts. Nope, shut up, Flint. Shut up! I've gone past it.
La 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 la. La 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 la.
There you are. Alright, Ralts. Alright, we're gonna choose the head. So it was the body of Ralts. And how many Pokemon do we have in Infinite Fusions? Anyone have the number of Pokemon we have in this Infinite... I'm gonna scroll all the way to the bottom. Because I do another random number generator situation. Snubblehead, please. I was gonna just random generate the head. I'm gonna scroll all the way to the bottom. Oh, 20,000 and... I don't think there's that many. You full of shit. Ain't no way there's that many Pokemon so far.
I see me scrolling. Oh, look, Palkia.
Oh my god, it's still going. Alright, 501! I can't believe Love Disc is the most recent one. Fucking hell. Back to my random number generator. 501! Why is the most recent? I don't fucking know. I don't even like Love Disc, man. We get 233. Butter. Alright, who's 233? Alright, let's scroll back up. 500 is a big number. Are you having a roll? Have a roll, Flint. Anyone like that dinging noise in your ears? Ding, 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 ding. Flint's having a roll. Come on. Almost there. A little bit further. Oh, this is so tedious. All right. 250. Oh, it was 255. Oh. Oh, that was a 255 chat. Wow. Would you like, yes. Over to the do file. Yeah, I'm gonna override it. Dinging ASMR, best ASMR there is. Oh, my cursor's on the screen. Blah, 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 blah. Control.
Yes.
Hector Salamanca. Hector what? Else, do you feel the death around the corner? It's waiting. Your Pokemon will be gone when you... Ay. Run 16 already. What do you mean already? Alright, Shadow-san has entered the fray. What the fuck? Gengar? What the fuck? Gengar? What? I think I broke it. Alright. I wonder how long he's gonna stick around for. He's watching. Okay. He's still there. He's just sitting there. Surely when I leave the building, he'll like bugger off. Oh, it's the only Pokemon there. Wow. What were the chances of getting a mist? Wow. Alright. It's just fucking staring, man. Anger is judging you. I feel it. Alright, it wants to be mists. I don't even know if it's a custom sprite or not because I stuck it together at random, but surely it's is custom sprite, surely. Just standing there, menacingly.
Get down, Becky. Get down.
So help me, if the gyms manage to magically randomize themselves, I'm gonna spit my yippies. I'm not gonna be fucking happy.
Ow. So, better my nails peeled back.
Why?
Ah.
Alright, who is it gonna be?
Blitz! You get to be our family. Welcome, welcome, Blitz.
I just put Blitz. I put Blitz. I want to push Blitz. I'll put it as Blitz. Flex! Thank you so much for the tier 3. Hello? Thank you. Is this an apology for all those fucking Bass Pro Shops? Is that what this is? Gengar is still there. What did she even pick up? No, worse. What? What have you done that's what? Anger, can you fuck off? What do you look like? Oh, I don't have a Pokédex to change your sprite yet. You look adorable. It's so he can do more? Please, baby, don't do that. You'd never kill this one. What's your type, bitch? I wasn't paying attention. Ghost Fairy. So, yeah, I don't know what that makes your weaknesses and strengths, but yep, Ghost Fairy it is. Let Gengar watch. He's gonna block the road. He's gonna be in the way. We won't be able to see pretty little Blitz. Oh, he's gone. Okay, never mind. He can watch then. If he stays in his corner, he can watch. Ah, fuck. Of course it's a dark type. God fucking damn it.
Ba, 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 ba.
Of course it's that. I'm gonna have to astonish it to death. This is bullshit. Ah! Spite this fucker. Not lowering my speed. I eat your PP. Steel Dark will be your nightmare. I'm pretty sure this guy is Steel Dark. Speak of that. Stupid! Oh my god, I'm gonna be here forever. Ah! Well, nuzlocke don't count until like Rounder. Until you know, first balls are acquired, so it only lowers your attack, so it's pointless to me. I don't think this guy has a physical attack, does he? Got Tail Whip, Growl, and he just tried to hit me with something, which is a normal type move, so he can't hit me with it. I wasn't paying attention again. Horn attack, he can't hit me. Okay, we're fine. Yippee! I'm gonna run out of fucking PP. Psywave doesn't hurt him. I can't hit him with Psywave. I'm gonna run out of fucking PP. Ah! 5 moves moves left. 4. Yippee! 3. Could have swore I missed one, but I'll take it. Apparently, if you watch like a VOD or a clip, it like gets your watch streak back. Wanna learn double team? Sure, why not? Oh, it only takes 4 PP. Oh shit! Damn, Cinder! Welcome, readers! Riz the season. Who are we rizzling? I can recognize that fucking art style of catter anywhere. Is that a catter emote I see? Is that what I see? Hello, Rizzlers. How you doing, sad weepings, mito dreams, a bath water fiend? Hello. You okay, buddy? I see you. How was stream? What are you guys doing? We're doing a fairy run this time because Shadow-san asked for it before she fucking died.
What are you doing? What is that?
Player.
Oh god.
Eat yourself! Eat yourself! Eat yourself!
Alright, we go to the next Xenos. Ginger! Thank you for the resub for 7 months. Let's go! Oh fuck, okay. Okay, I'm being assaulted with reading. Alright, let's do it. Alright. Enjoy the pregnancies.
Please, Vito, please.
Are you pregnant? Is this the pregnancy announcements or Ginger Cinder?
$600 now.
Okay, let's find the calls. Yeah.
Pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with
You didn't even see me. I don't exist, bro. Fuck you! Let's get out of the fucking yard! What the fuck? I can see the cure, by the way!
I'm not the stepdad, I'm the dad that stepped up. Dr. Eggman is an all good slut. Pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic.
Let me
I think I wanna put a ring on it. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic.
Let me out! I'll say hello to the raiders! Cinder, can you burn Flex for me? Burn him! Burn him!
Go fast. Gotta go pregnant.
You're never okay? Alright, cool. You
There's nothing wrong
yeah,
with me.
same. That's all I can say right now. I will try. Fucking burn him! Burn him!
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it
Let me
was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe
This
their
is
eyes
mean
because they
to
think they're
Raiders,
on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro
Raiders ain't
Shop.
allowed to see shit. Holy reading. This fucking... You just...
Yeah, to finally make the pyramids into what
You
they came to
burned
be, and
$6
now
to
everybody
send
see
this?
what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this bitch. Makes me
Oh
wanna
my
shake
God.
my ass and it makes me
Don't
wanna
you fucking
fish.
Bass
Yeah, it has
Pro
to
Shop hype train
publicize
me.
it and all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop.
Pregnant Sonic at the Bass Pro Shop. It gets worse. It gets worse. Oh, fuck me. Oh, God, stop queuing it, guys. God!
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop?
Yeah!
I don't understand.
You're murky because I pissed in you, bathwater!
Congratulations on
Why
starting
the
a
fairy
fucking
color?
scam train. Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
And another
When
one!
the aliens come down, all they really
It's
want to see is the
delicious.
pyramid
No
by the
deal.
river down in Memphis, Tennessee.
I don't-
Made of glass and some
I don't like
brass,
the
it'll
best.
knock
I
you
want
on
your
your
fucking
ass, make your damn
pyramid.
jaw drop.
What's that?
It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their
Thank you for
eyes
the
because they think that
stream
they're on
streak,
drugs.
Whitney.
But they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah, Gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we can cotton on this fish. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has them proper size in all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city.
It's his honor.
That's a big ass pyramid, man.
One day I feel like those flapping ass cheeks are gonna get me in trouble. Like the fucking sensitive me waters. Those flapping ass cheeks are gonna get me in trouble.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass
like
Pro
fish.
Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people walk the rides because they think that they're on drugs. So really at the best place to shop, it's our Bass Pro Shop. Gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we can cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass.
Alright, I'm concerned you. Do I need to send it a welfare check?
And all the hieroglyphics, it's a bluff city non-stop party. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Why is he beating up the gang? I'm free! I'm free!
Lizard.
Full of tiramisu. Oh my god, tiramisu is good. Shut it, you. Oh my god, bath water! Put it back!
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee.
Stuck here for so long that even the Pokemon game music has just stopped. It just stopped. It was just
it's
like,
our
nah.
Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city
You guys
have a
have
big
seriously
ass
got to a
pyramid
level
by the
3
mud?
hype
Yeah,
train
some
on
people
Bass
walk the
Pro Shop
rides because they think that they're on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Oh, this was I good to give you a brief break. I got like 2
Gotta
breaths
finally
of
make the pyramids into what they
non-fishy
came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we can cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has them proper size and all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop party.
That's
That's a big
I'm gonna
ass
just sit
pyramid,
here and
man.
eat my chockies waiting to be set fucking free.
Why is it a
Everyone
Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
Get farted on.
Be afraid. You should
Oh
not
fuck, Cinder!
take care of you. I will.
You're supposed to help. You were supposed to defeat the dark side, not join it!
Banana.
Look at that! This is not sand. Smell the overripe banana from here, and that weird smell cheap rubber gets that you like a hand puppet would have. And what a combo of scents. Maybe I'll add that to my bath water.
Can't see. Yoda can't see.
I'm out. I'm out. Let's go. I'm fucking out. Okay.
You and I have unfinished business.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
When the aliens come
Terminator?
down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river
who the
down in
fuck
Memphis,
summoned it?
Tennessee.
When-
Made of glass
when
and
was
some brass,
Terminator
it'll
here?
knock you on
When
your
the
ass, make your damn
did
jaw
you
drop.
arrive?
What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people walk the rides because they think that they're on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
I can imagine imagine me trying to do a fucking 2.0 debut and leaving Tangia on.
Into what the
Can you
king to be, and
imagine?
now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we're
I would never be free. It'd just be non-stop.
It makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has been prophesized in all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop party.
Of course they did. Take your rupees back with you.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
I'm gonna throw up.
Yes.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some
Oh
brass.
God, you're
It'll
breaking
knock you on
things.
your
You're
ass,
breaking
make your
dope.
damn jaw drop.
Jesus fucking
It's our
Christ,
Bass
you
Pro
guys are
Shop.
breaking things.
Duh.
Stop.
What you think it
Stop.
was? Doesn't every
Stop.
city have a
Let
big
me
ass
out.
pyramid by the
Let
mud?
me
Yeah, some
out.
people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Let's mix it up, he says, with more fucking bass. Oh shit! Oh, shit's
Gotta finally
breaking.
make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now
let me out,
everybody see
please.
what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has been prophesized in all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop party. Bass Pro Shop. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
You like to play games, chat? We can play games. We can play games, chat. I am looking. That's the problem. Let
He
them
has
out.
a small dick. He's like, and I'm proud of it. That's like being a Meth fan.
Yes.
Hey, you smell nice.
There's a game. I forget what game were we playing? Was there a game? Guys, what the fuck?
Pregnant Sonic.
Why are you almost at level 5 on a stupid fucking Tangia torture train? I don't remember joining Torture Tuesdays.
Please,
It's Sunday.
bro, please.
It's God's day.
I'll do it.
Pregnant Sonic is not holy.
$600 now.
Okay, let's play this call. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. I think I wanna put a ring on it.
I want a ring on it. It's a cock ring. She's talking about a cock ring.
Pregnant Sonic.
She's gonna put cock ring on pregnant Sonic so he can't push the baby out. Yep. It's actually a cesarean kink, and you didn't even know. Always has been. You heard me, killers! Can I see the killers? Sure! Set me free and see what happens! Release me! Allow my freedom! And maybe your wishes will be granted.
Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Gotta go
You wanna set me free? Time? We have games here? Yes, we do! But you're too preoccupied with throwing fish at me. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out.
Yo, Vito.
Guys, you've seriously got to a level 5 on this shit. On this. On fucking this.
Please, Vito, please, bro. Please. Please, I'll do it.
Flex said he was done when he said maybe.
$600 now.
Let me out.
There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. I think I wanna put a ring.
Can I just eat my chockies and get comfy in the corner? Don't worry, this isn't a stealthy mouse stream anymore. This is an evil neuro and fish stream.
He's a hero and a mother natal glow like no one other pregnant.
Hi, I'm new here. Is this normal? Yes.
I'm not the
Enjoy your drugs.
stepdad, I'm the dad that's dead though. Dr. Eggman
Might flash
is a
some rainbows in your
no-good
face at
slide.
some point. Hope you haven't got, not schizophrenia, but epilepsy. You guys have stressed me out so bad I've had to eat chocolate to calm down. Look what you have done to me. No, you can't look at it because I'm stuck behind the Tangia.
Gotta go fast.
fucking do. Instead of turning Tangia off completely for 2.0 debut, I'm just gonna like triple the price of anything that takes over the screen. Good luck spending $10 fucking dollars. Stress eating doesn't. I'm looking. Can I stay around? DVD. Oh. Oh, he's gonna crack me in the head. Oh, corner bounce.
I'm gonna throw up.
Don't spend $200. This is fun, Moody. Hey, yo, duck. I jive in the duck. Wait. I know where you are. Fuck off. I can't believe you guys got to a fucking 26% level.
I'm a kid!
31% level 5 hype train. Just to spam me with bullshit. Are you people okay? Are you okay? Tell me, are you okay? Are you okay, chat those? I unmute Pokemon. Am I free? I think I'm free. Anyway. Hi, Ray. We're trying.
Nah, I don't really feel like it.
Get off my yitties. We're trying to do a fairy-locked randomized Pokemon nuzlocke. Holy shit, Flex, what the fuck? Oh, got it. 1,000 bitty noise. I gotta get rid of that. I gotta get rid of that. Holy Jesus, I gotta get rid of that for my own mental sanity. Is anyone really okay? I mean, we're on Twitch.
I'm never last. Only tough people last.
Okay, never mind.
Pregnant Sonic.
Lex, I am going to up the price on that fucking pregnant Sonic. Don't make me do it! Mentally, physically, you're almost at a level 6 doing this. I fucking... Let me out! I was about to push a button! Physically or emotionally, I'm not able to change the answer. Pregnant Sonic inflation! You heard it here! I will inflate this fucking pregnant Sonic! Oh my god, I can see the cute. Why are the things keeping me a bit?
I'm not the stepdad, I'm the dad that's stepped up. Dr. Eggman is no good
slut.
There's nothing wrong with pregnant
Chitty 9 bitties. She's gonna up it. We must. No, you don't. Don't. This is not the fucking ram stick stockflation, alright? This is not the same thing! What is this, sad Weebags? You got the next shiny badge! Congratulations on the blue. He's gotta push the baby out fast, now! Bro, baby, at super speed, Sonic! Bathwater, I will fucking inflate those numbers! Don't you fucking...
Each time when I come here, I am abused.
Thank you, Agent K. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will, look right here.
Flashbanged. Oh!
Hey, you. You're
finally awake. Oh my fucking god.
Pregnant Sonic.
Yo, Vito,
I'm gonna... Can I ban specific people from raiding me? Can I just ban? I got the ban Ginger Cinder raids at this point. Stream Docker? Stealthy Mouse Docker? Oh wait, I know what I can do. Hang on. I've got a plan. I got a fighting plan. When did forget? With forget, we said that we went. Is up the price to $20? Oh god. punish her, don't show her the horns. I've got a distraction method loaded. Trust me, chat, you're not gonna wanna... Don't queue up until you see what the distraction he was gonna be. Don't do it. I know exactly the jingle keys for these fuckers. I know these people. Just you wait. Just you fucking wait.
Gotta go fast.
Ooh, flag.
Gotta go fast. Gotta go practice. There's nothing wrong with me.
Jingle, jingle. Jingle, jingle, chat. Jingle, jingle. Jingle, chat. Jingle, jingle. Shut up, Flint. No one asked you. No. Enough. Jingle, 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 jingle. Right? Jingle, jingle, jingle. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Is it working? What? Jingle, jingle. Jingle, jingle, jingle. God, Flint's daddy was like, shut up, Mum, subscribe. It worked! But I can't stay in someone else's flesh suit the whole time, so, just wait a second. I gotta keep you guys, hang on. Don't worry what I'm doing, just no one report me to Twitch for a second, okay? This is just important. I just gotta do something real quick. Jingle, jingle, chat! Jingle, 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 jingle! Wow, look at how distracted you are. Jingle, 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 jingle. Jingle, jingle, jingle. The dog's here to bark at me again. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Shut up, Flint. No. 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 Flint! Enough. Jingle, 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 jingle. Yep, jingle. Look at these jingles. Wow, jingle, jingle. Jingle, jingle. All right. So we shouldn't clip this. Please do not. Please do not. I will get in trouble. I will get in trouble. I get in trouble. I get in trouble. Don't do that. All right. Anyway, back to game. Don't worry, I didn't do anything whilst I was away. I mean, whilst I was jingling. 50% through a level 6. You guys need mental help. Hell yeah, game! Game time! I can put the music back on. Am I allowed to put the music back on? I love Herminator still hadn't, despite harassing me in the back rooms, they still hadn't sent me a message. So their first message is just them staring at Yiddies. Hey, bottle of water! Thank you for the subscription, I mean. Thank you for hype training that of all things. I got the love. Is it a lollipop? Oh, it's yeah, sparkling water. Definitely because they were told they couldn't have wine. I had my fun. You caused inflation and then you left. All right, hang on. What's this? Get rid of that. The fuck? New Star Trek Fleet's Command sponsorship is available through fuck off. I don't want your stupid Star Trek. Yes, the sparkling water in the wine glass. I think it used to be wine. Yeah, they would have got in trouble for that because you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to have beer or wine. That's why I've been seeing people recently getting like wine glasses for their VTubers, and I'm like, you probably don't get in trouble for that, but sure. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my god, fucking Gengar is still there! Gengar! He's just... Alright, he's gonna hang out for the whole thing now? Okay, cool. We got a Gengar, chat. We have a Gengar. Oh, I gained 2 levels. That's chocolate wine? What? Chocolate wine. I feel like chocolate and like the taste that is... wine would not go well together. Oh, I have levitate too. Nice. I feel like that not the putrid, the taste of alcohol and chocolate would not go well together. Urgh. Look at you, you lovely little creature, you. Cookies and cream moonshine chasers. I don't know about that. All I did was pivot! Oh look, there's Latioses around here. Or Latios, same difference. A water type, you would come in handy for the gym. Yes, you would. Yes, you would. Why you got rock pants? Why, you just jealous that you aren't that rock hard. You wouldn't understand being that rock hard. Hurts. He's just preying on your downfall. Just gotta prove him wrong this run. No pressure. No pressure. I got this. I got this. I don't. Why is there fucking? I wonder if he's just gonna stay there for the whole run. We'll call it the Gengar run. Either that, or he's resenting the fact that I didn't pick Gengar as part of the body parts. Could be both. He's reward. All right, I don't want to be too high level and then end up killing everything when I need to catch something. Go away, Diggsy! You better not appear when I finally have balls on me. I swear. Fuck this guy. He's taunting me! It's just there. Oh, my hair. All right, all right, all right. Balls! Parcel. Oh, and some splices. Bop, 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 ba-da-da, bop, bop. He's literally not gonna leave. Amazing. Oh my god. I guess the Latios thing doesn't spawn very often? Okay. They make a delivery! It's a glitch with the opening spray. You gotta relaunch to get rid of him. Okay. Well, he can perv on us for the start, alright? Maybe he'd be a good luck charm, you don't know. It's the ghost of previous runs looking over us. He keep us alive, I'm sure. Yep, Pokedex, yep. Alright, let me out of here. Let me out. Ah! Free balls. I love that when only the men give you the balls. Definitely not suspicious. Oh, I need a map. No, ma'am. Gengar is the secondary protagonist. He's a little guy. He just wants to hang out, man. Alright, here we go. Please be Latios. I would really like the Latios. Please. What should be the fucking Diggsy? Oh! Oh! Can I just throw a ball straight at his face? No, I can't. Don't kill it. Okay, we're good. We good. Please. Your catch rate is gonna be a problem. No, come on. Don't be like this. You wanna be mine? Come on. Fuck. I actually said buck instead of fuck. That works. Oh. It's the run, chat. Wait, it's not a fairy. I forgot that I was doing a Fairy-Locke. Wait, I forgot I was doing a Fairy-Locke. I forgot. Wait, how would I do a Fairy-Locke then? Can I just catch any fairy I run into? Oh, crap. How does that work? Hey, what? Yes, I started a type lock and didn't read the rules. Maybe? So what? Who wants to be my Google symbol? Pivot! Hang on a minute. don't even know how many fucking fairies I'll even run into. Let me heal. Look at that chat trophy! I really should have, like, fucking Googled. Hang on. I'll do it right now as we speak. Don't worry about it. That's not it. But yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'll split him into pieces. Okay, so maybe type locking might be hard with the randomizer. Yeah. So it looks like the rule is essentially, it's one, either the first Pokemon you encounter in that route. Normally you would know what Pokemon you'll be able to encounter in a route to begin with, so you can like plan ahead. So I guess if I run by the rules that one, I either catch the first Pokemon I encounter, but if I find that a fairy can be caught in that area, the first encounter must be released, and then I instead use the fairy type. By the looks of it. No, I don't want to give a nickname to the love disc. It's going in the box. Alright, love disc doth not get name because love disc doth not be fairy. So he can go in box until I have a fairy thing to attach it to. We'll also have the rule, I suppose, that unconnected Pokemon, unless they are fairy type, which none of them are, mind you. None of the eggs are fairy types. They stay split until I happen to encounter a loose fairy, and then we can name it. So, we're gonna give fucking Piptios, hello, stammer, stutter, whatever. Piptios gets a name. And if we happen to run into a fairy in that same route, that name gets transferred to the fairy instead. Alright, that'll work, that'll work, that'll work. We're big brain it. Alright. We'll do a draw for Piptios. Join me balls, chat! Who wants to be Piptios? His nickname is Surfing. That dog is crying again. He just wants attention. He does not like me talking to Lightbox. Lightbox is deadly to him. It is deadly rays of death, you know? So original.
Such an original content creator. Yay!
Can I steal half of it? You can if we happen to get a half fairy. Oh shit, why can't I roll backwards? I don't know. Oh, it's a run 16, yep, and Fairy-Locke, kind of, a little bit. And seeing as this is Infinite Fusion, I'm thinking that maybe if I encounter a fairy, whoever gets, like, the next fairy I encounter and manage to catch gets to choose if they swap their head or body around to keep their fairy type, but steal from a non-fairy type in my team, maybe? I'm not sure. We got some kinks to work through, I reckon, to make it work with Infinite Fusion. Shut up! Lissy isn't fairy type, it's not? I wasn't looking. Mum, the ghost box steals your attention from me. It is literally him. All right, where's my stream elements? There we are. Sorry, I emergency opened Tangia and it's messed up my stuff. All right, close. Draw. You got lucky for once in your life. Congratulations. Are you proud of yourself? Let me put that over there. All right. Nickname. Holy shit! Is this a blessed run? That's the question. Wait for fire. You want fire? Put in the fire, Fox. Gengar, can you fuck off, please? You're making me uncomfortable. Alright, I desperately need more balls because I got like 2 on me at the minute. Alright, I'm chewing on my lip. Thank you for the premiere board. Of balls, you've been nerfed by God and evolution. At least 10 balls, chat. At least. Minimum. Alright, be interesting if we then encountered a fairy. I would spit my yippies if I then encountered a fairy in this patch of grass. Okay, we're good. We're fine. We're fine. You can't hit me with ground type. Nah, nah. You're a steel type, though. I can help with that. Hey, hey, Gatorade, sit down. He give you my balls? Wait, what did I want? I started down. Wait, I don't think you won anything. You didn't win the last draw, did you? It was Blitz, wasn't it? Unless I double-clicked on the draw by accident. Ah, it's Blitz. Nah, you crazy, Azurite. You crazy. Might have been thinking Clefable. Yes, Clefable Fairy. Also, chat, because I don't memorize the types very well, if we happen to encounter a Pokemon in the grass and, like, technically either the head or the body is a fairy. Well, yeah. I think that's fairy type, is it? Roselia's not fairy, is it? It's poison, isn't it? Thank you for the follow! Shadow Monster Fuzz. Welcome. Looks cool though. It's a little wedding dress. Going to the wedding! Grass poison, okay. I was like, did we immediately just encounter a fairy? Average number of balls a person has is less than 2. You've been lied to all your life. Signal beam. I'm getting Blitz up to like level 10. I will not lose, baby Blitz. We hope for Rolts, but I end up with just like a whole team of Roltses. Oh yes, teleport, please. Let's get rid of Spite. Teleport, very useful, very nice, yes. I gaslit myself. I don't even have to do it. You do it for me. All right, we're gonna risk Dirt for a little bit, just so I can get some levels on Dirt. I am just a baby. I don't have any water type moves. What the fuck? Alright. Gengar's staring at me is making me hella uncomfortable. Wait, new game! Oh god, she killed— Look. I had a 3 versus 1 situation, okay? That's what killed us. 3 birds versus 1. 3 legendaries versus 1. I can't be held responsible for that. And Psywave! I have trash! Absolute trash! No, don't talk about yourself that way! Oh, he's going fast! Ow, fuck. Okay, never mind. Let's help. The thing about Blitz is at least very early game, no one can really hit you because you're ghost type. Protect! No, you're no longer protect. No, we're no longer. Alright, level 5. You got 2 levels in one. Damn. The birds always kill you. No, they've only killed me like twice. And now I have a battle plan. I'm gonna perish song the little fuckers somehow. Sounds like a you issue. Bite me. Fucking bite me. At least I don't gargle balls on the daily. What the fuck? Bro. Ow. Damn it, Blitz, he can't hit you because you got levitate. Blitz is just like immune to this, immune to that, can't hit me here, can't hit me there, fuck you. Yeah, Blitz! I'm gonna get you killed, I know I am. Damn it, though. You glass cannon. Don't rely on me! Oh, no one wants to be relied on in my playthroughs because it's a guaranteed death sentence. Let me rely on you, please, Uwu. I won't kill you, I promise, Uwu. Smack him! Get him, though! Beat him up! You're 2 levels stronger and they're just like you. You should be fine. No, Flynn. Enough, dude. Outside. All right, just a second. Knowing him, I just let him out, but knowing him, he's going to loop straight around and go straight to my bedroom window and start oofing there instead. Glutton for punishment, that one. Dragon dance. What'd that do again? User vigorously performs a mystic powerful dance that boosts its attack and speed stats. Safeguard. Alright, there is now level 7. Oops. Oh my fucking god, guys. My new phone! My new phone that I got myself! They decided to put, you know how you use your thumb to like unlock your fucking phone? They decided to put the thummy unlocky thingy where it reads your biometrics on the side of the phone where the power button is. So like, you know, where your thumb naturally lands when you go to put your phone in your pocket, or the, you know, the button you press when you go to put it in sleep, and then it just immediately unlocks itself again because it's on the fucking power button that you have to press to put it in sleep mode. It's so stupid. Fucking hate it. I have that too, I hate it. I don't understand why they moved it off the fucking screen. It's so frustrating. And they've made the weather app purposely worse. You know how you used to be able to just select, you know, where you live on the fucking weather app to be like, hey, I live at so-and-so. Give me the weather updates for so-and-so. And sometimes it would ask for your location for the first time just to be sure. And you'd be like, okay. Well, now this fucking weather app, quote unquote, slowly accidentally loses calibration of where you are and slowly slides your location from suburb to suburb so you get the wrong weather updates, and the only way to get it back to the correct weather updates is to turn your location back on, and it only stays accurate while the location is on, even though you should be able to just manually set where you want the fucking weather updates. It's obviously an in-shitification situation so they can keep logging your location details because you don't fucking need to know my live location! Give me the updates for this one area, you stupid fuck! Oh my god, I hate technology these days! They do it on purpose! I'm not having a breakdown. Oh my god! And another thing! Oh my god! Okay, Who's been using Twitter lately? Anyone notice this stupid fucking grok feature that if you open a Twitter post, it'll pop up on the top right corner, be like, explain this, or press this button to dismiss this notification, so the blue pop-up stops fucking popping up in your face. But if you hit the text that says dismiss notification, it actually opens grok and will start functioning as if you had asked the fucking question and not said dismiss. You have to ignore the text that says dismiss notification and go to the top right and press the X. So if you accidentally click 1 millimeter off, it'll just open the whole thing and start the whole AI process, and it takes for fucking ever to make it stop. Oh my god. I'm going boomer. I'm having a meltdown. This is so stupid. Anyway, I just needed to get that off my chest real quick. Can you repeat all that? I miss it. Uncle time. That's it. No more internet. No more streams, chat. I'm going complete fucking stone age. Oh my god. Because when you live in that shit can't be wrong anyway. Yeah, the GPS can't even clock the right location. What's she yapping about, grok? Who dis? I saw your tweet crashing out. Shitification is everywhere. We're going to ditch the internet to revert to internet caveman. I'm so not happy, man. Constantly pocket dialing and sending stuff. Now I'm so mad, right? Like, you can't even check your phone real quick without it unlocking itself. I looked away for a sec. What happened? I'm having a meltdown, bathwater. Like when grok pops up over the text to ask me to explain the text, maybe if you move the fat ass out of my face, I wouldn't need to explain. Especially like I literally, the first time I accidentally hit the dismiss instead of the X, the question, it was literally a tweet that was a response to another tweet that was like, what's that? It was literally just a troll comment, and I accidentally hit dismiss, and so the AI bot took for fucking ever to try and find the context of the tweet to be able to respond to me. I didn't even give a shit about. I never even saw the response because I was like molding out so bad that it was like taking all this time to load up on my computer too, not even my phone, and it was still slow. I was like, this is bullshit. I'm so done with this. Anyway, I just don't use Twitter. It saves me so much stress. Yeah, but it's good for finding clients and stuff for art and my life. What is my life? Ah! Oh, I didn't mean. Okay, whatever. Press the wrong button. Anyway, let's continue playing game. Now that I've had a meltdown. What are we, level 8? Yeah, I feel better now. I just had to really get that off my chest. It was just pain and suffrage, and I deleted the wrong move, damn it. Bunch of dirt! Bunch of bitch! Vent for me! I want to go back to the days where we didn't have any smart this and sub that and subscription here. Hey, you're brain dead. Would you like a glorified autocomplete to incorrectly explain this meme to you? No. Heck off with ya. I need water now. I stress rambled so long my mouth is dry. Ah, water good.
Well, yeah, so cute.
So, Stealthy, you can now start gambling on every facet of society! Yay! I heard about that. There's like gambling apps so you can literally gamble about anything. Like who's gonna get top most sells albums and this, that, and the other. But like, that kind of makes everyone an inside trader because like, who's gonna stop Taylor Swift from betting that Taylor Swift will release a new album in the next month and then she releases a new album within that month? Like, hello? This stupid as shit. Thank you for the hydrate. Nom, 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 nom. We need to put AI into the fridge. We need to... Oh my god, my sister got one of those smart fridges that has the fucking AI. That bitch, she was like, oh, that'd be a nice feature. It can tell me what's in it. But like, it mistook her partner's head for an avocado. So it thought she had avocado in the fridge, which it didn't. It's useless. It's 100% going to make insider trading insanely easy. It already is. Hell yeah. We need to show ads on the fridge. We need to have a subscription to keep the cold going. That's why I will not get any appliance that requires Wi-Fi to run. Any basic appliance, if it needs Wi-Fi to run, I don't fucking want it. No washer, no dryer, no dishwasher, no air conditioner, nothing that requires Wi-Fi to run. Because that's how they end up going, oh, by the way, you now have to subscribe to, you know, cool your house below 20 degrees Celsius. Because we felt like it. And we thought we could make more money that way. Like, hello? I feel like I should be level 10 before I fuck with these guys. Just to protect my booty cheeks. But only blitz. Like state of capitalism is great! Oh, it's 100% going to me. 100% convinced at some point in the future, companies will pay self-driving cars to divert their route past their business. Yep. You know how they're trying to put ads into ChatGPT? I can just imagine someone using ChatGPT to write an essay, and then just the essay starts waffling on about how, like, the fucking mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell because Sprite is the best drink you could possibly drink, and you should totally buy Coke brand everything because mitochondria can be found within Sprite or some shit like that. Like, it's that baby monitor that me and my wife are looking at is closed system, no Wi-Fi. Hell yeah. That's another thing as well. Like, we're thinking of getting a camera for the front of our house, and we're like, I can't be on Wi-Fi. It has to be a closed system. Especially things like cameras, people can hack them so easily. It's just like, no, if it's connected to Wi-Fi, it's just too easy to get in onto it. Like, bruh, it needs to be a closed system. It gives me those purple notifications! Ah, not the notifs. You know, with your fucking notifications. Did you see those Grok posts about how Elon is the greatest pissed? What? No! I did see that they managed to fandangle the AI that it's always gargling Elon's balls at all times. Always fluffing up Elon at all times. He's the bestest man that ever was. Alright, Blitz is now level 10. Like when Ricky Bobby prays before dinner and plugs a Powerade during run? I don't know that reference. I'm so sorry, Funkle. Ricky Bobby, what? Right. To the next spot to get another mon. Hello. I need to stop. I keep using the stream screen to watch the game, so I've got, like, I'm slightly behind. You can see me occasionally when I look to the side like this. I'm using the stream screen instead of the actual game to watch what I'm doing, and it's not very fucking helpful. So I got lag. But it also means I can read chat at the same time. Ask if Elon is the best piss drinker, throat goat, and other things. Oh! If you want something good, OpenAI sent out a red alert. What does this mean? It means they are behind. They know they are behind. They now have a shitty AI. They're losing hype, and they just can't generate the $200, $500 billion of profit they need to break even, bruh. We always knew it was just a case of, like, it's not... Only a few companies are going to be able to afford to run AI, like LLMs and shit like that, because it is so expensive to run. Like, all those big, like, data scraping. Image generation, for example. I know that takes a lot of resources. Only big companies are gonna be able to afford to do that shit in a way that's sustainable. Because at the moment, they're just bleeding money. They're just trying to corner the market while they still can. But the information is so scattered out there that, like, anyone can kind of build one if they have the smarts to do it. So you can't corner the market like you would with something like, say, a delivery service. It's not as easy. Oh, I can probably get the Discord my redeem got lost in the Bass Pro Shop. Hang on a minute. Where's my button? No. Let's go this way.
There you are. Okay.
Oh, sorry, just spilt my water. I'm really good at doing that.
Come here, Funkle.
Where's the... Oh, okay. Sorry, just give me a second. I'll send you the link now before I forget. Otherwise, I will forget. Nope. Unused, generate, copy. Whisper it to you. It's in your whispers. Whisper it to your answer secretly. Don't get it. It's okay. It's one time use. Come on in. Let's go around. Be in there. Right, join us. Funnily enough, my mother got a camera for the front of her house. I'm gonna say 2 years ago, after a year and a half of working fine, the company that controlled the camera decided they are no longer gonna be doing anything related to camera and focus on heating instead. We can still use that camera though. Fuck though, it's so at least you can still use it. There's some companies for some reason are allowed to just stop service. Like, hey JP. Wait, what? Funko drug you. Oh shit, let me check the records. Yeah, I just confirmed it. It's real. Definitely just got yeeted into space-time whilst I was screaming into the abyss. No, we can't use it. Oh, okay. See, I can't fucking... Shit like that can't be legal, man. Because you paid for a service and then they just go, yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. All right, let's put there up front for catchy. Yes, thank you. All right, what do we got? Ew. All right, you gotta be my first catch unless I encounter... Ooh, I think Bubble should keep you alive, right? Yeah, okay, good. My first catch unless I encounter Fairy. All right, hit the ball. All right, easy and ball. We're gonna nickname this. Who wants to be a snake coming out of a clam? Yes. Randa, it goes electrolyte. It wants plant scrape. SSP, what? This is be okay? Who wants to be a sea snake and a clam? Yes, that's what this is. Of course, bathwater fucking wants. Yes, on brand for bathwater. I mean, Clusic gets ice moves, so that would be useful, chat. My mother made that mistake without many of the siblings present. We've currently... My mum has, not Ring, a Eufy doorbell. But she had to get the fancy one that was connected to Wi-Fi and shit so that us kids could see it because she doesn't know how to use it. Neither of us live at home. So we're like, we have to be able to see it from our respective houses. So it had to be a Wi-Fi. But that's about it. All right, sea snake and a clam. Is of course bathwater is destiny. It's fucking destiny! Of course. But of course, unless we encounter a fairy in the next loop-de-loops, and then you're gonna become whatever the fuck that fairy is. Nope, just another Hector. Hector. Actually, poison eyes deadly to grass, fairy, dragons. Hold on, has there been an ice poison type? I need to research. I don't think there has. I don't think. See if we can encounter a fairy. Angler. What the fuck is the other bit? Angler. Oh, Kabutops. Okay, I got it. I got it. I figured it out. Big brain. Big brain. I'm very smart. I feel like they're not in good position because grass. Your type itch again? Water psychic. Let me just swap you out. I hope Tangler wasn't a fairy type. A lot of water types. Where's H2O? H2O only wants cool water types. You picky. I just realized I was responding to Stealthy 5 minutes ago because of this live reply thing. Live reply? Live reply? Oh my god. And a dog just did exactly what I predicted he would do. I'm around to my window and borf there. Live replay. Oh, you were behind! No, it's the speed! Got left behind! Oh. Stored power. Don't I need to swallow for that? Or stock up? No. Just keep running around, see if I run into a fairy first. Is this only this patch of grass in this area? Oh. I got excited for a second. That is not a custom sprite. What the fuck, randomizer? Espeon. Not a Sylveon. I got bamboozled. Huge tail. A little bit. Little bit worried that he's gonna have steel type moves. So let me just put Durr out here for a quick second. He's got sturdy. Nice. The video was 5 minutes behind for me, but chat was still You're like, why the fuck is chat so disconnected from what she said? You just thought chat was just waffling on, talking shit. Well, thing about that, storing power, Pyko, is I don't do that. I hit until it dies. There's a Caterpie Chandelier, which is no fairy typage there. Yep. Chandelier. Ow, that hits me. Cresselia. And you know what? Cresselia Fairy! I think it is, isn't it? It's just psychic, right? Someone help. Help! Scrolling, I'm scrolling. I don't think it is. Psychic. Okay. I'm reading. Come on, I'm reading here. Fucking Dedge. Big Dedge. I know probably came prior to Fairy, but I didn't know if they had like retconned its typage. Because if anything's gonna be a fairy, I feel like the moon-looking Pokemon would be a fairy. Who's learning this? You are. Our first fairy type move. Fuck, letting out a charming cry that usually does emotional damage. Oh, 40. Okay, I was like, emotional damage does what? 40. You dumbass. You fucking dumbass.
Ba 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 ba.
What the fuck is with the cool Pokemon around this area? Hello? But I got a fucking snake in a clam. I got this, and I could have had that. What the fuck? Been bamboozled. Fuck your King Shield. Hey now, that's a cool snake. You only say that because his name is Bathwater Fiend. Hey, leave me alone. I'm just calling it like I see it, buddy. We don't condone snaking clams around here. Poor little clammy. Didn't even consent to that snake. All right. Oh, what are you holding, Bathwater? What the fuck? You stealing shit too? Look at that. A big pearl. Jesus Christ. Got fucking kidney stones and everything. I just noticed a little love hearts. It's so cute. I suppose it's meant to be the top of the Caterpie's head, but I'm gonna call it a love heart. No, I'm not gonna fight you. I'm gonna go fight this kid.
It is a little babe.
Good little apples. Yeah, I don't know, just on the list. We steal his lunch money. Sluglim! Holy gee, not what I was expecting. Damn. Okay. Yeah, we'll curse you too, buddy. Yeah, his balls! Mustafa! I always forget that this kid's name is Mustafa. Oh, thanks for the splices. Damn it, I don't think they allow trades anymore. Because that kid used to offer to trade with you. I think they turned that function off. I'm so sad. I'm so sad, man. They got rid of the trade function. Man. Alright, this fuckhead's got a Pokemon that'll kill Blitz, so let's swap that out real quick. Go on, Shadow-san. Square up, Queen. Yep. The thing about the route east of Pewter. Now, I swear that that kid there would offer to trade previously during the earliest iterations. No water spot! Fuck you! Yeah, that was, oops, that was the one that was gonna cause me trouble. You little fuckhead. Alright, done and done. Nicely done, there. Good job. Good little mod. But those three Pokemon always had a chance against the Elite Four. No shit. I love that Shadow-san sneakily just quickly checked if they could fight the Elite Four immediately, though. It's just like, alright. You miss all the shots that you don't take. I will blow bubbles menacingly with Gengar staring over the shoulder. Right, there's a ball down here, isn't there? Berries! Alright, time time to go to secret space that's not so secret, but you know, the thought that counts. I really gotta level up bathwater. Fucking bathwater. Oh god, I gotta get a fish and name it bathwater. Let me in. There we go. Bathwater! Not right now. This is a new area. Ah! Okay, immediately, okay. Instant B-shop! Right there. Okie dokie, throw a ball straight. Ooh, I thought I only had 2 balls for a second. Metal! Lame shot! Oh! He looks like a Power Ranger. Or like a Power Ranger villain. Ow, bitch, that fucking hurt. Smack you. Ow, ow. And again. I can't use the same move twice in a row. Bite me! I'll use a ball! B-sharp! Ow, 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 outdoors! Stop taking damage, man! Not Pokemon, you nonce. Hey, wait, the bug! You know? Are you? Oh! Take. I don't want to use bubble, and I can't send out blitz either. The steel weakness. I don't think he has any bug type moves anyway, so we're fine. And Nova's in bathwater drinking. Okay, she traumatized from that time she ordered Gamer Girl bathwater and it was safe to drink. I'm so upset about that. Fuck, I'm gonna bubble it. Alright. Let's just pray we run into a fairy. That'd be nice. That'd be really nice. Love a fairy. Not a fairy. There we go. Bathwater. Wait. Package again. Poison water. Revives! Yes, Twinny. Don't worry. You're still alive, aren't you? Still complaining. There's no way to turn that bird into a fairy, is there? Is there a way to turn that bird into a fairy? A ghost? Psychic? Electric? No. Can we turn Oricorio into a fairy? Oh, it's psychic. Fuck. Damn it. I got my hopes up, man. I was hoping we could turn the bird though into a fairy, man. So upsetty spaghetti. I'm gonna double check anyway, because now I'm paranoid that I'm gonna miss out on a fairy. I keep saying, I just realized when I say fairy with my accent, it sounds like furry. Oh my. Check. Looks like a no. Dad. Oh well. He's so cool looking though. Lyra was like pink as 80% of fairy types. You got a point. So sad. He looks so epic. There you go, bathwater. Have some levels. And tell me, don't say I don't give you anything. Fairy type run. Not every run with me. Things I got like ears and a tail. Level up. Yay! Poison sting. Oh, fucking hell, bathwater, calm down, dude! You got very excited. You're very, 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 very. Ooh, that's slightly terrifying. I don't like that one a little bit. What the fuck? Death approaches. Alright, couple more rounds and then we give up on this area. Why are these stinking scary? It looks slightly like a needle. I was mildly uncomfortable. Give me a fucking berry! What happened? Last run we kept running into fairies all the time. Now I need them and they're nowhere to be found. Alright, there's lots of Ori-losions here. I like what they did. Rapier Belda, very neat, but yeah, that was very needle-like. Alright, one more and then we give up. Fuck your bean shop. Right up your bum. Why does everything in this place have a needle anyway? We gotta heal the bath water. Like purifying the bath. Is that how that works? Alright, next zone again. We're going... I gotta sell some stuff and get some more balls first. Sell? Because I got a bunch of revivals and a big old pearl! I'm gonna sell your precious pearl bathwater. You fuck! You thought you were gonna keep your precious. But bad luck, buddy. Oops, I wanna buy. Walls. Oh, not 55. 10, preferably. One more batch of 10. And a long time making that, we'll make another one. Doo-ba-doo. That's right, we're carrying an egg around, aren't we? Alright. Round 2, here we go. I mean, okay. Right. Just throw Blitz in real quick. And leech seeded, motherfucker. Alright, let me throw a ball straight in your face. I'm just a money dispenser. Yes. You're my pearl creator. You better make more, by the way. Better not be a case of you only get one when you get caught. Oh wait, ghost type on normal, you stupid idiot. I like the fact that Psywave is a mixed bag of what it might do. But the other two Pokemon are weak here. Alright, one more hit. Wait, why couldn't I do that? Why couldn't I land that hit just now? What the fuck? How are you doing? Slack. Sobbing voice it is. Okay, he's alive, it's fine. Pokeball! So close. Stop sand attacking me! Bitch! Oh! Fuck's sake! Damn it! The fucking Psywave! With its different attack damage, man! Oh, thank you. It might be a fairy, I'm hoping so. I almost always encounter a Rolt's Cross in this area, so I'm kind of praying that I run into another one. Come on, come on! Wait a second. The map's hang on a minute. This one strip of grass counts as Viridian City. New encounter spot, hang on. This one strip of grass is Viridian, let's go! Can I not encounter a Pokemon here? Hang on. Is it glitched? Yeah, Pokemon! I don't think I can... I don't think anything's gonna show up. No. There's nothing. It's a barren piece of grass. There's nothing here. Damn it! I thought I cheated the system. Bamboozled. Have you got different encounters from day and night? Yeah, I know. You can't damn it! Oh, hello, little dude. I suppose I might as well level up the bathwater while we're fucking around. Ow. 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 Maybe not against you, though. Oh, I can't. Okay, never mind. Fine! I'm gonna be my friend that bad. He didn't want to let you go, bathwater. He really liked you. Nidotang. I need to go heal, though. Pain in the ass. I've found exactly one fairy, and that's a fairy I technically cheated into the game. Going great so far. We're doing good! Oh, excuse me.
You fairy, 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 fairy. Hello again.
Why is there such an earworm called? Might take me 6 months to several years to make them, but if you're okay with waiting, I can get you one. You need to optimize your process a bit better, you know? Get that hustle. Tell you what, let's fuck around in the grass. I'm having flashbacks to that Ho-Oh encounter last time I did the grass thing. Oh. All right. Flashbacks! No, it was a Moltres. It was a Moltres cross. Fairy! Yo! We finally got another fairy and it's Fairy Steel! Please, get in my paw! Gonna be a pain in my ass, aren't you? My bitch slap it should be fine, right? Just with a bitch slap? I know you're weak to steel. I don't think he has any steel type moves yet. Alright, we should be okay. Ow. Ow. Okay. It's alright, waste my potion, it's fine, it's fine. And be mean to bathwater. Being really mean to bathwater right now. Damn, I suck. It's okay, bathwater. You've barely started. You are 50%. Oh, he's got a point. You are 50% claim. Oh, come on. Don't be a fucking pain in the ass, Arpuff. It's the AA roll. The fucking AA roll causing trouble. I'm too scared to hit it though. I gotta escape! It's got my tail stuck! Oh, okay, we got a fairy! For the fairy run! Our first naturally caught fairy, let's go! Exclamation mark ticket to be Arpuff! The first wild caught fairy! Let's go! Arpuff, Arpuff, Arpuff. There, little guy! A melancholic song echoes softly from the holes in... Oh, that's kind of disturbing. The sounds can cause dizziness and fainting in the elderly if heard for too long. Damn. Ticket, ticket, get your ticket, get your ticket. Become Arpuff, Arpuff. I wonder what it's gonna look like in final form. Should I get it that far? Will it live that long? Only time will tell. I'll fight you all! Thanos wants in! AA-Ron is mine! I know it's technically Aaron, but I just take great enjoyment of saying AA-Ron. AA-Ron! How cursed can I be? I'm curious to know what you're gonna look like in your final form. Because you think an Arbok with its, like, cobra neck and then inside a cloister. I can see it being pretty bad. AA-Round! AA-Round! Alright, closing! Oh, God. It's Zariah! There's AA-Round! As an AA-Round? I hate this. Oh, we got an AA-Round! Does it mean every time I've been screaming AA-Round, you're like, what? What does she fucking want now? Oh, wicked.
It's a Wyatt. It's a Wyatt. Another one of my sons. My children.
Oh, it's so dark. Okay. Oh, right, I forgot that the Pikachu's spawning if I'm not moving. Pikachu! Yay! I started a casual random run after last stream I was here for. I ended up not finding healing until... Celadon? Wait. What? Maybe you didn't find any healing. Look at Babu. Oh wait, we gotta check if everyone has an alt sprite. Hang on. No alt sprite. No alt sprite. So you got 2 sprites, Blitz. Do you want to be mysterious or do you want to be horny? Nah, I'd never respond to you. Randomized. No. Oh, wait, what? You randomized your items? You masochistic little... Why would you do that to yourself, Omni? You gonna be mysterious? All right, we'll keep it as it is then. Oh, hello? Why is it not responding to my clicks? Lag. Okay, no, it's fine now. What about you there? No. Why is it yellow? Hang on a minute. Why is the auto-gen sprite yellow? I don't like that. Alright, let's get out of here. I need healing, and I still need to see if there's any fairies on Route 2. Always horny. I know where you would pick bathwater. Good thing that you're not the horny one. No, you're just a snake and a clam. Definitely not horny. Mousy! It is so cool that you're collaborating with the famous streamer Gengar, by the way, right? We're in this together. He keep us company. Oh god, oh god, why does Twitch know about golden showers? Why does Twitch know? We're just talking about gold coins, Twitch. Gold coins, gold coins. That would have hurt a lot, I feel like. Beak color? Yeah, I know, but I feel like having that over the whole space is too much. Neither of those guys become fairy, do they? No, they do not. Run. Oh. Alright, Zariah. Up you come. Golden copper shower train? Hang on a minute. Did they turn Jinx or smooch him into a fairy? Come on, it's like so fucking fairy shaped. Ow, got hair in my eyeball. It's fairy shaped, come on. Bollocks, I say. But yeah, random items is great! Oh my god, smooch up! I'm in danger. Run, Zariah! Ah! Yes, as per Chato-san's request before she up and fucking died. It was a death wish, so we kind of have to do it. Hello, Rancid Grease, how you doing? We're doing gold. No. Why do you spawn in on that? Why do you spawn in when we're talking about that? I wasn't even the one who brought that up. Oh my god, snake. There's a snake in my boot. I used to have fucking, all through high school, I had an echolalia where I just say that at random. I'd be like, there's a snake in my boot. For no reason, I just fucking say it. I don't know where it came from. Obviously it came from Toy Story, but it's beside. Okay, dog is yelling at me again. Again. Be right back. Okay, dog. What? Grab the dog to let him back inside, and the cat Sybil is literally resting, trying to sleep in the clean laundry basket on the dining table, and he just had the most old, tired uncle look on his face, like, I'm tired of him, Ma. Can you shut him up? Can you take him out? I am done. I am trying to sleep. It was such a scrumply, scrungly look on his face. He was exhausted. It's like, please, Ma, make it stop. He even had like the little creases on his face from sleeping. It was so funny. My baby. Can't aim for shit, Zariah. What are you doing? Let's come help him. Alright. Wait, my face? What was I doing? Gotta learn, because there's family here. Uh-oh. Pass the bong! Got any condoms? Wait, that's what you do, right? I'm EP. Makes it hard to aim. Do better. You're one of those people that just, like, pisses on the floor because you're too tired to aim for the toilet, aren't you? Just sit down, fool! And the dog is immediately starting to complain that he wants to go outside again just because he doesn't like me talking to the light box. Where's Bass Pro Shop at? I fucking ate it. Shut up, JP. Don't start this again. I'm running into walls. Need some fucking fairies, please. Mew be a fairy! Come on! Can I have a fairy Mew? That'd be really nice. That'd be really nice. You watch this goddamn thing use metronome and like end my whole career. Ah! Okay, we're fine. Mr. Mime is a fairy? No, he's not! You lie! If he's a fucking fairy, I'm gonna spit my yips. Oh my god. Are you fucking kidding me? Well, I guess we're running in circles until we run into that again. I thought it was a lie! Doesn't count because I didn't know! Mr. Ew, come back! Please, Mr. Ew! God damn it, Zariah. And you doubted? I did. I doubted the rancid grease. I doubt everyone by default, despite the fact of constantly asking for help. But being EP while sleeping, whilst pitted, is just like adding an extra challenge to the game. Just sit your butt down. That's right, it's learning headbutt. Give her that. Sorry, rancid grease, I'll never doubt you again. I need to heal Zariah though. Goose yet. Worth looking. Tingus Goose? Eh? I ain't even heard of that. Alright, come here. I have a feeling Mr. Ooh is only gonna appear during daylight. Fairy. Oh, fairy is he? No, he's not. He's not a fairy dragon. He's like poison dragon, right? I gotta double check because I doubt myself. Meh. Alright, we're good. Just dragon. Okay. Okay. Oh wait, it's perfect. I don't have any fucking fairy moves. What good are you as a fairy if you don't have any fairy moves, right? Come on. Do your shit. Alright, Mr. Ooh! Mr. Ooh, please! No, not you, Cligoo. Mr. Ooh. He's a slime, by the way. This is literally like Kellemus. It's just the robot, but slime. Polus? Dragon Blob. Gengar's judging me for destroying Mr. Ooh. It'll take forever to encounter him again, isn't it? For fuck's sake, why won't you let him run when I want to? Pain in my ass. Yeah, you can't even poison sting. You thought you could, but ow, you can't. Can't even poison point me either. Suck a dick. I'll finish you off with someone else because I'm worried about that double kick. I don't know anything yet. Just be better. Why aren't you a prodigy, huh? I hear so many people, instead of saying prodigy, they say progeny. It's like, no, that's no. It's not the same thing as a prodigy. Progeny is the children. Prodigy is a child with big talent. Like a lot of people say axe instead of ask. It's like, what the fuck? Ah! English, please! Fucking axe you. Yeah, I'm one of those people, alright. Fix your English. Unless it's your second language, you don't get a pass. Espresso? Espresso? Espresso! Oh my god, why are there Cligoos everywhere all of a sudden? Oh wait. Mr. Ooh! Oh my god! Cligoo! I think it hears me say Cligoo and think, let's say Mr. Ooh and think I say Cligoo. Alright, let's try it. Has to be because it's nighttime. Oh my fuck. Definitely a nighttime problem. I mud slap this bitch. Well, lucky! Poison's effective against fairy, otherwise, yeah, keep you protected. Oh my god. Running out of headbutt over here. What's that? This guy got defense for days. Defense curl is not helping me. Ah! Right, yep. Forgot about that. Ooh, buddy! Oh wait, I forgot. Blitz has levitate, so I don't have to worry about ground type. Who busy yelling about grammar and proper English almost got Zoriath killed. This is fine! This run is being overseen by Gengar. We'll be fine. Give me fucking Mr. Ooh! Mr. Ooh must be the Ralts of this area because he's not spawning in very often. What time of the day is it? 4 AM. Zoriath, how was your brush with death? Do you feel your mortality in your veins? Almost level 9. Surely he get a fairy type move soon. Oh! Damn it. Oh, not what I wanted to do, but sure, I'll take it. Alright, daylight! It's fucking daylight! Get ourselves a Mr. Ooh. Oh, Mr. Ooh. At some point, please and thank. This fucking smooch chop really wants in. Go away. Nope. Not you either, buddy. It made me numb to my existence and potential lack thereof. Oh, hello. Damn, jealous. All right, I'm locked in. I gotta get this little bastard. I gotta get him! No! Did we catch anyone on this route? No, we haven't. Because I killed them. That's right, it was that APOM thing. Come on! Mr. Ooh, Mr. Ooh. And then I reverse your head around and shit. Mr. Ooh! Fuck! Goddamn smooch up, piss off! I need prayers for a Mr. Ooh! We summon you, Mr. Ooh! We summon you! Ah! This is ridiculous. How rare is that fucking spawn? Ah! Oh my god! Come here, little Mr. Mime. A Mr. Mew, a little Mew. Come here. I'm gonna be here for 6 months. We'll be lucky to get to the first gym in this run at this stream. Fucking god, give it to me! With my fucking fairy! Ah! I mean, it's literally a Mew. Yeah, but. So help me, if night falls before I catch this fucker, or encounter it again. It was this patch of grass, yeah it was. Ah! Where the milk? Rancid. Up me bum. Good enema. Oh, come on! Fuck off, smooch up! Alright. I'm going even higher speed. Oh my god! Oh, this guy's smile. It's kind of laughing at you in a way. Shut it. Mr. Fairy Thing, we summon you! Come, fairy. I have sprinkles and pixie dust. And fairy floss. Oh, it worked! Oh, the fairy frostbite worked! Okay, let's see if we can get it in a wall. Yeah, that might be interesting. I hope you guys have the same attack. What's your ability? Dirty. I don't want to hit it! I'll throw a few balls at it before I hit it. I don't have any stat affecting moves yet, sadly. Oh, come on. I know it's the Mew causing troubles. Stubborn as shit! Exclamation mark ticket to be Mr. Ew. I'm gonna swap your head and your face around so that you're actually fairy type though. You'll be, oh god, I wonder what you're gonna look like. You're gonna have a Mr. Mime body and a Mew head. Ugh. Mr. Ew, he was made for me. Wonder what he's gonna look like around the other way. Play nice, you say? No. Oh, he could be a ball? That one's slightly disturbing. What the fuck? Is that meant to be an umbilical cord? That is definitely meant to be an umbilical cord because it's not low enough to be the other thing, but what the fuck? You could be cute! You could be this fucking thing. You could be slightly cursed. Or you could be really cursed, like aborted fetus cursed. Yeah, I'm getting sweaty. Alright, the aborted fetus was making me nervous and making me sweat, so I need to get some antiperspirant. I suppose it doesn't matter what sprite this ends up being, because I'm gonna swap it around anyway! Oh fuck yes, demon fetus! Spyco is like tweaking out of their mind right now. Face is so right. He's got like no pupils and just wrinkly eyebrows for reasons. Alright, who's it gonna be? Yellers! Technically your sprite doesn't matter because I'm gonna swap it, but do you want to be fetus, ball, buck teeth, or cute? Cute, buck teeth, ball, fetus. Can't smell you either ways. Yeah, but I can feel the sweat dripping down my ribs and it's horrid. I don't know, you pick. I want the cute one. I want the cute one. Alright. You're gonna get swapped around anyway. That's the first thing we're gonna go do now. Honestly, I actually get that. Never mind, I relate. Yeah, it's a horrid feeling when you feel it drip down your bare ribs, especially because the temperature of the sweat is generally cooled down by the time it drips down your ribs. It's like, bleh, bleh. No, thank you. Nope, not you. Yes. Oh, he's got a lumberry on him, which will probably disappear once I split you apart. I'm just gonna take this item. Oh, no, no, no! For fuck's sake. Hang on, I've got the IQ of a goldfish. Oh, still doing it! Give me that berry, just in case it disappears. Alright, fuse you back together again. Oh, it is a custom sprite. Got that kind of hand in a horror movie that grabs your shoulder. Yeah, it's just like, hello. Alright, stick them back together again. Okay, so it's just... what's with the void? The aborted fetus are like... what the fuck? What? Which one do you want to be, killers? You want goopy coming out of your ears, or do you want to be just a cute Mr. Mime? Killers! Jingle, 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 jingle! Killers! Jingle, jingle! Hello? Killers! Killers! Hello? Sorry, I'm triggering the dog doing this. You there? Hello? Alright, I'm just gonna assume he's gone AFK. He's gonna be gloopy. Oh, there you fucking are! God! Why do you spawn in as soon as I give up? Ooh, I think synchronize is the better one. Passes a burn, poison, or paralysis to the foe. It was like either a cute Mr. Mime or like the gloopy gloop that I selected. Sorry, my dog wanted out now. It was wee wee time. Oh, it's pizza! What sort of pizza you got? Killers doesn't sleep. Yeah, he really doesn't. At the same time as the target. 10-pound barrier. The user throws up a sturdy wall that sharply raises its defense stat. And its psychic power to switch changes to its defense and special attacks. You can transform. Copy of the target right down to having the same moveset. I feel like that could come in handy. This is what you ended up being. Alright. Fairy collection grows. Not doing too bad. I expected the run to be a little bit harder to get my fairies, but it's going okay, I'd say. What do you reckon, chat? I reckon it's going alright. We need some levels on poor little... Oh, shit! Poor little killers. Hey, look, you're a boy! Ah, fuck! I wish it didn't do that. New York style so thin? Do you like the thin, or is it just cheaper that way? I don't like... Oh, I didn't again. I'm a picky bitch when it comes to pizza. I don't really like it thin, but I don't like it thick either. I'm a picky motherfucker. Now, do I risk trying to level up killers in here, or... Maybe I should go. Hang on. I just until killers is at least level 5. Oh, hello! Speak of the devil! What is in you here? Wow! Never would have guessed it. What happened? I got myself a Mr. Mew. Astonish. Isn't that nice? Alright. Killers is now level 3. Oh, why the fuck are you guys everywhere now? Where were you before? Are you shitting me right now? I hate that. I hate that. I was hunting for you guys for so long. You were so rare to spawn in, and now that I don't need you, you're every 5 seconds. Bollocks, I say. What happened to the last run? 3 birds killed me at once. 3 legendary birdos. But I have a game plan next time that's better than my last game plan. Yes. Copycat, what'd that do? User mimics the move used immediately before it. The move has mouse. What? What do you mean fair? If I sleep, I might miss a selfie message. Never miss. Ow. God, are your stats a lot worse this way around? I got a bad feeling. I got a feeling I fucked up your stats. Hell yeah. God swapping, it's annoying. Thank you for the hydrate. Why didn't you have it? I did! I did have stones! But they killed me anyway! Fucking things! Those 3 birds need to fuck off already. They can literally do 3 moves in a single round, and I can only do 1 move, which is absolute bullshit! Well, did you just go up 2 levels, or am I tweaking? I feel set up now. There's so many Mr. Ooze now that I don't need one. Ow. course you're confused. Of course you are! Alright. I don't want to get some more balls so I have backup in case I encounter a shiny, because we got Gengar watching over us, so surely we'll encounter some shinies and then we can like have shinies on the team, and then it's kind of like cheating, but not really because you're allowed to catch shinies in Nuzlocke. No? Catch me, chat? I feel like Gengar is like a little good luck charm watching over us. Does that mean I'm not allowed to end stream until I complete the whole Nuzlocke? So that Gengar doesn't disappear. What we gotta do?
The tiny mushrooms.
Oh, he's a double Paris! The boo boo. I remember. Are you psychic? No, you're not. Bug's not super effective against Fairy, is it? I think it is. I think it is. Zarya kind of needs some levels, so let's go Zarya. Fairy resists Bug. Fuck your effect, Spore! God damn it, Zarya, wake up! Thank you. If I just fell asleep straight away again, I would have miffed. You asked for him, so he brought his homies and himself, see? See? Yeah, well, he could at least brought a shiny one. Jeez.
La 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 la.
Another fairy, and I can't have it. Fuck off. I hope I can encounter you somewhere else, Bulbakey. Whatever. Oh, confusion it. Alright, let's pray we run into a Bulbakey later down the line. That'd be nice. Hello, little Paris. A confusion. And then that confusion again. Get them killers. Kill, kill, kill. It's in your name. Let's get past this child. Turn, child. Turn. Turn. Turn, child. Turn, child! Oh, mushrooms respawned. You watch. I'm gonna go this way, and he'll turn right as I step past. Or maybe not. You bastard! Oh, I locked out. It glitched. It glitched. It glitched. Fuck. Evolve the key! I want it! It's so good! So many people hate Clef Key, but I actually really like the Clef Key design. Think of like fairies are meant to be mischievous and they steal shit. I feel like Clef Key is just perfect. Meditate. Use meditates to awaken the power deep within its body to raise its attack. No. Oh wait, he didn't. Okay, he's glitched. Never mind. Alrighty. Oh, he's a big pigeon free. Pigeon free. I got a hat. No, thank you. Oh god, there's Bulba keys everywhere. It must be the night encounter. Right, I'm not gonna kill you this time.
Pokeball.
Jirachi! It's so fucking cute! Look at the Jirachi mudkip, man! Oh, it's adorable! It's steel type and I'm scared. What power? I'm in so much danger against steel types, man. Ah! No. It's so fucking cute! Oh my god. I wish. Alright, just beat it up until it dies. Get the jikip.
Alright,
it's gone. Oh, bug gem. Oh, it's just a normal spinner rack. Okay. I feel like the encounters have been... Why are the encounters not randomized? Hang on, I gotta check my randomize. It's fucking broken again. I just realized the Paris remained Paris. The spinner rack has remained spinner rack, which tells me that the overworld Pokemon did not randomize. Not good. Not good. Something broken. I'll have to go to the Pokemon Center to fix that. Ooh, the center! Static encounters a specific setting. Yeah, I'm pretty certain I turned them on, though. It's like last time when I didn't randomize the gyms, and it wasn't randomized in settings, but they were randomized. For some unknown reason. I think the randomizer's just a little more. Oops, I wasn't reading, damn it. What the fuck? That's a tapeworm. The fuck is it crossed with? An Ekans? What? Is he okay? I don't think he's okay. He's seen some shit, man. He's seen some shit. Oh, fucking fine, you! I can Dragon Dance. Dragon Dance again. Yeah, that's what you get! I'll get bubbled. Oh, shit, okay. Alright, he instant dead. A lead zone. Oh, let's not stay like that. Oh, I think that's a bad idea. Bug electric. I can't remember if Bug is super effective against Psychic or Fairy. Psychic, isn't it? Fairy should be fine. I think. Wah, wah, wah. Alright, we're fine, we're fine. Super effective against Psychic. Okay, I keep getting Psychic and Fairy mixed up because like their color coding is kind of the same. I need to heal. Oh, in the grass. Trapinch just straight up look like a milkable tapeworm. Yeah, little yitties. I know they're supposed to be his legs, but they look like yitties. Just dangling there. Off of nightmares. Or wet dreams, depending on what type of person you are. Alright. Onwards and upwards! Mushrooms. Thankfully, my encounters are not randomized. Nabbit. Antidote. Oh, another. What the fuck? Another Mew? What is this run? Screw you! Screw you! even got the big pokey outy jaw. Gritty. Whale. Oh, it's a Froakie whale lord. A whaley. Right. God damn it. No thanks. Fuck! Damn it! Ah! What's wrong with his eyes? His eyes! Ow. Nicely done, killers! Ooh, mega punch. Really? I get slugged by a punch thrown with muscle pack only 85%. Alright, Pawzeriath needs the TLC. Sorry, bathwater. You stay over there. You're not even fairy, bro. Singlemon trains are great for XP grind, yeah, but it's not supposed to be like that. The randomizer board. On? I can't select it! God damn it! But I don't want to turn it off and back on again and fuck up the randomizer. Ah, that miffs me. I don't want to re-randomize. Hang on. If I hit save. On. Mannequin counter's on. It's meant to be randomized. It's just fucking not working. Hey, little rat, how you doing? Well, alright, it's just borked, I guess. Randomizer keeps breaking itself. Yeah, but the Paris is also not randomized. I feel like once would be quinky dink. Twice is a little bit too unlikely. Alright, where's this kid's revive? Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's right, you've got that hat thing. Blah, 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 blah. Hat. We need hats in this house. How you doing, little rat? Let's get this kid's revive. Ah. Oh, the egg. All right. Sorry about you. Forgot about you. Oh, Rock Ruff. You don't get a name, Rock Ruff. You go in the box and you live there. You're nap mode. You're gonna be used for a hat changer at some point. I don't know how many mushrooms I got. Do I have what you need? Oh! Hey! Nice! I don't have to make a second trip. Give me the bomb shroom. Do not have any bug types. Sorry about that, bud. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you. Alright, yep. Yep. Alright, awesome. Yep. Alright, yep. Alright, yep. Yep. Awesome. Yep. Yep. Oh, yeah. Okay. I know. You with your Oricorio. Pink flowers. Mouse, don't Don't you understand? I see Chato-san's intent now. This stream is nothing but chaos. The worry about Fairy, the search, realization of Mr. Ooh, and now issues with the randomizer. This is what Chato-san would have wanted. Nothing but chaos. Why do you have a point there? Why does it make sense? Okay. Okay. That is so cute! What the fuck? I don't even have a fairy type move. God damn it. Let's headbutt the damn thing. Riot, where's your fairy type? Literally in your type pitch, you useless little ball. Alright, let's see if we run in a spinner rack. No. Crowley wood. Crowley wood. 100% Crowley wood. You agree with me, right? Don't you, chat? Crowley wood. Hat! Ah, I didn't want to wear the stupid hat. Crowley wood is a very low bar. I mean, you got a point, but... No. Maybe her standards will go up one day. Oh, you poor little despondent Bondu. Just like Fondu! Yay! Eel, I drop off hat, and then I go new zone. Yes, yes. Wait, hat. Hat. Oh wait, I gotta talk to the Pikachu, my bad. I love that I can somehow, like, duplicate items just non-stop. I have some sort of magic power. I found the hat, I wear the hat, but I also make a duplicate for the Pikachu to wear. Everyone gets a hat! The thirst makes the standards lowest. It's just like, anything, please! Just something! Ew. Ew. Talk about a fucking timer. Bruh. Tormented. Look at the thing. God damn. Alright, well, I'm gonna put it in a bowl and pray that we find a fairy. Because what the fuck is that? In the ball, you're half dead anyway, Torma. Bro, really? You gonna do this? Buh. What have you got? Hell armor. It needs assistance. Please assist. I have jockey armor. Oh my fucking god, Torma! You are literally not worth this many balls. You're a melting puddle of Taurus. Thank you. Who wants to be a Torma to be whatever might I run into if there's any other fairies around here? Anyone at all want to be the melting puddle of Torma? To guarantee yourself to be whatever fairy I encounter, maybe, if I do encounter one. Honestly, it reflects the state of Taurus. Taurus has always been ass, except for like the very first gens. Poor little Taurus. Best thing about Christmas is the Ferrero Rochers go on sale. Hell yeah. I'm a volunteer! There's no escaping now! You must live by your choices! And if you get stuck in this form, well, so be it. Oh look, you finally got a steel type move.
So claw.
My god. Add to party, we're gonna get rid of Rockruff. I like how Gen 9 added 4 regional forms and 3 of them were Taurus? Yeah, I can't even remember what their forms were. I know they looked ever so slightly different. God damn it! Ew. 42 months, the original minimum number! Not no more, it's 67, 67. Oh shit, wait. Drive needs healing. It has been such a pleasure watching you for 20 months. 20 months? You mean 42 months? Huh? Sick for so long, but glad you're doing better. I am glad you have remained your funny self since I discovered you, and your art has changed, improving dramatically and seeing different styles. I hope to commission you more when I can, since your art brings a smile to my face just a bit more than your streams. Wow. Wow. Are you saying my entertainment value is less than my value as an artist? Sit on this finger and rotate. I am perfect at everything! Perfect, I tell! But they have a bias towards art. Nah, disappointed. Thanks back, my sub! No! Hey, right! Yeah! Following for 3 years, 11 months, 24, just short of the 4 years. They barely looked different, but they were fighting and could be butt, water, or fire. Ah, yeah, that's right. 20 months is joke since you haven't streamed. Oh yeah, it's been a long time with not much streaming, boy. We have a fairy. We have a Mawile fairy. All right, I'm gonna put my name in the hat for Vex, because Vex will fucking string me up by my balls if I don't. If we catch it, that is. All right, bitch slap it, Zariah. Ow!
She's bald.
The fuck was that? What was that? Vex would in fact kill you, yes. I would be found mutilated and spread across the floor. Oh, come on, Swabile. Don't be like this. Ah! String up my most testicle tinsel! Let's go! New Christmas deco! Oh, don't be a bitch, Swabile. Just right, wake up. Ah! You're disappointing me here, Zariah. Finally. All right. Ooh, not that. All right. Hey! Fairy run! Fairy run! Wait! Only Pico gets to be it. I just forgot that because Pico already got to be the fucking Tauros thing, this is literally Pico. I forgot about that rule. Well, Vex, sorry about that. You should have been here. This is Pico. Do you want to be extra fluffy or kawaii? What's your choice here, Pico? Well, Vex is look. Should have been here. Should have been here. Why have you guys semi-triggered a hype train? How the fuck did you do that? Pico, do you want to be fluffy or kawaii? Oh, why did I click the wrong way?
Fluffy, kawaii. Fluffy, kawaii.
I'll stop building the bunker protect. You want to be a cloud mouth? Let's go. I love it. Just looks like a really munted baby chick too. Alright, that version of Pyko is getting yoded. And what the fuck?
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
Is bathwater trying to guilt me?
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
Bathwater's just like, please! Please, I'm here! Please use me! I beg! Thank you so much! I appreciate it! Now we gotta delete. I suppose technically, Pike. Oh, no, we won't do that. That'll be too much of a pain in the ass. Release! Begone! Alrighty! Fairy team grows stronger! Except for Bathwater Fiend. Stay there. Thank you for the gifted subs, man. I appreciate it. Oh, and Anonymous for the singular gift sub, which is you, King Prawn, just dobbing on yourself. Yeah, little sod. I'm to bed tonight, chat. Mouse, I hope I'm still alive by the time I check back in. But before, I do have a gift. Thank you. I appreciate it. Good night, Bathwater. Have a good sleep. You will probably still be alive because I'm going to turn you into a box whore. Also, let's put Rock Ruff there. Alrighty! Fairy team go! Okie dokie. Flying Fairy, natural cure. All status problems heal when it switches out. Perfect. I love it. Alright. Need more leveling. Ba 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 da 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 da. Baby, hey buckles. Ew. Nice hat, I suppose. Medical? Yeah, I didn't think that'd do much better. Get him, Zeroid! Brother Barry! How you doing? Oh, good. Stealthy removed shadow sign redeemed. She's not working, is why. She hasn't been working since that Cloudflare outage, unfortunately. Don't know how, don't know why, but here's the way. It is the way. How you doing, Parkles? Brother Barry? Ah, I gotta stop shrimp spining. It's really not good. I like it. Still not allowed a shrimp spine. Looks fucking cool though. But I feel like Pyko might be in danger just because like fully evolved versus not evolved at all. Yeah, I'm swapping out. You know. Not doing that. Oh, probably low priority for Cloudflare. Yeah. Should we help fix this stuff or a company giving us millions of dollars or this mouse streamer giving us pennies? Please, please, please. Cloudflare, please. I need my funny TTS pet. Please. I could have had a Chandelvion. Oh, I've been cheated. I could have had a Chandelvion. Oh, that hurts, man. That really fucking hurts. Bruh. Riot. Ow. Ooh. Ah! Fuck! Okay. No. I want Hex. Can I have Hex? Why do you have Hex, but I don't? Hey, bollocks. I bought some Transformers today because I love Transformers. I'm sorry. As soon as I heard Transformers, I was thinking like the electrical Transformer. I'm like, you could just buy one of those. Hang on, what? No. Okay. You got the Transformer, like a build model, kind of like what is it? The Gundam ones that you like. You have the little pieces and you gotta stick them together, or are they already pre-made?
La 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 la.
Finally, Zarath has a fairy move.
I am never gonna financially recover from this.
Hey, you're the hype train! What did I get? What did I get? I want a cool hype train emote. Come on. Where the fuck is my cursor? Oh, I broke something. Alright, no, we're fine. I gotta gimme. Gimme that. No, you can't just buy an electrode. Well, I don't know. I'm not an electrician. Elvie, will you have a slot available near the start of 2026? I want to commission another, but I promised your angel friend I will be gumming them finally. Angel friend? Ah, let's go! I'm likely to, maybe? Because I should be shuffling between Killers' model and the next model on my queue, which is Desu, and then after Desu is Froggy Hoppin's model. So generally I'll do one model and then I'll pick up illustration commissions whilst I'm working on those models, just so I can like hop back and forth, you know? So likely. I just gotta finish the one that I'm currently working on for you. How do you forget the pound? Look, buddy, it's not muscle memory for everyone, okay? We're not all privileged with that skill. Fuck you. I want that one so... I'm so mad that I can't get Danger Dance. Where did you people get this, and when did you people get this? I need it, I need it, I need it, I need it. You fucking missed! Oh my god, Pyko, you're gonna be useless. I can sense it already. I can sense it! What are you? What a normal. Oh, doing that made me dizzy. Damn. Hi, Vex! Oh, Vex, I got, you should have been here earlier. Whoa, Froggy getting a new model. She is. Is it over when she shows off the frog? Yeah, the little watermelon frog that she denies is a watermelon, but I say it's watermelon. I carved it from a watermelon, I swear. Mega punch. She called up a wild fusion and didn't name it after you. Look, mate. They weren't here, alright? And you lost the ability to dibs it because Pyko technically got it before anyone could, you know, realized it was a while. So, yeah. Run to the bunker, mouse! No, don't do it! No! Please! I have children! They might be VTubers or fluffy kind, but they're still my children. He's not doing too good at the moment, though. He's a bit in struggle town at the moment, though. Let's put Blitz up. My branding is alive! Alright, I need to heal everyone. Gigantify it? I hate you, Sean. I want that emote. It's so good! Where is it? I have never seen it! Anywhere but when you people are fucking flexing it on me. Ah! To be fair, I was there. Yeah, Pyko was literally the only one who went for the gamble for the... He ended up with a Grimer fucking thing. A melting Poros it was. That's a Reggie Porygon. Okay. And they were rewarded with them a while. Yes, sir. I know it's in a hype train! But What level? Where? How get? Ah! Why have you got charge beam? Well, there's fine, so I guess it doesn't matter either way. Oh, he's biting. What's you? Forget growl. No, we're not learning safeguard.
La la la.
This fucking thing! This is what Pico went in for. Look at the godforsaken thing. Hideous. Sad to think that you could have been a chandelion, though. Would have been nice. My brain left me for a second there. It's a riot. If you wanted that bad, Vex, I will concede. Are we really trading this out, Pico? Are you going to, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know, I can't think of it. Are you really going to give up your position? Wow. Wow, folded like a lawn chair. Don't give in, Pico! Ask Mouse to kill you instead. You just want to rub that shit in. Where are you? Up front. You're a lucky little sod, you are. But like... Is sitting on the cloud! Wow, he's on the little cloud! A little cloud mouth. Oh. Another Jirachi! Why are there so many fucking Jirachis since this update? Bruh. Jirachi. Fight him. And again. No one is allowed to be happy. Oh, you summoned a shadow? Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that.
La 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 la.
Ah, sorry, headphones just fell off. I'm deafened. While I find this Jetto. Here you go. Headphones, come back! Ah, they're falling into my hood. Okay. Come back. Okay, I can't remember what level the gym is around here. Oh wait, I got the level caps on, so I should be able to just level one Pokemon, find out what the gym be doing. Go from there, which should probably be Dur for the water type. If the gym didn't randomize itself, that is. Thing. Insta-kill. Very nice. Love to see it. Hello, Russ?
Little squirtat.
Squirtratchy. Squirtratchy. So the itchy Maybe I won't make that sentence. Bubble? Few of them really do much damage, do they?
La 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 la.
I will pay 250 for your oh shit, sorry King Prod, you should have bribed them sooner, it's too late now. You're too late. Alright, after this we need to go heal. I need to cheat in the rare candies. Alright, let's see. Are we rock type? Are we rock type? Yes, question mark? Got one rock type, but are they all rock type? That is the question. Wow. they're all rock type. Yay! Thank fuck the gyms are normal. Alright, I just realized Durkajo is not getting any more EXP, so that'll be the EXP thingy blocking it. So... I have Dur and Bathwater, even though Bathwater's only level 7. So do a quick little level session with Bathwater. So fucking weird, Bathwater. Sounds like something a streamer would name their cat. Bathwater. That's just got the hotties standing around. Must keep me alive long enough that I can find out. Why are you not using your fairy types? Why, Mouse? It's because these two are me water types, that's all. And they're allowed! They're allowed, alright? Very epic looking, not gonna lie. They're allowed, okay? Oh wait, poison. Fuck! Do I bite it? Or do I... No, I don't. Poison, scary poison. Bite it. And you're confused. Alright, he doesn't have an ice type move. We're fine. Ah, stop it! It's fine! Smells greatly to smash your past Pokemon fusions. I love at least 90% would go to the smash side. Come on now. Only things that would be spared would be the ones that look a little bit too cute and animal-like. It's like, no, it's just a fluffy little popper. You know? La 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 la. You probably, yeah, she would smash the melting ball because it's a slime. It's pretty much a slime. It's like, oh, you can do so many things with a slime. Oh, Andy Lava, that is so cool. I like it. Ow. It'd be 80-20. 15 of the no side would be the baby fusions. Yeah, literally. 5 would be the normal looking ones. It's like, ah, it's too normal. Like, that's literally just a dog. I swear sometimes these get reshuffled, like just for no reason. Ow. She admitted to loving a tiny wooden chair. Yeah, but she's a cuck, so I feel like that's to be expected. His attack slowly goes up. What a pain in the ass. Let's go Bathwater! Let's forget tackle. You said she'd smash my character, says a lot. Oh, we already know how far gone she is, don't worry. Everyone in this chat is well aware of her. You just, yeah. It's funny watching her doing the Minecraft. I expected her to be the cause of more deaths, but she is locking it. She is so scared to be too annoying. She is so scared to be too annoying and cause death. She is playing so cautiously. It's actually more funny to watch her play so cautiously. She's like, nope, 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 no, nope, no, 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 nope. Though according to my YouTube, apparently old VODs of Corelli are gone. So they go Smash or Pass streams. Eh? What do you mean? They got hidden. Why? Is Corelli playing? I see Gengar! Yeah, I don't know why he's there. He's actually in the game. He's like in the fucking game, just sitting there. It's glitched out and Gengar just sat in the corner and just stayed there. Don't ask me why, Jake. Well, if she dies, she is out of the series. No, she's already died like 6-ish times, I think. Mostly because Neuro murders her for no reason. Once anyone dies, the whole playthrough restarts. I have no clue since she has said unhinged things. Though wouldn't be surprised if did it out of safety? Maybe? But like, maybe just she doesn't like to have them on YouTube because YouTube can be more strict and because they're going on like a whole deleting spree of people's channels. I see a clip of her saying, I saw Daffy Duck getting his back blown out by Bugs Bunny. I want to be honest, it did something for me. Bro, what videos is she watching? Bro. I don't like that emote. Get rid of that Gengar. He's being a React Andy 100%. Except he's just one of those React Andys that doesn't even react. He just watches. Occasionally disappears to go take a piss for a while. Didn't want old curly stuff to be part of the canon. Said can't see the Pokemon Smash or Pass. Dad. What Crelly was she when she did the Smash or Pass? I can imagine if she got rid of like the grape and strawberry stuff, because I know she did that a while ago. And I know she was thinking of revamping her YouTube channel. Coco was going to help her revamp her YouTube, I think? You got games on your phone? What if I do? You're not allowed to play it. Fuck you. Fuck you. I believe Grape Curly, yeah, that's probably why. Eggy Weirdo! Well. Good thing you're not Fairy Cross, I suppose. And oh, Tentacruel Ursula, of course. Can't really bubble you to death, but I'm gonna try. Ow. He'll block you real quick. Ow! Alright, he dead. Just had to chip away. I believe Grape. When she bubbles of doom. Angie Weirdo is what I heard. Well, that's probably what I said. Maybe. I don't want your drawing pan. Drawing pan me. Anime Obsessor! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position. Make certain you get that vitamin D. Vitamin D deficiency is bad for your bones. Twitch, stop advising me to gift more subs to Stealthy for the new badge. What? There's a new badge? What? Or is it talking about like another, like the next tier up of the gift badge? What is it trying to force you to do? I'm gonna need the link. I had to dig for it. Sent... What link? Link for what? What are we doing? Which implemented a new feature incentivizing you how far away from the next gift badge you are. Okay. Also, how if it has been a while since gifted, you what? They implemented that? I would have... fucking... That's so stupid. I would have thought with the backlash they got... Oh my god. I would have thought with the backlash they wouldn't implement it. That's stupid as shit.
It's a pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass. It'll knock you on your ass. Make a damn jaw drop. What's that? It's a Bass Pro Shop. Duh. What you think it was? Doesn't every city have their big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think they're through on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop. It's a Bass Pro Shop. gotta finally make the pyramids into what the king would be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass in. Makes me wanna fish. Yeah, I got some papa size in. All the hieroglyphics, it's a bluff city non-stop.
That's a big ass pyramid, man.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
Also have the gift sub discount events. They give, I guess, you can call them redeems. So streamer can activate sub discount event for 2 days to incentivize more gifting. Oh wait, I keep forgetting to fucking set that off. I'm like, oh, I should turn on the discounts before and then I forget. I have the mind of a sieve, I tell you, a sieve. Hey, Crumble! How you doing? That implementation I like. Yeah, that one's good. I like that one. We should have the choice to be at a discount if we wow it. So many people were mad. We're just like, oh, I could implement a discount, but it also discounts on my side. It's like, yes. Yes. The discounts work. La 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 la. Wait, no it doesn't. You don't get the less money from it, I thought. No, we do. The discounts on both sides. It's the same when Twitch runs a discount by themselves. We still lose a part of the cut. Yeah. Fight him! Get him, Vex! Shake him! Yeah, it's always been like that. Always has been! Everyone's learning the same fairy move. Okay, I guess. And it's sneaky since they advertise during like September events, streamer income isn't... Yeah, it is affected. They say it's not, but it is. It is. It is. Always has been. Comes from both cuts. Both sides. Bite them. Figures. Ow. Come on, yeah! Just lying like that aloud, they tend to word it in a way that makes people perceive it as being it doesn't cut from the, like, doesn't take a cut from the... They word it in a way that it sounds like it doesn't take any cut at all, but it just means that we still get the same percentage. So, like, say normally you have to pay $6 for a subscription, and now you have to pay $5 with a discount. It's still a 50-50 split, so our split percentage hasn't changed, you know? But the amount of money that you get has changed. Is normally how it works. I learned from folks who do cross-streaming, if they do like any type of react content for a YouTube video, 1 minute in, YouTube kills your stream. What? On YouTube, bro? What? On a stream? But they allow whole uploads. That's stupid. You can upload an entire video practically taking someone's content, but if you stream it, hell no! We're gonna crack down on your ass. Well, in the US, there is no punishment for companies lying currently. They sometimes get rewarded. No. Yeah, it so does. That makes sense. That makes no sense. I'm not a fun... Yeah, same. Exactly the same. Like, I'm not a huge fan of React content, but it doesn't make sense if you allow it as a video upload, but only don't allow it as a... stream content? I feel like React content, at least when you're streaming, it's not so bad because it's literally like you view it whilst you're live and then there's no upload of the video afterwards, so it's not really fighting for the same viewers. You know what I mean? It's a slightly different audience generally, but when it's uploaded to YouTube, you're fighting over the same audience. I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. All right. Use Riot. Blitz up. Ooh. Alright. Here we go. Here we go. I'm scared of these guys. These guys have killed me twice. Oh, look at that steel type over there. Wow, wow, yeah. Ugh, I just gagged on my own saliva again. Gotta stop doing that. Happens a little bit too often. I'm trying to focus on killing Aegulade. You bitch, you double block that? Ah! Oh god, it's alright. Oh golly gosh. They's in danger as well. Go through summaries. They'll be in danger because of the grass type over the other side. Hi, Gamble! How you doing? How's it going? You doing good? Yeah. In there. Risk my non-fairies. Fuck you, King Jude! Oh, I hate you! Oh, grr! Fuck us, King Shield! Finally! God damn it! Who's letting refresh? Who's this? Use a rest to secure itself of poisoning burn paralysis. Rid of heal block. Oh fucking hell! Everyone's surviving by 1 HP, man. Ay caramba! What are you? Ay caramba! All right. Suck it, mate. All right. Okay. I got this. We got this. God damn it, now he's ingrained. Ah! They just keep disarming voicing it until it dies. Stop Mega Draining! Ah, you annoying little Creighton! Thank God for that. Normally she has one more after that, right? No, okay. Woo! I'm alive! Keep warm, Gabba! Not freezing to death on my watch, or Gengar's watch, or anyone's watch. Is Zippy? Oh, what a good... I'm due for another Marcher soon. Oh, shit. Time already? Dang it. Whatever then. Bunch of yapping. Okay. Gotta get past Murder Crelly. It's like the next encounter. Alright, Murder Crelly. Be nice. Slightly scared. Oh, he's gonna roll out. Okay. Oh, you missed. Thank fuck. Ow! Oh, Jesus. Alright, no, we're okay. We got it. Yeah, Zariah! You're weak as piss right now, but you made it! Oh, yeah! Fucked him? Yeah! Sure, why not? Mini G. I'm gonna swap out Zariah because I don't want him to die. Let's send in killers. Another fairy. Ew. Kill it. Oh, please kill it. Oh, should have known that wouldn't do much. Oh, wrong button. Ow! What does Barrier do again? Gotta pay attention to my own moves. Barrier, what do you do? Dirty wall that sharply raises its defense stat. Let's do that. Why not? Barrier. Haha, mine went up a lot. Yours only went up a little bit. Suck it. Double slap. Alright.
You live.
Alright, fight this child. He's got a skirt! Yeah! Love a man in a skirt. That confidence, that swagger. Let's. Ah! The sleep moves. Please wake up. Yeah, he's awake! Oh, he's gonna keep healing himself, but we're not gonna get anywhere. Oh, amazing! And I don't have any super effective moves, I don't think. Oh, buddy. Ow. Oh, buddy. Any Pokemon that's super effective against grass at the moment. I'm a little bit stacked against me. Ah. Hi, Karumba. Come on, Vex. I believe, even though you don't have any flying type moves. Just bite it. Oh god, that did shit all. I can't use Astonish. And you're fucking asleep! Ah, this is gonna be a war of attrition. Ah. Wake up, Vex! Ah! Alright, we're gonna try our luck with bathwater. The poison move. Figures. I was hoping he'd be fine against that move, but he's not. Oh, dear Jesus. I know. Right, we should at least handle a hit. Yep, you're fine. So I heal you, and then I heals Brian. Right, that'll be my turn. Alright. Just heal, and then heal, and then heal. And then I heal again. Yes, yes. Damn it, you don't pass sleep onto your foe, only paralysis and shit. Barrier won't protect you from... Alright. Bloody hell! Oh, he's a pain in the ass! Oh, he's got so much fucking HP! Oh, his attack keeps going up. Come on, Zariah. Fuck. That one hit really hard. Come on! Oh, this is pain! What the fuck, dude? Come on, it's right there, it's right there, it's right there, it's right there, it's right there! Fuck! Oh, thank God I had so many heal items. Oh my God. God damn! You almost had me, man! The power of lazy! He's literally just whistling and sucking me dry! Nothing else! And I was getting my ass handed to me! And I just realized if there was any of that Dragon Rage, I'd probably be dead as well, because I've only got 2 Pokemon that could take a hit and still land a hit. Bruh. Wrong. Look. I need at least 10 potions on me at all times. And quarantine! I'm pretty certain it's also quote ad. Quote ad. Let me see if I can copy paste this. Work? Yeah! Hello, chat. Hello, the soup. How you doing? Got that good soup? Good soup? Yeah, this is a non-judgmental space. Tell me. How about no? Don't be a pussycat. Alright, made it. Berries. Nope. I will keep my perceived innocence. Yeah, only perceived, not like it's actual innocence. Alright, I can't heal until I do this. I need more for Ferrero Rocher. I need more chocolate. I must send in an order with the other half. Hey. Not feeling great today, so we might not, and I might have to go make it myself. So I just sent it. See if he's okay. Let's check in, make certain they're feeling okay. What does it sound like when I play with it? I don't know. Doing well. Hope same for y'all. I am doing okay. Forced to get a whole bunch of bloody tests done lately, which have not been the comfortable variety. Oh wait, this is a new zone, right? Back in. All these fucking water types, dude. Oh. Alright, let's see. I catch this guy and then we'll see if we can find the fairy. Fairy. Alright, bag. I actually forgot that this is the new zone. But she used a quote mechanism that actually, I won't lie, it wasn't a mechanism at the time, alright? I didn't know. Come on, get in the ball. Even if you might get replaced by a fairy. Fairy. Not furry. Fairy. I am saying fairy. Oh, fuck's sake. Get in the fucking ball. bite you in a minute. Swear to God. Thank you! Jesus! Who wants to be a cat kip potentially replaced by whatever fairy I encounter in this cave first? Anyone at all? Anyone at all want to be a cute little cat kipper?
It's so cute. Look at the little one. It splashes in puddles, enjoying the cool water on hot days. Other Pokemon often join in, drawn to its carefree nature. It's so cute. He's even got little flowers on his cheeks and his head, little cactus flowers. Like, what? He's a cutie patootie.
You can also see him being really cool final evolution, so, you know. May I be cat kip? Exclamation mark ticket to enter the draw to be cat kip, because we do roulette. We're gambling in this house. I'll sit this one out. You don't want. You don't want. Get in there. All right, I'm gonna close up the drawer. It lets me. Hello, push button. Thank you. Big Bron, welcome. Sorry, bathwater. Bathwater getting that replacement. Alright, let's see if we encounter any fairies. Hey! Free stuff! Can't go steal Jungie. Yeah, he's not leaving. What the fuck? How about no? Like a big hell no. Alright, we'll chip away at it. We get it killed. Kill the squirrel leap! And I like that the fleshy bit with all the wrinkles. I really don't like it. I know it's meant to be the shell, but it looked like flesh, and I'm very uncomfortable. Wait, there wasn't different sprites? No, normally it'll offer you if there's different sprites. Yeah, got this sprite. Oh. Wait, it's good! What the fuck is it crossed with? Oh, it's a Togepi! Alright, King Prawn. Hope you like your new skin that you're about to acquire. Oh my god. Alright, see if we can get it first. Oh, that did a lot of damage. It should be okay to take it again. Wait, what? Yep, this is your new form. What does that mean? So, because we don't know with infinite fusions, we can't guarantee we're going to encounter a fairy on every route. What I'm doing is I am capturing the first Pokemon I encounter in case we don't find a fairy. But if in the event that I run into a fairy on that same route, then whatever that encounter Pokemon was gets swapped out for the fairy that I then encountered, because it's a Fairy-Locke. But we had to like fandangle the rules a little bit because randomizer and infinite fusions. King Brawner, fairy, yeah. He's still cute. He got some big beady little eyes. If I can get it in the fucking ball. Okay, we're fine. Bastard metronomes me. Gonna have to reverse it when it evolves. That's fine. I can do that. If I can even get it in me ball. There it goes. Well, look, Overnight is Jesus anyway. He's our Lord and Savior. Why did I do that for? Hang on, sorry. Muscle memory. Ignore it. My bad. Muscle memory got me. Alright. Sorry, bud. I knew you were all cute and shit, but now you're a different type of cute. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. Alright. I'm fairy, right? Yes, you are. And a good Pokemon, too. So sad. Bye. Hola! ¿Cómo estás? I don't know if I've said that right, but hi, Charizard! How you doing? Wait, this guy sells me a fish! Let's find out if my gift Pokemon have been randomized. Need a fish. 500 bucks for... Oh, it's actually a magic... Yeah, Randomizer is definitely broken. Let's not nickname that. Don't let me out. Alright, let's gotta go to my lonely Pokemon box. You? Hello? Game? Oh, okay. Froze. We got a Magikarp, a Rockruff, and a Luvdisc just hitting off in the corner. Okay. Going from sharp kitty to baby in half an egg. Don't worry, don't worry. If we become fairy dragon, should you be so lucky? I'm doing good, just chilling. How about you stressing about this? This type lock. Not gonna lie. Getting judged by Gengar in the corner. Alrighty. Get that free stuff. Hello again, Omapi. 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 Oh, my pee-pee. No, my pee-pee. Oh, hello. The dead Omapi. Spam the enter. It feels weird when you pull out vanilla Pokemon every now and again. It's like, my randomizer is broken. Ew. Hate this thing. Should probably level up King Prawn a wee bit. Free stuff? No free stuff. I haven't thought about how Togepi and Guy Fieri have the same hair. I've always, like... I can't remember, this was like the early 2000s where he still had those, I think they called them frosted tips. Never liked that hairdo. Always just looked wrong. Do we play Gamba? Let's play Gamba. Oh. Oh, we jump. Well, we would Gamba a little bit. Ah! Whoa, okay. Wait, are you water type? The fuck? Oh, you're rock type. Oh, Jesus. You're a water type. You look like a water type, my guy! Well then. Let's stop crying. I never speak again! I hate that you are right. Sorry. Checking something. Alright. Yeah, sorry about that. I might have not been paying close enough attention. Your typage? Is that just a Mismagius? No, it's a Mismagius Roach. Combo. Licker. It's baby. Oh, berries. The hydrate. It's cute. It's the starter. It's the starter Pokemon for this one. Let's get some levels on King Prawn before I go back in. You again! Oh, it pains me that I didn't get to have you. Fine. For a rock type, you didn't take that fire very fucking well, did you? I have a feeling you got shit all defense, bud. Just a feeling. Ghost fairy? Yeah. Go with Vex. Point. Jesus, dude, calm down. It's like a tank. Oh my god, I forgot that you have that fucking hex. That was dangerous, I just realized, because Flame Burst and Steel type. Wow. That was a danger move. What? This is gonna be useful because Mew can learn any move. Oh, they can? No. I suppose they are kind of like the Jesus of Pokemon, aren't they? No, not again. Ah. Alright, can you take a hit this time? Don't be a pussy about it, King Prawn. Thank you. Ah! Oh, okay. Fucking hex, dude. It's like a tank. Can I learn hex? I'd really like to learn hex. Hex would be nice. Let's give it a metronome before I gamble myself to death. I'm a baby stealthy! Well, you need levels, you baby bastard. Get out of the way. This Jesus more ancestor, here's the first. Get it, twisted gamble. No. Sweaty, I gotta take this Udi off in a minute. Get back on the grass. Oh, fucking Shendelvion out to kill me. Fuck. No. Fucking confuse Ray. Of course. We're poisoned. Ah, now you're poisoned. Suck it. That's what you get. Ow. Ah! Get them before they fire you. Oh, King Prawn got water gun, even though King Prawn's not a water type. Yeah. Kind of fitting Spurs that asked if they died yet. Yeah, they kind of wished upon themselves. It's your fault. Why are there so many fucking those chandeliers around? I understand. whatever. Mew. Gone. Makes as much sense as Psyduck not being able to learn the move a Psychic for first generation, especially considering in the anime, you know, that's kind of his thing. The whole Psychic thing. Or second, or third. Ah, bye-bye killers. Who got summoned? Oh, Lars got summoned. Nice. Well, it was nice knowing him while it lasted. I'm just trying to level up my fucker baby, man. I should go get bath water back. Bath water! Come here! Stupid is that Golduck isn't a Psychic type, right? He's even got the little gem in his forehead and everything, and he's not fucking Psychic. It's stupid. Alright, I didn't talk to this guy yet. Hang on, Baron! Did I use the Wonder Trade on my Pokemon that are unfused? Because I don't think there's going to be any unfused fairies that get given out. I don't think. I just like Wonder Trade them until I eventually get a fairy? Curious. I believe the move Sword Dance severely lowered your chance of critting rather than increasing. What? Did they just put it in the fucking code wrong? Hello. Wait, do you have a rock type move? No, you don't. Oops. Yeah, so it really did. Seriously, so many bugs, like the badge boost bug? Badge boost bug. What that do? Missing no too. Oh, the good old lore of missing no. And how Pokemon refuses to acknowledge it. First creature. I believe Zariah's gonna be a carry for a little bit, at least until his until he just refuses to evolve past AA realm. Like, one badge increases your attack. Normally it's only applied once, but in the code it applies every time there is a stat changing effect. Speedrunners use it to abuse Gen 1, bro. Gen 1, they fucked up focus, energy, dire hit, so instead of being 4 times more likely to crit, instead you made 1/4 as likely. I wonder how long it took people to realize that. Fuck. Oh, it's Napoleon. Why has he got a CD in his hand? What's happening? What's up with the disc? He's got Metal Claw. What the fuck? Oh, Zariah it is then. Likely a Chakram or a mint? Why would it be a mint? Why would it be a mint lifesaver? About to spit a fire mixtape. You do look like the sort that would drop a mixtape on you. Anyone also had a bug where, excluding the move Swift, all moves had a 1 in 256 chance to miss? My aim was shit then? I got intimidated.
Yum, yum. You've been gifted with sustenance. Ryan, help! Get it dead. Get it dead, Zariah.
Alright, I'm so sad that I've lost my goddamn Mew. Have you seen a mint lifesaver? This is just a green lifesaver, right? It's just like a slightly greenish colored lifesaver. That's poison and that's psychic. Nope, 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 nope. You only what? Oh. And gotta take this Udi off. I am sweating. And I keep shrimp spining. Straight, sit straight, good spine, stealthy. Happy spine, happy life. Just like happy wife, happy life. Happy spine, happy life. Artist happy if spine is happy. Yes, 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 yes. Gave me a rock smash, didn't he? What's that?
Oh, the puppy's outside getting sun. My baby.
I was about to do a thing. That's what I was gonna do. Rock smash. Let's go. Alright. Vex versus Riot. I think Vex still had moves I was happy to get rid of. So let's Fury attack, I feel like. Hilarious bug in Gen 2 is the Moon Ball. It's supposed to be more effective on Pokemon that evolve with a Moonstone, but instead it works on Pokemon that evolve using a... What? A Burn Hill? Which is none? How the fuck does... What? How do you accidentally do that? Did they name the fucking items wrong? My little guy is just trying his luck with the Squirt Leap. Let's not do that, buddy. Let's put Vex up. You can do some levels. I'll learn it. I'm a physical attacker. I don't know. Swap those stats. I'm not punching. Yeah, I didn't think so. So far, none of your moves do jack shit much of anything. And it doesn't help that they would draw thing either. I am not currently at a stage for which I am comfortable moving these Pokemon through this cave. Not gonna lie. I feel like trying to move you guys through the cave will end in death. Hello, little one. Oh, we got some Omapi on Omapi action. Let's go! Fight. Wait, I got water gun. Numbnut. Use that. Water gun! Yeah! Oh, we're confused. Get that! Damn it. Come on. Come on, keep on. Yeah! Let's go. It's a bird being weighed down by a fat ass, but the fat ass is made of fluff. Well, hello again, Omapi. Again! To war, King Prawn! To war! Get him! Very nice, very nice. Proud of you, King Prawn, for killing your brethren. You are no longer one of them, King Prawn. You're one of us. You must... What the fuck? It looks like an eclair. It better not have Hex or I will cry. Especially considering my ghost has shit all ghost moves. Ah. The cardboard. You watch it have that fucking aftermath thingy. Ow. God. I feel like I'm in danger.
Give you a gust. Oh, for fuck's sake!
Shut up, Flint. No one asked you. Oh, I thought you had bite, but I am wrong. Shut up, Flint. Come on, Zariah. Get your aim on. Fuck. Aftermath? Oh, thank God we're alive.
That was pain. I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. Oh shit, it's the ghost of Hindenburg! I don't like it here, chat. My team's not very strong. Aw, little guy. The little guy! Kinda scared for my little guy though. Let's not do that dance. Yeah. What a rock. Psychic? No psychic type moves!
Right, that's a Kirby, is it? Let's go! I don't know, I've never played a single Kirby game in my life.
Oh, I couldn't tell ya!
Sub goal to play Kirby.
Not dead yet, I am! Well, you kept asking for it, so I thought you wanted it!
My attack has been absolutely nerfed.
You kept asking for it, buddy, so I just thought I'd give in, you know? Give you what you wanted!
Monkey's poor wish.
What a lucky charm. What's that do again?
Use the chance and condition once the sky running from. I have to fight this guy with my injured Pokemon. Bruh.
Ah!
Alright.
Let's up the front.
It was a crit, to be fair. Yep. It was unfair. Oh, I like Unto. I like that design. Why is it cute?
Ah! Fuck me drunk! What was that move? Was it Astonish?
Uncalled for behavior. Thank you very much.
Fuck you. In the butt.
Was astonished, yeah. Yeah. A meow pod. Meowth. No pod. Close enough.
Ow, bitch. Oh, for fuck's sake with the flinching!
Get him, Zariah. Collision. Typhlosion. Ollie something? I want Durr for that. Please help me, Durr! Not what I thought it was. Very much not what I thought it was. Durr Kojo, you need a better moveset. This is ass. What the fuck is this?
One more hit, you got this. There you go. Stop hydrating me. I need to piss. You're not helping. Ah.
They're stuck in water, apparently. Your behavior is anything goes up with a hydrate sound effects. I need a wee. Don't want a wee, but I got a wee. Hanging in there for you, chat, and you don't even appreciate it. That emote is so well animated.
Look at it, so cute. Love it. Natalie is doing so good. Slash.
No, it's definitely just Nodley, right? Right, chat? Alright, you don't have any flying type moves, so let me just, I don't know, fight it. Go Piss Queen! Go Piss! What are you doing? Hang on, let me get out of the cave. Even though this is a game where it's literally turn-based, I don't feel safe just sitting. What if I just sit in the cave? Maybe I'll get a Pokemon that land on my head. Just save here for safety's sake. Will something land on head while I go take wee poo break? I don't know. I'll be right back. Be right back, chat. This is a be right back screen. Mute fusion, so you don't have to listen to 2 songs. I'll be right back.
I'm daily. I just need water.
I think I just lost 3 kilos. Anyway, King Prawn sending the fucking water sound effects as I'm trying to rush to the toilet. Thanks for nothing. Yeah, I keep my headphones on me. I can hear you fuckers when I'm gone. You know that, right? Every reading, I hear that shit. Yeah. Cupid. Oh God. Cupid. That's it. Yeah, with the Krelly Glizzy. Let's go. How's it going? I know, Bass Pro Shop revealed that. Yeah, traumatizing. I don't think about fish while I'm sitting on the toilet. Thank you. I didn't get anything land on my head. No Zubat hat. Rip off. Absolute rip off, I say. And Vex, you need a flying type move, please. Need something to go up against these grass types. This fucking Gengar in the corner is pissing me off. Hey y'all, how does it? Hey, big daddy Kratos. It goes good. I am good. I hope you are good. I hope Christmas season is treating you okay. You haven't lost too much money to the Christmas season. I found sound effects for stealthy. I'm sorry. He's a frog. I have to. No, don't do it. Don't. Hey, thank you for the resubs. Come on. 24 months. Damn, 2 years of subbies.
Butter.
Butter. Oh no, that's gonna become a stem. No, what have you done? Butter. Specifically with the puckered face afterwards. Butter. Shit! Stop it! No! Bad! No! I don't want to repeat things over and over again. Butter. We got the glizzy, we got the orange. I should have Peck or Gus, but you have neither, buddy boy. Oh, why he angry?
Butter.
I like it, butter. Need to do laundry, but hi! Get your laundry done. Get some nice crisp laundry. I don't know why, but I have a couple of sets of track pants. I don't know if it's the material. Oh my fucking god. Hello, Anubis? What? Butter. Oh, I wish. Look at him. We got Anubis up in here, man. Butter. Butter. Yeah, anyway. Ghost fire, huh? Throw a rock at it should work, right? Fuck you and your protect! No, it doesn't affect him. What? Oh! Okay. What if I astonish you back? Fuck you. I might have to run from this guy. We need a butter Shadow? Oh my god, I would love a butter Shadow. Butter. It's so cool, right? I wish I could have it. Oh my god, it's so fucking dude. I was reading the name Koofadoom. I was saying something before I got distracted by butter and what the fuck was I talking? Chat. Right, pants. I have 2 sets of track pants where I don't know if it's because of the cheap material it's made out of butter. If it's the cheap material that it's made out of, but no matter how much I wash it, doesn't matter what I wash it in, doesn't matter if I do it in vinegar or like to try and get rid of the smell, because they say to use vinegar if there's a mildew smell build up, or if I wash it in laundry detergent or just plain water, or if I dry it in the sun or anything, it just smells. It just smells like rotting plant matter or something. Like it's I suppose like it's not damp, it just smells like maybe rotting cotton or something, and I can't get the smell to go away. I've tried different cleaning chemicals. I've tried soaking. I've tried just like normal wash. I've tried empty washes. I've tried vinegar. I tried bleach. I tried. Yes, I've tried vinegar with hot water. It just won't go away. and sun drying because the sun's meant to be like antibacterial. Buh. Butter. I need a butter emote now. Fucking hell. What have you done? In a chat though, butter emote? Butter. Butter. What have you done to me? No, no, we're in danger here because of that poison type right there. Zariah, help! Butter. Happy to start a new obsession. What have you done? This is gonna be a problem. Ow! Damn! Fucking need a literal. Fucking hell! This guy hits like a tank. Need dollary. Yeah, I need a dollary too. Butter. Yeah, gift yourself the butter. Butter. Wait, is that who I think it is? Who is it? Cupid, Cupid. I'm gonna be in trouble. Oh, butter. This guy is gonna hurt. Door help. Even though you don't have very good defense stuff. He's lowering my fucking attack. Stop it. Get him. Get him there. Kill it. Oh, thank fuck. Who's who with the woo? Now, it's not gonna lie, I might have overdone it with my workout. Uh-oh, you are a little bit bedbound, you got them shaky legs. It's so funny watching people when they've like done too much for the leg workout and then the next day they can't like get up a little flight of stairs to go to work or something. Funniest shit ever. Almost as funny as watching security guards try to mop water out of the casino that one time it got flooded. Like 10 security guards with fucking giant squeegees trying to squeegee this water out of the back door of the casino as it continues to just bucket down from the stairs up 2 levels. Funniest shit you've ever seen, I swear to God. And like there's about 2 up the stairs trying to shovel it to go down faster, even though the water is still fucking running. And they're just like fighting this water trying to get it out the back door. Funniest shit, man. Bruh. No, I don't want to protect. Wait till I figure out how to clean the smell out of your things. So what you need to do is get a sort of non-plastic plate. Big enough to hold it. You then want to get the frying pan, pour half a cup of milk in it, then start boiling it. Then you want to put slices of butter in it and pour a hot concoction over the material. Just, Will smell like popcorn. It's not gonna smell like rancid milk after like half a day? You sure about that? Are you sure about that, son? I'm sore as fuck in my arms and I want to look like Barky by the end of this. Once I can finally do like lots of strength exercises. I want my back to look like that character from, I think it was like the Iron Princess or something I think it's called. Need healing again. God, my team is just can't take a hit. But team can't take a punch to their face. Oh, hello, Amapi! Little baby Amapi! You run. Bye-bye. Oh, let me out! Oh, hello. Pukubat. But Barky anatomy is horrifying! Are you sure about that? You gotta get all those Barky face muscles, or you're just a soy boy. Are you a soy boy? How are you gonna be alpha without face muscles? Buff face muscles. I want to see the definition when you make that weird fucking grin. If the weeby blonde character from Yu-Gi-Oh has enough of a workout routine to do that face, then you should too. What was that bat made of cum? Says Pyko from the back rooms. Don't ask about the Puku crosses, alright? We just accept that they're there, alright? We don't question, we just accept. Ah! You okay, Cinder? Why are we screeching?
Does popcorn smell rancid if leave it for a day? Yeah, but that's because it's the corn. I want to become a monster, but a kind monster. How that works. My Baki is kind. Even the MC is a bastard. That's the point. I haven't actually watched Baki. I just see clips. Oh my god, it's the Anubis again. Oh. I wish. Why does Rock Smash not affect it? Do they have Levitate? Damn. Well, that'd be ground type that wouldn't affect that. I don't know. Get it, Vex. Oh, you bastard. Kill the cool dog. Yeah, Bucky is dark, is it? Oh. Oh, another one. Bucky is kind enough not to kill his opponents. Yeah, see? So kind. You bitch. Disable the move I was literally about to use. Man. In Baki universe, that is nice. Ah. Fighting can't hit ghost. Heal the Omapi. Oh, what? Oh, that's right. Side wave is a lucky dip for Gar. Okay. Please turn away. Yes. Turn away again. Yes. Get past this speedster Corelli. Turn away. Yes. You're sure. To deal with this guy. Free stuff? Oh, man, there was free stuff! Oh my god. What the fuck? Fury impulse. Oh god. Oh, shit! Okay. All my Pokemon are glass cannons. This is not good. Hey, Crumba. Throw rocks at it. God damn it, you had to lower my special attack. Hack! Right before that. You stupid! Me. King Sonic Boom, dude! Oh my god! Not very effective, but it does a lot of fucking damage! You ain't gonna take that hit for shit. I send Dur out, he's gonna get hit with the electric move and then die instantly! Are we... Oh god, bathwater, I'm sorry. What? How did he swap to an electric move straight away? What the fuck? Is this the end of the run? Not worth using a potion on because they can't take the hit. Fucking kill the damn thing! Oh, thank the heavens. Ori Rash!
got a bad feeling about this. Okay, we're fine. Fine, we're fine, we're fine. Sorry, bathwater, but you didn't make it. Listen, I live the phrase fuck around and find out. I might be the Viking in blood in me. Also, I want to better my body will bettering my mind and soul. That's generally the rule of thumb, generally. Keep your health, physical health up, and your mind will thank you. Heal pulse, you say. $130 push-ups today, and I'm spent. Oh, shoulders. Fasting. Oh, okay. We're evolving. Auto Gen Sprite, let's go! Walk me drunk. I have to add a dead body to my collection. Metal Claw, yes please. I really don't want to get rid of Dragon Dance. Hey, Scared Gamer! How you doing? God damn it, all to hell. This run is going great so far. Let me use my escape rope and get the fuck out of here. Escape rope? Oh, there it is. This is bollock. Fucking bullshit. Get out of my goddamn way. Solid run so far, right, chaps? Ah. Alright. Pound has been yeeted. Ooh, more berries. Yippee. I watched the new FNAF movie today. My mind was blown. So it was a good one then? I haven't even watched the first one. I haven't played the games either. The game's mechanics seem boring as hell, I'll be honest. They're mighty fucking boring. Alright, Blitz is 15. What level does Roltz evolve exactly? You know, remember. Or 18. Alright, let me try something. It wasn't 16. I was hoping they'd evolve. Oh my god, it's the Coffer Doom again. I love him. I love him so much. Can I get to level 18? Guess we'll find out. I heard the new movie was ass. Original FNAF games are boring. It's literally just like, check this, check that, check this, check that, blah, blah, blah. I was like, fuck, how do people play this? I've watched other people play it and got bored in an instant. Like, yeah. They were more like a challenge thing. Like, can I somehow get the RNG and skilled enough to beat it? The FNAF movies are, well, go in them expecting to laugh. They are not great movies. Like, how... I think a great movie is, I think more like ridiculous funny, won't destroy brain cells. Okay.
critics hate FNAF movies. FNAF 2 has 12%. Hot damn. Ah, fuck. Didn't let go of the button quick enough. Gretchen! I don't know much about the lore, but I really enjoyed the first movie. Really? I should give it a go. I mean, I don't mind quote-unquote scary movies that are actually just like more of a laugh than they are scary. Ah, fuck! I did it again. Spilling my matcha when I'm stirring it. At least you get some enjoyment out of it, you know? Ya choke. Ya choking on these balls. Okay. You bastard. Ow! Fuck! Why does Astonish do so much more damage when someone else does it to me? Fucking hell. Pray he doesn't have pursuit. It's so ugly, Dur. I'm sorry. It's a very stupid movie. Without the games, it would be much more hated by audience for sure. Yeah, I think it'd be mostly carried by the audience members, from the fans of the franchise. It's about electronics that murder you. That's the only thing I know. Is like the puppet, not puppets. What do you call them? The fucking I forget what they're called. Animatronics. That's it. Less terrified of Chuck E. Cheese animatronics. One of those. Poor souls. Draco Argo. I no idea what the fuck that is. Thanks! Oh. Oh, okay. We got snow here, and I hate it, but snow is pretty. If you don't mind spoilers, you see a cupcake kill a PPEG. Cupcake. Really got a nut allergy? Most people get seasonal depression. I get seasonal rage. I love the cold, but I despise the snow. Look, man, just go make a snow angel. You'll be right. No, not a Pokeball, you nuts. Wait a minute, who got heal pulse? You? No. You. No. Was it you? No. Fuck got heal pulse? Did I kill the Pokemon with heal pulse? Whatever. Afton has been killed 3 times, at least in the game series. I don't know who Afton is. Removal of Pursuit was so dumb in the games. Oh, they got rid of it in the official games? Getting impaled by animatronic parts would kill a person. Normally, yeah, I feel like getting impaled by anything would kill a person. Just gonna put it out there. Not die in the series, and if they kept hitting him, he resurrects. Oh, he's immortal. Poor soul. Run out of goddamn pee-pee already. Thought she'll remove the move Pursuit, and ghost types now run rampant. They're taking over! Only we're Magical Leaf. Who's learning this? You are. Bumpu. I want to get rid of teleport though. Ah! Ow! Fuck me! That hurt!
I've been using Psywave so much, I don't want to get rid of that either! Fuck, I'll get rid of Astonish. I think this is gonna be a mistake, but... I'd fight an immortal? Yeah, of course you would, buddy. I would totally win. I'd totally win against a lion. Was that an AA roll? Yeah, we have an AA roll. We got an AA roll. Jigglypuff. Arpuff. It's just arrive. Also kills children for power. Oh, amazing. Specifically children, not adults. Our kitties, they're full of youth. You know? Starting to think Gengar might have been a monkey pork, like, wish situation. I thought they were a gift, but they're actually a curse type deal. Is Zariah AA wrong? Zariah is AA wrong. Oh, hello. Can't hit me with your ground type moves. I didn't say I'd win, I said I'd fight. Oh, commit suicide by immortal. You know, I'm for that. Hydrate, yes, but I'm hydrating with matcha. No, just no, don't say that again. What? What the what did I say? Hang on a minute. What did I know? Ghost is my favorite type, and I think Ghost needs a nerf in the form of Pursuit. What? Cards! Thank you! How you been? Lurking around in the corners, you sneaky little fucking shit. Free stuff? No free stuff. Damn, I wanted to be AA round. I don't have a torch, do I? No, I do not. I have the move flash, but I don't know waste teaching someone flash. Well, you'll have to take it up with Zarias if he's willing to give up his spot. What the fuck is that? My guy. Ow, he throws rocks. He's got a pimple on his nose. Ow. Oh, Blitz, man. You just ain't able to take a hit to save your goddamn life. The weak, Blitz! Weak! It's time. Okay, maybe Magical Leaf was a good choice after all. The games, the books, the movies. There's books? Movies and books have bits that are canon to the game. Maybe the creator doesn't make it clear. Heavily implied, but it causes a divide in the lore community. I don't know, they just make shit up as they go. I can guarantee, I'm pretty certain that they just saw what people guessed was the lore, and were like, oh yeah, that sound, yeah, that. They're just like, yeah, definitely. That's definitely what we were doing. Yeah. Yoink. Give me my prism. So don't get into FNAF lore. Yeah, no. Hello, I'm Shelly Duval. Hi. How you doing? How's it going? Oh god. But the puppy! I really gotta lower the price for petting Sybil now that I don't attach it to actually finding the pet and petting them in the real world. In the overworld, as one might. Fuck's sake, Blitz! Can you stop being confused? You're fucking kidding me, bro. Useless, I say. It's got Electro Ball. Riot. Oh, God, what level before Zariath evolves at all? Because I feel like this is gonna take forever. One more. I'm on Zariath. Since definitely has a feel of riding by seat of pants. It's the best way to ride, man. The best way to do it is fun. I mean, you gotta do the basic plot line, fucking build that shit out first. But the little details and leading to things, yeah, you can pants that. It's fun. Jesus Christ, don't look at me like that. Hate that face. Like 32! Ah! What about Jigglypuff? It needs a moonstone, doesn't it? Alright, you're in danger here, Vex. Give it the bucket. Ah! Right, Vex cannot level off these guys. I think. What? Raining Kiss. That's a fairy move. I'm gonna yoink that. That's the fairy sucky sucky move. Let's go! Hell yeah! Gimme, 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 gimme. Everyone gets a little sucky sucky. Let's go! Let's start with King Prawn, because you're in desperate need of it. Let's get rid of the street. Hell is that emote? Don't ask, man. We don't want to. Don't you fucking Bass Pro Shop this shit. Yeah, you can thank chat for causing inflation. You thank everyone in chat for that. It's a Bass Pro Shop. Bass Pro Shop. Bring my hair back. Got the best hair regrowth theorem you've ever seen. Butter. Yeah, 40. La la. Everyone gets sucky sucky. Wait, you're level 18 and you still haven't evolved. Who lied to me about the Roltz evolution?
Here comes that bullshit, what up? 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 Watch him rolling, watch him.
Here come that whole shit, what up? Hello, Bob. You're naked. My dog is naked. Is it run 17? No, it's run 16. Thank you very much. Like I don't have mod on your Tangia, I'd be uploading all the shit I put on Kill. Please don't.
Hi, Stealthy! First time on your stream! Nice to meet you! Hello! It's Shikari!
Welcome, welcome! Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position, even though we're in a cave right now. Get comfy, get your vitamin D. It's good for you. It's good for your skin and your bones and your brain and things. Yep. Get it! I was gonna do a thing. What was the thing I was about to do? What the fuck was it? I forgot! Ah, honey. Thank you for the follow! Thank you! Chat, what was I about to do? I was gonna do something. What was it? Did you actually? Yes, I did! I did up the price! Bite me! Level up Zariath. Oh no, I was gonna look up what level Roltz evolves. That's right. It is level 20. God damn it. I don't know if I'll be able to reach that level before the gym because the level cap thing. And instead of healing, I might have to leave and come back because everyone's kind of looking a bit icky-sicky. They're looking a little bit green around the gills. Fuck, I can't use teleport until I get the next badge, you bastard! Damn it! Fine. Eh, Nani. That's it! Welcome right
let's see. You were gonna fix the best. No, I'm not Piker. Bad. Love seeing another Pokemon. Hey, this is Pokemon Infinite Fusions. It's a fan game. It's so good. I enjoy it a lot. It's really good. You can tell I enjoy it a lot by the fact that I have forced myself through fucking 16 Nuzlocks. And I'm still going. Hello, Hangry Carrot. Hey, Go-Tanks. Hey, Desu. How was stream moo? Are we spilling tea? Butter. We spilling the tea again? Butter. I was brought back to life and then immediately teleported somewhere else. Oh shit, what happened? Oh, you got, you got dragged here on the rail. Welcome back to the living. I'm Daisy. Welcome. Wait, no, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm a fucking skinwalker. What am I doing? I'm a skinwalker. I ain't stuck to one foot. Hi, I'm Desu. Thank you for the follow, Fianexio. Jabba. Yes. I forgot that I had this because I didn't change the picture on it on my version. So I was like, do have? Yes. Let me just quickly heal my guys and then I'll stop skinwalking and creeping you fuckers out. Hang on. I need to heal. Pee-pee, defrost, poison, sleep. I have the paralysis one? Come on! I'm not gonna use my Lumberry. Fuck at that. My Lumberry. Alright. Oh my god, I'm running out of potions. I'm literally sending myself broke doing this. Oh my god, skinwalker, I can't be stopped, mate. Where all the skins? I think next Halloween I gotta like get permission from all my children and be like, hey, can I just like wear your skin on one of my stream days over Halloween? And I just swap between them. Like one day I'll be Zerath, another day I'll be Killers, then I'll be Desu, then SSB, then I'll be like the frogs. And just bounce around between them. You'll never guess. I got my first ever. Oh, congratulations, Kratos! Is it a good one or is it an entry level one? You got beefy or are you going entry or mid lane? Identity theft is not a joke, Jim! It is on a Stealthy Mouse stream. Ha. Can I have the 3 digits on the back of your card, please? You got a Moonstone, so can use... Oh, that's what I was gonna do! I was gonna evolve Zariah! Thank you! At least someone figured it out. Jesus. No, I fucking couldn't. Okay. Min. Zariah! Is it gonna be a custom sprite? No. Oh, that's sad. I'm so sorry, Zariah. I'm sorry. But it had to be done. Thank you, Glitch, for the sub. I appreciate it. Let's go Stealthy Toby's best time. You can't say that. You can't say that. I'm not allowed to say that. That's too cute. I'm not allowed to say shit like that. Because I cry. Let me just click in. I'm stuck on screens. 3 did say we a sunburn ribbon, some aloe vera on your soul. You'll be fine. A little bit of aloe. No, you'll be right. Right as rain. No, you're not learning protect. Stop it. Stop. No, I'm sorry. Sorry, chat. What did I miss? Geek Pro. You know what would be fun to add on? Get sound bites of them and play them randomly confusing folks so Killers greets people. I just use everyone's voice in random. I'd have to have a proper system set up for that so they could use them on cue so they could actually properly confuse people. Would be perfecto. One cursed looking rabbit. Don't look too hard, you'll hurt your eyes. Stealthy 2.0! Stealthy 2.0 isn't for a while yet.
Battery's dying. Is it a 6 or a 9? A 9, I think? Poison type. Let's not fuck with that. Let's get Zariath out on that. Nobody wants to hear my voice. See, I feel the same, but you've got redeems that have my voice, therefore I'm allowed to have redeems that have your voice. I didn't care who I was until I put on the mask. Now everybody suddenly cares. I know exactly what mask I need to put on to get everyone's attention because I use it to jingle chat when they won't stop fucking redeeming Tangia stuff. It worked like a charm last time. I'll pull that trick out again. Watch me, buddy. Hey, rocked it. You have an entire year. I've got 6 months or 7 months, 8 months, not a year. 8 months. Ugh, the neighbors are smoking. You can have any redeem of anything I've said. It's just an awful. Uh-huh. So you say. Stealthy 2.0 isn't real. Not yet. Stealthy 2.0 can't hurt you. Can't. She must metastasize. I really love it. Oh, thank you! Don't be too sweet. I will cry. I'm a fucking crybaby. Don't do it. Don't do it to me. What am I doing? I'm not paying attention. Rocks. Ow! Oh, rocks! Okay, we're fine. Killers, it's wonderful. Can you guys get your titties and your bellies, like, the fuck out of my chat? You're jiggling all over the place. I don't care if one of the emotes is actually mine, so... The name is cute! Or is it tobacco? Well, it's tobacco. I don't actually know which neighbor it is that does the smoking. It's like, it could be the one that I share a fence with. Hello! What the fuck? Or it could be pretty much any of the neighbors that I share a fence with, really. Which there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that I share fence with. Could be any of them! Ow! Fuck it, can you stop hitting yourself? Oh my god, Vex, you were stupid. Thank you. No, Pico, no jiggles. Not being cute. I love you, mouse buddy. You're a bit. No, not being cute. No. I love bamboozling people with your emote. It's great. Just dropping it in like, Yetis. Well, hey, Sybil. Cat's come to say hello. Alrighty. Vex is still alive. My palms are sweating.
I've got clammy palms. Do you want to hold my hand? Just a bit nervous. Is all. Still hot hands. I'm spaghetti.
Oh, King Prawn, you sad little creature at level 12, but you just die at the tiniest little tiddlywink of power. Instant death. Let's send in there.
What's wrong with you? Nothing.
It would be a hand worth holding, Stealthy. Hell yeah, we can be clammy palms together. Nothing worse than when you both have clammy palms too, and then you feel the moisture like combine and then ooze out between the cracks of your hands. It's like, yes. When the clamminess combines, we become weeb. I forgot to get the balls whilst I was over there. I'm stupid. I gotta go back upstairs. Hello again. Wow, looks cool, easily murdered. Where am I? I keep missing messages, I'm sorry. Honey? Oh, thank you for gifting the sub to Big Daddy. Big Daddy. If you go back a few zones, you can train me without risk of death. Yeah, but I'm impatient. I don't like waiting. Curiosity if she had the evil. Of your energy, Mousy. Roll. Stop! 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 Right. Fine. I I want that emote. Now we get it sooner or later. Get your grubby little fingies on it. Not my fault. I am fused with one of the worst Pokemon in the game. Togepi, lol. Leave Togepi alone, man. He trying. By script. Who's learning this? Oh, we're learning this. Okay. Target is gripped and squeezed from both sides to inflict damage. 55. I need Rock Smash though. Ah. Disarming voice, I got... Oh, come on. I'll relearn it later. Just until I don't need Rock Smash anymore. And... Alright, I gotta go backtrack. Hello! I can't hardly see that because of the contrast. Or the lack thereof. This message is get damn it! Morph. Buddy, you're the best. Jeez, no worries, mate. You said you wanted it, soon or later. And I figured, why? Wait. Enjoy the Yiddy emote. Enjoy the Yiddies. Alright, I gotta go to sleep. Make chaos be weeb y'all. Bye! Have a good sleep, Xanos. Thanks for hanging out. A Chico dude. Yeah, is that what you call a buff lady? Chico dude. Today's top hits on Chico dude. Anyway, let's run. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, sad little Moppy. Alright. Look at this shit. I defeated him and then forgot to get the items like an absolute nonce. A ground gem. Oh, the little guy. He looks like such an unassuming little guy. But he'd probably wipe the floor with me being poison dark. As you're heckin' cutie and you're awesome! Yeah, go sleep! He doesn't appreciate a joy stealthy Yeti. Best Yeti around! They might be from... Ah! I might have made the emote, but they're actually Chato-san Yetis, aka the frog on my head. Yeah, enjoy Chato-san's Yetis. Beautiful creation that they are. Switch. Oh, blitz up! Try to get you to 11:20. I hydrate with matcha, that's good enough. You're just trying to make me go for another piss break. Not on my watch. Oh, you poor creature. Little. I'm running out of pee-pee. No, it's because you admitted to forgetting to hydrate off stream. Damn. Paddle it on myself. I'm gonna stop doing that. You're not really giving me much EXP, so I'm not gonna waste my moves on you. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Hello. Peace. I have fat thumbs, so typing on my keyboard is hard. I have hot thumbs, like warm hands. Unless I have freezing cold hands, but side point. When your hands are too warm, I noticed that it tries to do that quick typing thing where you're supposed to drag your finger across the fucking keyboard, and it's never right! It is always wrong! Oh, this is the fairy girl. Oh, fuck. Do we screw with the fairy lady? God. And I have Zariah, but he needs healing. What do these guys sell? I hate that drag. I hate it too. It always just activates for no goddamn reason. They don't have healing items. Why
do they have a healing powder out, but they don't sell healing items? Why? They got water, I guess, but... Waste of water on that. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna try my luck with the fairy girl. I appreciate you more than Yiddies. Hell yeah! I appreciate you more than Yiddies. Alright. I want this fucking fairy outfit. I haven't been able to get it in a single run, and I want it. So we're gonna go Blitz? No. Zariath will be my first in line. Then Blitz. Then... X. Yeah. Cool. Wait, more than Yiddies? What? You surprised by that? What is that cross with? Clefairy? Oh, Breloom, I think. Metal Claw! Instant death for you! Oh, almost instant death. Out. One more! Was alright, I think it's healing now. Yahoo! Neato Puff. Oh my fucking god, is he okay? God damn. Need some shit. In for the kill. Togeth. Ha! Wipe the floor with his whole team. Well, thanks to Zariath. Let's fucking go, Zariath! Kill! And give up Yiddies forever in favor of stuff. What type of Yiddies? The monkey's paw curls. No, we don't want to learn raw. Oh, there's another one. Okay. You bastard with the stuns for. Done and done. Shut up, Flint. He's just laying on the bed, complaining. Shut up. No, I don't want the male outfit. No! Alright. Wait. I need to change my hat. Wait. Ah! Change hat. Alright, I want the Pikachu! So, perfect. Skirt looks kind of poofy. I don't like how poofy it is. I like better when it's pleated skirt, but I'll take the poofy skirt. I don't have any paralyzed heals left. Oh my god, I need to get the hell out of here. Does the type matter? Yes. One is more than a pair of Yiddies. There are people with feelings that need to be nurtured, and I like to connect with those people. These little people here, but Yiddies are a nice bonus. Let us not lie to ourselves. Well, at least Blitz is kind of wiping the floor of this area. Yeah. I'm gonna have to waste my... Bugger bum poo! I'm gonna have to waste some lumberries. Damn it. Alright. Oh, hey. Might need some counseling on that Solidus. Nothing there. Alright, let's get this done so I can get the fuck out of this goddamn cave! Wants to kill me! I killed Growly first! Go away. Oh, fucking hell. All right, let's go. One more level for Blitz. Ah, so close. So Heal Pulse is useless then if it can't be used outside of battle. Rock. I do have... hang on. I think Durr should be okay. Ooh! That's not what I thought it was! That's a Reggie Rock! With a Trevenant thing. Lord, okay. Pray. We pray. We pray. We pray. We pray. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Durr, kill it before it kills you. Kill it before it kills you. Please, 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 please. Okay. Ta-da! Ah. It's so tasty, man. I forget how white I made lobster. It's so tasty. Alright, square up, minions. Fight me! Oops, but we'll die. La 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 la. One more level, come on, Blitz! One more level! To get curlier! Butter. 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 Shut up. No. Flint, no one asked you. Enough. No. No. Butter. No. No. Didn't ask for your opinion. Please and thank you. Hello again, Solidus. Get him, Zariah. Go, we gotta get that. Yes! Evolution, baby! Please be a custom sprite. Hey! Looking beautiful, queen. Flint! Enough! What is this character from? It's obviously from a show. What is that from? Anyone know what that's from? I sure fucking don't. Ah, I need to put my stuff on charge soon. Blitz, are you still here? I feel like Blitz has left. Blitz! It gives me memories of that weird Pokemon one where all the Pokemon are little cows. Moemon! I wanted to play that, but I've been stuck in the eternal fucking abyss that is this goddamn Nuzlocke. That one's my favorite. Okay, that one. When Blitz spawns in next, we'll ask him what sprite he wants. For now! That's what he's getting. Hey, chat. I can smell my feet, chat. Smell my feet, chat. Oh, no. Because these aren't randomized. Ah! Really? I can! This is warm weather. I think Bucky is my favorite anime right now. Bucky, eh? Wait, where are you going to bed? Get the fuck to go to bed! Ooh, I did a little squat. never watched it before, but I love it. Oh, I've got my usual thing. Cookies for all! Triple for stealthy. Yay! I got Ferrero Rocher, so that counts as a triple cookie, I feel like. Stardust. Yeah, figures. Okay. Almost to a new zone. Let's get the fuck out of here. Tiny mushroom. Oh, hello. Kind of cute. The good thing is about Baki. Personally, I started watching Dan recently, and I'm loving it. I kind of got annoyed with Dan because there's no overarching plot, really, and it was pissing me off. It got on my nerves. I'm a plot girly. I need plot or I get medge. Alright, let's get through. Oh, thank fuck. Oh, I'm lagging. I gotta go heal and then save because I got a bad feeling I'm gonna crash. Totally fair. Bo had more of an overall plot. But what the fuck is Bo? I couldn't really get into Dan or Attack on Titan. See, I enjoyed Attack on Titan, but Dan has been irking me with its lack of fucking overarching plot. Just random shit happens. Like, wow. Look at this random shit that happened. Boop? Actually, it's a minute long. Alright, hang on. Oh wait, I need balls. Hang on, I gotta get balls before I do that because I will forget. Balls. Got nothing that'll help me against the water gym right now. Nothing. Sorry. Nope. I had a revive, didn't I? Stardust. Only 1,000. 1,000. Sorry. Join the music. Oh, Boruto is ass, bro. That shit is ass. Fucking Cinder. Cinder just sending me fucking random shit. I don't even know if you'll be able to see it. No, you won't. Damn it. It's not letting me copy paste, you bitch. I miss the days when you used to be able to fucking copy paste images from Discord. Not no more. It pisses me off. Hey, I knew it was gonna fucking happen. Come on, to be a bitch. I hate it here. I hate they've changed things and I can't display images by just pulling them up anymore. Why? It's stupid. It just disappears. Ah! I never used to be like these, man. I tell you. Made a fucking thing. I'm sorry. I'm going. I just noticed that I had like 3 DMs. So I was like, going through them one at a time. I can't pull it across. Oh, it was you that... Did you send it to Cinder first? Can't fucking get the fuck. Shut up, Flint. No one asked you anyway. You used to let me just copy paste across. Stupid. You stupid. That work? Eh, see where that works. Good enough. How do you get like that for every nuzlocke attempt? I did 1 push-up. Jesus Christ. You hear him? He's just bitching at nothing. Nothing is happening. He's just bitching. God damn. Oh, we are playing a game making memes is a game for making memes? Buh. Make it a meme. Oh, I see that in the bottom corner now. Piss off. What the fuck is that? What is the thumbnail? Pause before it loads. Ah! Pause! Alright. How the fuck am I gonna do this? Oh, that should work. Okay, I'm figuring shit out. Hang on. Hey? God, it zoomed in. Why? Okay. And I unmute. Prepare eardrums? Question mark. Let me just turn this down a little bit. The audio out of link. Anyway, what the fuck? Was that an actual anime or is it just a random anime? Like, is it an actual show? The first opening to ba 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 ba. Okay, right. Oh yeah. Australia's gonna be bringing in the age restriction laws soon, and I don't know how that's gonna go for me and my YouTube. Hot damn. It's gonna be interesting. Yay! Anyway, sorry, I got sidetracked for a second there. Let me close that. Close that. And the music break. Are you serious? I ain't know what? Probably older than me. I don't know, or it's pay TV stuff. I ain't never seen nothing like that in Australia. But manga series with several volumes? Ew. Would you shut up, Flat? I'll be hopping off here, have fun, and not ending the fairy population. Oh, buddy. We're about to go to a new zone, so I don't know if you want to hang out until at least I've done the run through of that. Like the blue dude, you thinking of? It might have been Gumby? Alright. Kinda scared to put King Prawn up front to try and catch with, but I feel like they will die if I do that. Alright, I'll hang out a bit then. Yeah. New spot right here, right now. Sorry, I'm distracted. My brain left me. Hey! Immediately we have a fucking fairy! And a grass type too. I fucking needed one of those. Give a kiss. Alright. I think I can give it another kiss. Okay. Bag. Got one great ball. See if we can get the little bastard. That's a fairy-ass fairy right there! Yo! It's the most fairiest fairy you've ever fucking seen, and it's just before the water gym, so you're gonna get some use! Let's fucking go! Alright. Exclamation mark ticket to become Lavoie. Aren't you glad you didn't leave now, Azra, again? Beautiful lady. Oh my god. The different sprites. Look at that one. It's just got a more praying mantis style one. It got the same as back further, but with a white dress. Why are these two not together? Astral Rain. Made by the same person. Why are they not next to each other? Whatever. Yo, 75. That one too. Not a fan of that one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, unknown artists, but the bug eyes. God, someone save these sprites and send them to Powwow. Alright, Powwow will yoink all of it anyway. Alright, close. Raw. Wait. What? Oh, you just died, that's right. Killer's got instant reincarnated. Congratulations. Hello, David Hellcat. Thank you for the raid. Killers, do you have a skin you wish to acquire? Do you want to have your legs out and floral? Do you want the big praying mantis arms? Do you want to be that fucking thing? Do you want to be fancy skirt? Do you want to be the same as back there with more praying mantis or the white skirt? Hey, Hellcat, have a stream! Killers is a princess, beautiful. Fancy skirt, it is. Got fucking lucky. Its dressed like petals are highly delicate. Because of this, Lavoie moves with calculated grace and elegance. Its vivid coloration is an indicator of how well its trainer takes care of it. Hey! So if you dull out, it's my fault. Whoopee! So much responsibility! Killer stole it from me! As a fairy, I appreciate the fayification of the chat. Everyone will be beautiful fairies. Hello, Somic! I read that as soul milk in my head, but that's okay. Somic 007. Hi! I'm turning my chat into birthy little fairies. Join the party because I'm that bad that I already had a slot available in the party. Kind of embarrassing, but that's alright. Alright. I must heal. I don't want to turn my game off because I'm scared the Gengar will leave me. Okay, this way. Alright, let's see what else is here before I... just a second. Flint, you need to stop! Bloody dog just won't stop barking today! The Gengar is in the game! Oh shit, he just watched it! Yes, he's just a glitched out animation that won't leave. VTuber collab gone crazy. Damn! Lamproth kinda cool looking dude. Fight it! Veg. Well done, Vex. Good murder. What level? Oh god, Vex isn't gonna evolve for forever. It is Miracle. You're gonna take forever, Vex. Oh yeah, you can go up to 18. Can I be Gengar? No! Gengar is Gengar, okay? No one can be Gengar, for Gengar is Gengar. Ew. Oh, Mr. Fisk. X is just wiping the floor with everyone right now. Good to see, good to see. Alright, I'm gonna put Killers up front. Don't die, Killers. Alright, Kapishka? Stay alive. Need some levels on your sorry ass. Super effective, but didn't do a whole a lot of anything. I missed! Ah! Stop stealing my move! Jesus Christ, Killers. Ooh, big level. What in the voice frog is that? Don't be mean to the blobfish. Calming voice. I want to keep growth, so I might get rid of leafage. No, I should teach you Drain and Kiss instead. Right. That makes more sense. What did I press? I wasn't paying attention. Oh, no. Ow, fuck. Never mind. I tried. What are you? Boys. Psychic electric. Yes. Oh shit, no! My tracking died! Damn it! I remember to put my shit on charge instead of just getting rid of the notification. He's dead! He's fucking dead, man! Alright, let that charge for a little bit. Hang on. Hold the line, chat! I'm not gone, trust me, I'm still here. We can go to the abyss for a little bit. Sorry, chat. Just for a little while, okay? Hang in there. This one. Alright. Back to that one. Okay. There we go. Alright, see. It's only for a little bit. I'm in PNG mode. One day I'll remember to charge. I wonder if iPhones last longer than the fucking iPad. Because god damn it, this iPad never lasts the whole stream. I swear to god. It always dies at about 5 hours. No matter how full the charge. Rock tomb. Roller. Going to rock tomb me back. iPhone charges while it's connected. So does the iPad. I was just wondering if the iPhone would last longer. Like, whilst streaming, so I wouldn't have to have the fucking thing plugged in and limit where I can place it, essentially. This requires healing. Let's put King Prawn up. Excuse me, burping. Yes, very much so. So it lasts longer. Does it? The iPhone? Maybe one day I'll get an iPhone. That shit's expensive though, just for a phone. Over $1,000 is bullshit. You're in danger, little friend. Very big danger. Pick up a used XR. I find that I think it's the XRs. If you go for the one of the earliest iPhones, the first couple of gens of iPhone that had the what's it called? Face ID, Apple Face ID, actually don't run very great. Like the tracking's a bit off. Because SSB I think uses, I think it was an XR that he was using, and it just doesn't drag properly with the face, sadly. We're healed, let's go! Now works fine. As far as I can tell, the one that maybe it's just SSBs, because I'm pretty certain hers was a refurbished. It might have been fucked from the refurbishment. This would not do the thing. Oh, my little guy. You're in danger again, King Prawn. I have a 13 and it does just fine. Refurbished and it's working well.
Perhaps I'll look a bit more into it for like 2.0 stuff. It would also be good to have like, that way I have a backup. I got the iPhone and the iPad, so if the iPhone does happen to die, I can swap to the iPad. Not have to like face cam whilst it's charging, which isn't the bestest because I get limited where I can put the camera. And also it's fucking smaller! Having to have a whole iPad on my desk is a nightmare, I tell you. Covers half my goddamn screen. Well, the bottom part of my screen. I can never see, like, when I'm playing Peak, I can never see what the fuck's going on the bottom part of my screen. No, we're not letting you on. And also, all my stuff charges slower because the fucking Apple cord caught fire. It started smoking and it tried to burn my fucking house down. It's stupid ass, so I had to like replace it. And now because it's not a proprietary Apple wire, it doesn't do that high-speed charging anymore, and I'm miffed. Fucking Apple and their fucking fuck Apple. And water gun. Don't die, King Bro. He's alive! Oh, I got yummy food. Yes. Mince and mushroom and veggies. Oh shit, I've got to put rice on. I'm a dumbass. I was meant to put rice on last night and I never did. I would be ready for food today and I never did it. I'm dumbass. My 12 mini rocks it. I think they were even cheaper when they than they were when I got mine a year ago. Maybe it's just Australia that they were expensive. I swear I could only find them for several $100s and I was like, nope, not doing that. I hope you guys can't hear me chewing, but I've eaten my din-dins. Trying to quickly eat while getting some levels. Aw, look at him! The little fairy. Bite it. Ow. For you and your goddamn disguise thing. Oh my god, King Prawn. Okay, so physical attack is a no-go for King Prawn. Duly noted. Yay! One of those eating streams? Wait, eating streams are popular? Wait, since when? What type of eating stream? I know mukbangs were a weird thing. I thought they were like videos, not streams, and that was ages ago. What am I doing? Why am I heading back? No one needs healing. Go back. Need to fucking cheat in some rare candies by next stream. But they are streams and still a thing? What? I was not aware of this. Oh, hell no, King Prawn. Not up against Ghosty. Oh, it's hot. I gotta let that cool down a bit. Sit there a little while. Hang on, one more mouthful. Oh, these are the Mediterranean veggies. Oh. It's hot. What category do they go in? Is it just chatting? I ain't never seen no goddamn eating streams. Never in my life. Fuck this guy and his goddamn minimize, I swear to God. Don't make me pull out the magical, mystical voice stuff. I'll do it. Oh my God. Yay! We landed a hit. Oh, there's so many Mimikyu crosses around here. Right. Fuck you, guys. Talby, what category do we find munchin streams? Talby! Don't leave me in the dark. King Prawn noped out like, nope, I'm dumping on myself by doing this. I'm out. I'm out. What the fuck? Oh, that was a first. That's never happened before. Okay, right. Hey, I am a survivor and also a glitch bringer. I shall break your game before please don't. Now tell me where the food streams be at. Elby. Holy shit, what the fuck is that? Hello? No! Huh? Anyone know what the fuck this is? Hello? Anyone at all? I'm gonna guess it's that anchor Pokemon, whatever it's called, but what is the other thing? Flint, enough! Lay down! Lay down! Being a nuisance today. Gadget, we must research for science! I'm just trying to figure out what Pokemon I want to send up against the damn thing. Sure, we'll send in Zariah. Ow! I only see them on YouTube despite not being into it. Not being into it, he says. Yeah. So it is mukbang. There's a mukbang. Wait, what? Oh, it's a tag. I thought it was a fucking category for a second there. Go. Use high to low. Okay, so it exists, but it's not a huge thing. And also, there's people here. What the fuck? Why do people have mukbang up, but they're like playing League of Legends? 1, 2. Two of them playing League. Oh no, that look like League. One's Dota. League. They're just playing like shooting games. The fuck? Why has it got mukbang on there? Are they like lip smacking the whole time? The confusion is immense. Let's go gambling! It's a picture of a bed. Alright. No one is on screen in this whole thing except for one Asian lady. Hey. Rightio. Because they're eating the enemies, that's what I do. Finally! Evolution for Prawn! Let's go! Non-custom sprite! Oh, he is a custom sprite. Is he? No, he's not. Is he? I can't tell. I honestly can't tell. Because you're blurst regardless. How's the charger on this thing doing? Can I turn you on yet? You're at 5%. I'll give you a little bit more time. You're a little bit higher than 5%. Okay, can King Prawn take care of himself now? Would be nice. Killer's up. I am what I am. You thought you was gonna be cute. You're not cute no more. Oh, hello! We got another curly, another Gardevoir line. Looking cute, I like. Razor Leaf. Think of the hydrate! Flint, lay down! This doggo mine, I swear. I don't many Gardevoirs around. Maybe we got lucky with the whole fairy lineage thing, because there seems to be fairies everywhere. Maybe not that thing. What, Grumble? What? It's got parts of all kind of things. How do you know where the hole is exactly? Oh no, that's ice type. I'm in danger. Let me get the fuck out of there. I don't have anything that's particularly good against ice because I haven't got no fire types. Let me just send in Dur, I guess. Ow, even though Dur is not in the best place right now. I don't know, Metalcore? Ah, that works. Maybe didn't need to sacrifice Spiky Cat for a fairy. Nah, them the rules. This Fairy-Locke. Fairy-Locke! I say as I just used Durkajot, who's not a fairy, but that's fine! Alright? So one exception to the rule. It'll just remind me of the supposed clan motto I discovered my family name has. There's a What? What? But whose family name has a clan motto? What lineage are you from?
Oh, the ancient ones. Secret societies and secret handshakes. Get discounts from your plumbers. What the fuck?
Okie dokie. Wait, are we grass type or are we bug type? Summary. We are grass, so we are in danger. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Squeak, squeak, squicker! Squeak, squicker, squeak, squeakin'. Squeak, squeaky, squirr. Squeakin' squirr. It's Australian! Squeak, squeakin'. Good. Squeak, squicker. Kill it with fire. Oh, that'd be nice. I'm from a Scottish clan. Oh, that explains some things. Scots in here. He okay? He looks like he's trying to hold his pants up, but he ain't got no pants. He trying though. He trying. Yuri, cut it. Yeah, do something. One more. Oh, Stealthy, remember that company that sold Scottish land that allows yourself to be called a lord and how it was determined to be a huge fraud scam? Couldn't call yourself a lord because people were fucking retarded and thought it was real. Even though it was obviously a joke. I got another fairy gem. What the fuck is going on? Is killers dropping fairy gems? It's only happening when I'm killing Pokemon with killers. Killers is just throwing fairy gems around. I mean, YouTubers, people were just it was obviously a fucking joke gift. I can't. What's so stupid? IQ of a fucking thumbnail.
Yes, I remember it.
No, we're gonna swap out. I'm scared. I'm scared for my little bud. So they were stating was legit referring to specific laws? I don't think they were referring to specific laws. I'm more saying like, oh yeah, because you own land, you become a landlord and lord of the land. Not like an actual law. I don't know quod sum. It means by the gift of God, I am what I am. So that means you just never change, unchanging. Is that what that means? I don't know. Killer's his best fairy, I know. Best looking fairy. It was right here is carrying, even if he's uggo. He's a bit of a... He's a steel bunny. He's a bit of a cursed steel bunny, but he is a steel bunny. Nom 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 nom. Sorry, very yummy food I'm munching on right now. Trying these new frozen veggies that are like pre-seasoned Mediterranean style. There's like eggplant and stuff. Because no matter how hard I try, If I try to cook eggplant at home, with a fresh eggplant, it always got that weird, horrible, sour, bitter taste to it in bits and pieces, and I can't stop it from happening. So, you know, I just gave up on eggplant, but this frozen eggplant doesn't seem to have that yucky stuff in it. I'll take it. A war cry. Oh, I'm in danger. Hang on, poison type. It's alright. Also, don't forget that blood test. Oh my god, where they fucking just use people's data. That tells us to figure out the lineage company went under and sold people's personal info to like, and use it to raise your rates. Oh yeah, that's why I've never used any of that shit. Because, especially in American laws, once it's sold, once they sell to another company, any of their promises doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All promises are off the table. Get your fucking banana off my face. All promises of privacy are off the table once it sells. What about minced meat and veggies? Fuck your fruit.
Can't see. Yoda can't see.
Oh, good shit. Good yummy shit. My face tracking back on. Ah! Breaking things. Eh! What's happening, chat? What's Becky doing? Alright. Reconnect.
Hey, Grubble! Thank you for the resub!
There's a major YouTube trend. Oh, I was just gonna ask you what you were numbing on. Yeah. I got some veggies and mints. Oh, it reconnected instantly. Nice. Right. Back to basics real quick. The unlucky fellow! Thank you for the follow! Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position. Sorry, I'm just quickly swapping out. Back to gaming. Oh my god! Zoe! What the fuck are you doing up, girl? Go to bed! Filthy little raccoon. Such a... what is worse, didn't affect just the person who did it, affected close family members as well. Yep, because they put their information in to get more information from their ancestry. Yeah, that's why I've never done that sort of stuff. Pisses me off that, like, there's no proper consumer protections for shit like that. I've always been sus on anything and everything that advertises itself by sponsoring YouTubers and streamers. Yeah, sad general rule of thumb that if they have to go to the limit of, like, sponsoring a streamer, unless it's something like a literal video game, then it's probably because it doesn't stand on its own. Bye, Bald. Grumble. Bye, Bald. Bye-bye, take care. Bye, Bald. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate this. The 7. Oh, we ballin', you ball. Fuck. Damn. You're the early bird today. What are you, a responsible adult? Disgusting. Disgusting. Bald, Bass Pro Shop. Get it. A little bit more leveling and then we can try our luck with the rival, I guess. Fuck, no, I haven't gone to bed yet. Oh, what? Damn, go to bed. Get the fuck out of here. You gonna end up dead from a heart condition, girl. What the fuck? Your ass in bed. Don't confuse, right? Okay, there we go. Never trust anyone with your biometric data. If you can help it. Then again, I technically my data's out there somewhere. My full-on fucking fingerprints and face scan and all this other shit because you gotta go through that to like work at a casino.
I got it all. All my data is gone. Out there. I'm fucked.
Tease me like that. I'm ranking up in TFT. It's not good for you. Be gone. Bed. Ow, fire spin. It's alright, he'll die before he can kill me. You'll be dead first. Of that I can promise. Oh, lag. Oh, hiccup burp, sorry. You guys had to hear that.
You're cute.
A little bit more food. Following card. I got a Misty. What the fuck is a Misty Seed? Oh my god, what is this shit? This was never a thing before. Is Gengar just dropping random loot? An item to be held by a Pokemon. It boosts special defense on misty terrain. It can only be used once.
It was never a thing before. What the fuck is going on? It keeps just dropping random things at me.
Buh. That was kind of cute. Thanks. Alright, get out. Get the fuck out. Goddamn emotes. Oh, you don't copy my Razor Leaf, you bitch. God, not the double team stuff. Right. Gonna have to use disarming voice, aren't I? Because you keep double teaming. Only way forward. Oh, yeah, you better lurk, boy. Get out of here. Oh, not this thing again. Don't be mad now, no crankies. I wanted to flex my watch streak! Alright, I'll allow that. Gotta get your streak in. 5 streams, let's go! Such loyalty. The dog is getting impatient with me. He's like, what the fuck? Licky Kern. Okay. If you say so. Support your favorite mouse. Yay! Oh, lag. Oh, lag. Damn. Just like hovering mid-stride. I'm so tempted to just kill that thing with killers, but I'm afraid it'll kill killers first. And I don't want that. I want killers alive, preferably. No, stop hitting yourself, for fuck's sake! Oh my god! Thank you! My god! Alright, sunlight is starting to come up. Oh, the blobfish is back.
Owie.
I'm on level 16, it's right there! Even though you're not going to evolve or anything like that, I just want to get it to level 16 before I go heal.
Oh, hello again.
Ooh, doing that makes me dizzy. Oh, why not, I guess.
I'm in danger! Don't worry about it! You're fine!
Buggy and meditate. Sorry, wave!
Let's scabbing! Don't forget nothing.
Alright, level 16 acquired. Okay. Kinda scared. Ah! Bag! Pokemon. Scared about facing off with my rival, but I'm gonna do it. I can't be fucked. I don't have no patience, man! Oh, you guy. Ow. What? You're not supposed to have aerial A's. In a moment, go, Tanks. Fuck your super potion, dude. I miss. Granny kiss. I need health. Gonna suck it right out of this kaboo. Alright, it's 1:22 a.m. for me. I'm sick, but still have work. Damn, I need sleep. I'm off to. Should've gone to bed ages ago. What are you doing, Scramble? Sleep well. Ryok, you're the one that's gonna give me trouble. Oh shit! What the fuck? What is that mouth? Why is it perfectly shaped for his little drill hand? His sticky little drill hand in his mouth? Reckon? I reckon he does. Definitely something he does. Due to licensing, no streaming services have it anymore. Wait, what? Oh, I spent $60 on Bobobo anime DVDs? You going the legal routes? Wow. For a prawn, you certainly don't sail the 7 seas much, huh? Bubble him! Really heal pulse. Rocked him! Oh. You were a Reggie Brock. Not what I thought it was. Okay. Easy kill. Bubbly more! Like, bubble the mouse! And we're bubbling. Oh, wait. I had to pull out Gotenks. Hang on, sorry. I got distracted. You're gonna be all the way down the bottom. Yep. C, D, E, F, J. Gotenks. Go. Ragged Breath? Where were you earlier? Huh? Pray tell. To get Barble. Am I 1 minute cooldown? Did you just try to drown me in water? You fucker. Skolichu. Scolipede Pikachu is my guess. Which would be a Zariah situation. Ah, Scolipede Pichu. Alright. Ow. I was distracted by chewing and I thought that was my HP that almost fell through the floor. Holy damn. I panic. Nice. Oh, I thought we were evolving. Ah, my ear. A stretch ear hole. Nah. Eh. Sorry, distracted. Must scratch hole. Must drill. Eh. Okay, now I'm good now. I'm good. I'm back together again. We Gucci. Ah! Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, what a... But how you been, Pog Gremlin? Hey, no touching buttholes! Oi! We don't do suppositories around here. None of that. Pretty certain one of these guys almost took me out last time. Aww! So cute. Kill it with razor leaf. I don't know what that is. Aww. Got no legs, man! Where's your legs? Oh, we're learning magical leaf now? Better. Oh. I mean, I never use my stat boosting moves, but still it feels nice to have him there. Makes me feel smarter. Fuck. Leave it alone, it's loafing. No, his legs are gone. I help him. Put his legs back on. Aw, damn. Goofy looking fucking guy. Yeah, but I don't know if... I actually don't know the stats of the whatever God of War's fused with. I'll be honest. A licky peck. Hello. Hi, thank you for the subscription. How does it keep pausing like that? It's wigging me out. How you doing? Alright, let's take an actual look, because I have not paid any attention. I feel like the special attack and attack are pretty close, but higher special attack overall. King Prawn, you're just a mess, man. You're such a mess. Look at you. Sad little creature. What level does the Erminite evolve? Like 40 something? Funny, I got killers after you, but I'm just leveling the shit out of killers. Rip. Her stats looking juicy. Blitz's stats are not the best, I'll be honest. Your defense, holy shit. Gotta be careful with your fucking defense, dude. Gonna be inch. Well, you're gonna get one hit KO at some point, Blitz. I know it. Because of that defense stat. Not bad, Flan. Nudging my hand. Oh yeah, I'm leveling up! Level! Say Reinhardt, whatever. It's like a request Togepi to be removed from me! No, Togepi is the compulsory part. You can merge Togepi with something else, because I have a Rockruff, a Love Disc, and a Magikarp in my box. But you have to be fairy typage. I just need pets. No, he's scabbing. He keeps checking my hand because he's worried I've put a little bit of food in my hand and he's gonna steal it. I actually thinks he's being offered it. He wouldn't steal food from my hand. He knows he'd get his ass whooping for that. Get kicked out of the house. Go get your old house, boy. Pay your old rent. All right, we gotta catch. Oh, I know. It's a trainer's Pokemon. Damn it. I still want to do the whole catch every milk tank fusion we find. Just put it in the milk box. Just sad. I can't have it. Getting my bloods done tomorrow. What? Ah. Oh, hello. Run! Get the fuck out of there, killers! If it's a riot. Togepi and Magikarp sounds hilarious, but I feel like I'd be destined for the box. Perhaps. It's also because I can't get a shiny stone until the fucking Johto region, apparently. That's a thing. Sorry, I'm trying to get mince out from between my gums. Metal Claw. Rock Tomb. Any kiss? Whatever, at least it heals me. Miltank is great creepy, but it's not as bad as Mr. Mime, right? And I'm confused. Great. God damn it, Zariah. You always hit yourself when you're confused. Thank God for that. Why does Mouse have an affinity towards Miltank? Because Crowley! My little Crowley collection. That's a Ho-Oh cross. Hello. It's a Ho-Oh fairy type, bruh. Throw a rock at you. And another one. Have you considered the nightmare that is Whitney's Miltank about the fucking rollout spam? No. When the fuck has this been a thing? Why? Goddamn fairy gems. Aren't you supposed to spam rollout? Yeah, but that's the problem when you're on the receiving end of the rollout spam. It's a problem. And Janglet? Oh, hello. Oh, that's a bide. Oh, it doesn't matter, he's dead. Irrelevant. Dragons don't stand a chance. Ingrain, you say? I don't know. That feels like a setup for instant death because I can't swap out. No. Normally I would say yeah, but not for a nuzlocke. I won't be able to switch out as I need. Alright, Killers is just wiping the floor. Very quickly caught up to everyone else. Very nice, very nice. Probably put Vex up front because Vex needs some levels. No, King Prawn, sorry. King Prawn, you just I'm scared. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Lady Mega.
I don't know, just bite the damn thing. Oh god, I forgot about that stupid speed boost thing. Bite it again. And bite it again. And bite it again. Mr. Mime literally steals children. Isn't that drowsy or hip? What's the fuck it's called? Hypno? Bite. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. Zariah. Right, he'll die before Zariah dies. Remember this for the gym battle. Don't be like that now, King Prawn. And Mr. Mime is a friggin' clown. I hate clowns. So now we're at the crux of the issue, huh? It's the clown ship that you have an issue with. Not the children stealing. I see straight through you. He's a clown. He's a home wrecker. He stole Ash's mom from his dad. That fucking home wrecker. Is that a Pochita reference? I don't think it is. Zappy zappy. Ow. God damn it. Ow. Ah, fuck, he's faster, damn it! Okay. I'm giving you a chance, King Prawn. You're not actually a water type. You're a fucking rock type. Act like it. Of course he's gonna use uproar now. No. That uproar is gonna be a problem. That's gonna be a very, very, very big problem. It's normal type, right? Fuck. Oh, all right, we're good. Ooh, Iron Head. That one, keep that one. Rock Tomb has been kind of useful, but I might get rid of that.
Gambles the highest life away! Mousy Trust!
Yes! I need healing again. Hey, I wonder if I'd be better fused with Rockruff, as Kratos suggests. Would you be? Feel free to go check it up on the fusion decks. I'm happy to fuck around with whatever you're fused with, as long as you keep the fairy typage. I wonder if I say no, if, like, I can still steal the uniform from him or not. Ah, fuck it. Whatever. It's too useful to, hang on. It's too useful, I was saying, utilizing the quest line to make money. Way too useful to pass up. Wait a minute. This doesn't count. Fuck you, Geodude. You're not randomized. Bite me. Alright, encounter. How many balls do I have? Eh, it should be fine. Vex up front. Yeah, whatever. I guess I'll leave Vex. Okie dokie. Okay. How stealthy? Do you have a rock type? Technically, you are a rock type. Technically, you're a rock type, King Prawn. Technically. Okay, switch me out for Rough Reki? So you're going to become the Rough Rock toga thing? Yes, okay. Well, I'll go do that after I catch this Pokemon here.
We got a new encounter.
Margius is not a fairy type, is it? It's only ghost. Grievous, Miss Margius, whatever the fuck she's called. Heck. Don't think she is, but I want to check just in case. No, she isn't. Okay. Okay. Alright, I'm checking again just in case I missed. Alright.
But she's cool, but sad I can't have.
Fight it again. Oh. Alright, let's try again. I know that there's fairies here, so there's no point catching the first Pokemon. Why is it a centaur with a Chikorita? Why is it a centaur with a fucking turnip Pokemon, dude? Alright, whatever, I guess. We'll get that Rolts. If I kiss it, it shouldn't die. Give it a kiss. Okay, it's good. Okay, so she got teleport. I now know. I didn't know that. At this level, they teleport out. Must throw ball instantly. Ball. Fuck's sake. I love the teleport animation plays in the left corner as well. Oh, it's so cute. What the fuck? Idiot must die. I love it. I rock at it. Leave it alone. It's trying to spam. There's several fairies in the area. What the fuck? Oh, thank you. I don't want to deal with that. Oh, lag. We're back here again. My God, pumpkin. Alright, we're back to the centaur Rolt's fucking turnip thing. Do I have a Pokemon with like arena trap? I don't think I do. Let me see if I have anything that can trap it, stop it from running away. Don't think I do, but worth a check. No. Oh well, it's worth a shot. I don't have anything to put it to sleep either. We should fight teleport with teleport. Is that how this works? I don't know, but... Do not run. Do not run. Don't be a cat. Okay, it didn't run. It didn't run. It's not being a pussycat. Fuck off. Alright, I'm throwing a great ball. I ain't fucking with this ball. Alright. It's mine! Mine! Alright. Whoops, I'm on Twitch. Why am I on Twitch? Get out of there. Get me balls! FYI, this will getting Uno reverse card. It'll be swapping to put the Chikorita on its head and have the Rolt's body. So it should be cuter at least, so... It'll be cuter when I swap it around, I promise! It'll just have a turnip head. Oh, he's got a bowl cut. The bowl cut. And the centaur or the bowl cut? Let's go for the bowl cut. Hell yeah. And now we have Mega Meganium from Timur. Everyone cheer! Go to the PC for now. I'll come back and collect you. I have to get some more fusion sticks. What to get me? Right. Close the giveaway soon, guys. Make sure you're in there for World Rita, which would be Chicolts by the time I'm done, I think. I prefer the fucking toilet seat, bruh. Mega Fairy-Locke is literally a fucking toilet seat. It's so sad. And the textures they put on it didn't help. Like, the 3D textures they put on it literally make it more like... look like it's made of plastic. Bruh. Use your Fairy-Locke to potty train your kids. Hey, Big Daddy! Am I calling you King Kratos? Big Daddy? Kratos? What am I calling you? I can't put that whole name in there. Nom, 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 nom. If only the sail fin was actually lowered a little more. Sail fin? Wait, nah, what did I miss? Oh, you're talking about the Fairy-Locke, yeah. Yeah, the concept was alright. They just executed it very, very, very poorly. I fuck with Big Daddy. Hell yeah. So do I. Big Daddy. Alright. Fucking Gengar. I forget it's there all the time, and then I see it when I come out, and I'm like, eh? Yeah. Oh, wait, I need a fusion stick. Hang on. Do I have enough money for a fusion stick? What, DNA reverser? That works. Nice. Oh, know what I want to do. Know what I want to do. I know what buttons to press, I swear. Why is Gengar there? Well, you see, the opening animation screen kind of blurped out, and once I clicked to like start choosing my starter Pokemon, it just kind of slid in there. Like literally slid across the screen and just stopped there. It was like, yep, I'm here now. It's like, all right, cool. Alrighty, Big Daddy. Time for reversing. Big Daddy is a fairy. Oh, look at you! Chicots is you. Chicots uses the leaf on his head to... I got a burp. Sorry, to interact with its surroundings. It becomes agitated if the leaf is grabbed or pinched. Not touchy the leaf. I not touchy. Do you have other sprites? No. Alright. Now, King Prawn. Wait, when the fuck? Oh, I forgot to Uno reverse you anyway. Your fairy type got deleted. Unfuse. Oh. Okay. Fuse. Whoops, not that. Alright. So you wanted to fuse with Rockruff, am I correct in that assumption? I have slightly less special attack, but more HP, attack, speed, and special defense. My defense will also drop. Yes, we're going to Rockruff. Okie dokie. I want a puppy. We go Fairy Rock. Lucky it's a custom sprite. Literally hit the virtual insanity jammy Rokai type slide. Yeah, you just like... Meow. Look at that little one. Ogaruff. Ogaruff are used as emotional therapy Pokemon. Uh-oh. As they bring great joy to those around them, but wild Togeruff will fly around seeking people who need love and compassion. I think Keen Eye would be better. Keen Eye rather than Serene Grace, you reckon, chat? Panda! How you doing? No. Serene Grace is definitely better, you reckon? The added likelihood of extra effects appearing? Boy, I can't wait for my therapy Togeruff to die in a horrible way under the command of... Hey! Who says he gonna die? A huge margin. Literally, White Togekiss is mainstream. Oh, okay. Oh, flinch, freeze, para, poison. Oh, I thought it was just like status stuff. Okay. Think it was also like flinch and shit. My glasses are climbing up my nose and stabbing me in the eyeballs. Stop it. No, we're not learning metronome. Thank you very much. All right. King Prawn is like on their third skin at this point. And I'm pretty certain Big Daddy lost his name. Where are you? There you are. Oh no, your name stayed. Oh, that's right, I used a reverser. Not an unfuse and refuse. Right. Thank you for the hydrate! I'm trying to beat you in skill. You're gonna have to work harder than that, buddy! Hey! Do more work than that. Alright, let's see what our current setup is. Technically, Durkajot should get yoded. Technically. They bring King Prawn in. We're about to go for a water gem. Off my water gem. Big Daddy.
Big Daddy. And killers. Prefer if I had an electric type or something in the wings as well, but alas. Maybe I'll come across one later. Hey, Sybil! 3 whole rolls in the party! Hell yeah!
And I missed all 3. Sorry about that, I was trying.
Better, it's gonna get good, man. It's gonna get good. Grass Fairy is great typing. Wait, why is Primplot plus Latias here? Are they... No, they are not fairy type, but I have been running by the rules of, like, first encounter as well. So I do a first encounter in an area, catch that, if I can. And if there's no fairies in that area, we keep the first encounter instead of the fairy, just because of the randomizer. It may be ripped, killers! You'll know this before then. Hey.
Oh shit. Hey, come on now. Why has no one got any faith in me up in here? What the fuck? Resent that. Cat's walking around suspiciously. Things. I have to level Big Daddy a little bit. You gonna stay there for now, King Prawn? Big Daddy, come here.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
It was the rules we set up last minute because I forgot to look up how fucking how type locks would work.
Don't worry, I think sometimes. Where?
Like, that's your faith right here. Careful, I might grab that. Oh, rip it off here. That's level 17. Hello. What's that? Rock. I'm... Thanks for the sandstorm, bud. Appreciate it. Tell me, how did the previous 2 mons die? Well, killers, the original killers died from a crit hit that snuck in there. And bathwater, I kind of semi-sacrificed them because my ass was getting handed to me. Had to be done. In my defense, bathwater wasn't even fairy type, so, you know, they were kind of supposed to be cannon fodder, you know, bro. Yeah. Damn, rip bathwater. Short life they lived. I'm sure it was worth it.
Ruffy.
What are we going to bathe ourselves in now? Spit. Hope you're getting your ready.
Had to be a fucking bug thing.
Ain't got no goddamn fat hats. Goddamn. That's right, I got Iron Head now. Nice. Get him, right. Fuck him up. Ooh, side discs. We got a side duck. I love this. Ah, press the wrong button! Fuck! I was gonna swap out back for Big Daddy. That's what I get for pressing buttons without fucking looking. Headbutt. Or don't, I guess. Why do you keep missing? What the fuck? Right, I'm gonna send out killers instead. Have a flying type though, yeah, but they hasn't got no fly type moves. So it's useless. Yeah, that's right. I checked. I agree. Fuck! He turned right as I walked. Toad. Ew.
Technically, he could have a shot, but let's not risk it.
Not worth that biscuit.
Ow. Fuck you, Nightshade. Bumblebee. Wait, I'm on your side. Nah, yeah. They walked out in front of an enraged Mankey and beat the Josh Mouses. Exactly, see? I ain't guilty of nothing. Did it to themselves. Oh. Let's go. Wow! You changed so much! Look at you.
Got a mouthful of food. And the only change is some. You got a tan and some bugs that ate his leaf. Oh, so much lag, dude. His game is due for crashing, I think. Ah, damn it. What is this, a motel? For one fucking taking a nap? You don't even have any grass type moves, Daddy! What are you doing? Bloody useless! Right, now Killers is confused. Fuck's sake. Ah. What are the chances they have Hex or something? Hurt Blitz really bad. Damn it, Blitz, you ain't got no goddamn defense on you. A ludicrous degree. Ugh. I am confused, I know. And paralyzed. Useless, oh god. A Necrozma Sylveon. Yes, Riot? Oh, he's got the fucking trans flag. Easy peasy. Riot just fucking mopped the floor with his innards. Beautiful. God damn it. Don't worry, Daddy. It's not the ribs you gotta worry about, it's the nipple clamps. I mean, what? Who said that? Normal bug. Oh, shit. I never want to hear you say don't worry, Daddy. Why is the only chance I ever get to say daddy? Because I ain't got no daddy. I'm my own daddy. Wah. You cheeky pain. Oi! What? All right. Where's Grandma? That was a bad choice. It's so ugly, I love it. Oh, like a pug. Potentially down, lol. It's alright, Big Daddy's into it. Okay. I have to keep saving because I'm worried it's just gonna die. Oh, encounter! to lock it. Okay. Damn it! Because it's not randomized. It's just a fucking low tad. Damn it. Thing's broken. Fuck! Oh. Damn. You are. Fuck, I keep forgetting Big Daddy ain't got no grass type moves. Ah! I kind of love the band jar. Mouse, I'm gonna put you in a jar! No! Can't breathe in the jar. Isn't Psywave right there? Fuck you, Psywave. Oh, who's learning magical? Finally! Ah, okay. Arcanine. Yellybird? Maybe? Her? You put holes in the lid. Fuck. My god, he's still fucking going! Ah! Are you fucking done yet? The amount of Roltzes I have is actually concerning me because it means I have a lot of glass cannons. I'm gonna have to swap out for Blitz again, aren't I? Should be able to get this in. Yeah. Wear chow mate. You wear chainmail one time and mouse never stops giggling. Should have worn some protection underneath. Oh my god, just let me out of this place. Whoa, hello. Oh no. Okay, help. Oh god, I got rid of the rock thingy. Alright. Alright, it's gonna be a war of attrition. We got this. Just take one step at a time. There's no need to rush. It's like learning to fly. A snogger Raikou. Or top actually looked like a top? Yeah, I think it was Hitman top that it was crossed with, so it makes sense. Can I get out now? Ah! Umbreon. Umbreon Charmeleon. Leave it like we are. Hello. Please die. I have things to do. Why does the Umbreon Charmeleon give kind of like Rayquaza vibes? I think it's the rings on the knees, the belly and stuff. And that Rayquaza feeling. This Raikou had so many flinch moves, it was scary. I wasn't scared of nothing. Let me the fuck out of here. Sweet baby Jesus. The suffering. The shades, buddy. No. Oh. The item go that was here before. It was a... Okay, maybe that appears later. Can I get behind this building? Like, no. Whoop, 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 lag. Oh, okay. Hey, free stuff. Alright, let's get through this man with his kink shit. Sorry, I'm gonna try and finish off this food. So close, I got like 6 more mouthfuls left. Maybe more.
God damn it! Can you share the food?
No, it's mine. Fuck off. I should put someone who's not so damaged up front. Just a hunch. X. Oh my god, these fucking Lotads, dude. At a flying type move, I would kill you, but I don't. Useless.
Lag, dude.
Alright, we're out.
My game is in Struggle Town. Struggle? Oh, you struggle, chat? Struggle.
Ah, that means the encounter Pokemon in the basement is gonna be locked in to be that weird bug dragon thing. Bug dragon! Let's go! Bug dragon does whatever a bug dragon does. Nope, 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 nope! Coward. Pussy.
Okay, gotta go to bed. But you all have a great... Bye, Catherine! Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate your company. I really do.
Alright, let's swap someone around who's not going to instantly die to a fucking bug dragon. Which, actually, Vex is probably the best choice there. Hello! Yeah, we get you... I'll get you stuff. Yep. Right. Yeah. I can do that. Yep. Awesome. Yep. Let's go. Alright. Forget the fucking things. I never know how to read their patterns. I always just smash into them by pure luck. I gotta turn the speed down so I can actually catch these fucking things. Go at hyperspeed! Come here! Oh, I don't know! There's 3 of the fucking things. Alright. Ew, I don't like that at all. That's not a... Wait, is this not the thing that evolves to look like a dragon, or am I off my meds? Must be off my meds.
Hello, Drop Air Stratos. How you doing? What do you mean you don't like Isopod?
They hurt.
Ever had an Isopod pinned itself to your fucking clothes? Those little buggers stick you every 5 seconds. Them pointy asses are theirs. It involves a thing that looks like a Gundam.
Alright, Vex is doing some alright damage. That's a weird sound. Wimp. Oh, it fled, you pussy! They've been running? You fucking thing. Oi, I clicked on you! Thank you. No, not silverfish. I don't think it's a fish. Get it.
Fucking with the accuracy.
Disarming voice, bite me. Yeah, you better run. Alright, is there any more? I could have sworn there was one more down here. Oh, there it is. Oh, he's stuck. Oh. Got him. So yeah, Whip Out makes it run away at half a HP. Outwards. Make them a pain in the ass to catch. Alright, that should be it. I'd named myself Waddle, so I'm gonna say Mouse here.
Enter time to ruin some fisherman's day. Oh, how I like to spend my day. As long as they pay me, I don't give a fuck. Need some money. Monday. Get out of the way. You're a fisherman. You're a fisherman. Lag. Ah, I love this design so much. Video can't have. What? Ow. Okay. Hello, sir. Come on. There you go. Ow.
Bruh. It's a bit special looking. I'll be honest with you. We got Jinx in a bunny outfit, and then we got a very long frog. Long frog. Who was I gonna send out? Go. I'm back and I'm not dead! Yay! Congratulations! Are you proud of yourself for living so long? Ow. Wait, how much fucking HP do you have? No! Oh wait. That not the move I thought it was? That does 40 HP? Was there something? That was a different move, wasn't it? I'm stupid! This do. User draws power to attack by using its held berry the very top. No. Nope. Is. Alright, time to throw Big Daddy out before he ends up fucking dead. Bubble beam it. Let's put Blitz. Wouldn't a very long frog just mean it's an underdeveloped salamander? Are salamanders amphibians? Right, I think 21 is the level cap. Perfect. Poor Big Daddy. He's so sad. Alright, killers come up front. Oh no, 22. What the fuck is the level cap then? 22? Holy shit! What the fuck? Whoa, bigger butt! Why is it an alpha? That's a huge bitch! It don't fit nowhere! I kinda wanna catch it to see how it looks in the fucking box. Hang on. Oh shit. Okay, hang on. No, curiosity's gonna get me. Can I get it? Can I get it in? Oh. Why is it giant shepherd's pie? It's a cauldron, I swear. It's a cauldron with a witch stirring it, but she's just so fucking fat that you can't tell. Yo, mama's so fat she didn't fit in the Pokedex. Oh, come on! It'd be like these. Oh, I don't have anyone low level. Alright, I'll get down to 5 balls, and then I probably have to give up. Astonish me. Such a pretty carnivore, right?
Binoculars is beautiful.
Damn it, I really want to see it in the Pokedex! Fuck you. I give up. Fury Cutter? Oh, I fucking missed. What the fuck? I keep flinching! Seriously? This bitch. With the flinchies. Fuck you. Hey Mouse, you should do a death box rather than releasing them, because at the end we can pay respects to the ones that we gather dead bodies. Well, that means 2 dead bodies are already missing. Shot it. Over there. Oh god, this is the Zubat that I gotta murder. Awesome. No, it's not getting a nickname. Alright. Let us yote Blitz for now. Things I only need to make him faint and then come back. Oh, I'm sorry, little Zubat. You're too cute to deserve this treatment, even if you got no eyes. Also, Gengar's still here. Yeah, he's just been chilling. He ain't going nowhere anytime soon, I don't think. Lag. Aww, what the fuck is Espabat? Yarn. Level 20, dude, like, brr. I'm gonna be here for a hot minute. I might be better off running and going up against a stronger Pokemon, because the fuck is this? Hello! See, this is what it was supposed to look like, Vex! Not that other fucking thing! Yeah, that's right. Ow! This Magius is not doing any damage. I don't think it knows any damage dealing moves. Oh my fucking god! Oh my god, kill yourself already! Thank you! Holy shit, I mean in-game! Obviously. Where the Zubat came from? From Team Rocket. So this particular quest is Team Rocket gives you an Zubat to pretty much beat into submission by making it faint in battle because it refuses to follow orders. So I killed it, and then I give it back. And then they say I can keep it. So it's like a corpse that they just hand back to me. Now I gotta go put the dead body out in the wild somewhere. I think lowering attack. Well, I didn't even have any attack moves anyway. Come on. All right, get the hell out of here. Get your corpse the fuck out of here. Goodbye. Alrighty. Wait, I should make certain I'm healed first. I mean, Zubat can be fairy, yeah, but I feel like it goes against Nuzlocke rule because it's dead. Even though it's part of the quest line to kill it, I don't know. That way.
And doesn't the final evolution lose its fairy typage? Would that mean I have to give it an Everstone? If I have a Pokemon that evolves to lose its fairy type, I think I'd have to Everstone it, wouldn't I? Fuck, the lag! Oh, we got big chunkers again. Hello. Hello, mommy. Worry seed. You're gonna evolve soon, aren't you? Oops, wasn't paying attention. Nope. Ooh, level 20. The Rolt's part should evolve. Oh my god, there's so many of the giant ones. What the fuck? Come on, Big Daddy. Lag. Aw, little cutie. There's gonna be much point to killing you, to be honest. Yeah, I didn't think so. No, it's a baby. I'm in danger, baby. Ah, it's only weak, it's fine. Alright, come on. Lag. Ugh, I gotta get out of this area. The lag is killing me. Okay, anywhere that has encounters is lagging right now. Hello again. Why are you guys such weak levels recently? Where are the level 10s and up? Is there a shiny claws? Yes, there is. Always has been. Look at this. Aw, little guy. It's the small guy. Lance, stop licking your butthole. That's a Ho-Oh cross. Okay. Oh, how I wish Ho-Oh could get a fairy typage. Oh well, I guess. Full haircut. Ow! Come on, one more. Oh, lag. Oh, hello. You're just like me. I need to give Big Daddy a draining kiss. Let's go, Carlia! Time to get your hair cut. Aww. Sure. Sorry, I had to finish that mouthful. My last bit of food, and now my glasses have smudges all over them. Got so excited, I like smudged my glasses. Hey, honey. Bella! Good morning! How you doing? Nose crease. Thank you so much for the sub! Sorry I didn't stream last week. The world wouldn't let me. Alright. Hello? Oh, there we go. Let's figure out where the level cap be at. Come in. 39 months. God damn. So many people encroaching upon the 4-year mark and so many people that have reached the 4-year mark of subscription. I literally appreciate a lot. The fact that I'm lucky enough to have people like you that can and are willing to support me for so long, especially through the last
roughly 2 years because of my health stuff where I've been barely streaming at all and you still kept up the support. Lucky as fuck. Blessed. Realize I've been having this stream at 360 pixels. What the fuck? Everything just been a pixelated mess. Ooh, my 20 FPS, let's go! Oh, it's Big Chungus again. No water, I'm thirsty. Cat's asleep on my second desk in the sunlight. Very cute. Very cozy. Support the mouse because she is the best. Oh, it's another ho-oh. XP, let's go! Alright, hang on. You wanna go outside, Flint? Right back. Outside. Again. What the fuck? How did I even? Whatever. Alright. Right. Follow age of 3. Oh, coming up on that 4 years. So close. 3 years, 3 months past 3 years. 4 years of damn, Mila. You have an OG. Two years and 6 months and 24 days. I love that it goes all the way down to like the hour. Just quiz. By my 3 years. Sorry, that won't be happening because technically it's like 8 months away. So 7 to 8 months away. Sorry about that. Yeah. 2 years, 11 months, 14 days, and a singular hour. Oh, I have a sub badge now. Fear me. I am subscribed. Fear my wrath. Every time it goes black screen, I keep thinking we're gonna like evolve or something. But then we don't. Can't be over 2 years. Ow, you're talking about the sub badge? That is because I do not have any uploaded for past the 2 year point. I do have some new custom sub badges for my 2.0 debut, but I'm saving it. I'm having self-control and keeping it super secret squirrel until it is time. You know? The time? I mean, it's almost 3 years. Or is it because she doesn't feel like it's been that long? I think it has a lot to do with the fact that I kind of kicked the bucket for how long? Over a year and a half? So leading up to it was probably another 6 months. So yeah, it's probably 2 years total. It's my 4 years, it'll be 2.0. Let's go! Got no arms, man. Where your arms at? Well, you're double weak to leaf. Rip. Mr. Lord. Oh, God. Not the hands. Not the hands. Yeah, Big Daddy!
Oh, funny. You both only have 331 EXP to go to the next level. That's weirdly coincidental. Interesting. Jesus, no! Jesus forsook that! Hell nah! Oh, Urban. Dead. Hell yeah. I think we can go past level 22. Interesting. Go down! Thank you. My level cap's not working? No, they are working because they were pausing me before. Interesting. Be 23? I think Killers is my favorite God version so far. I liked God of War Giratina cross, but then again, that's because I'm a Giratina fangirly. Love me some death centipedes. I think I want to quickly teach you to suck, Big Daddy. Real quick. You must learn to sucky before we go to battle. You can forget. I love Paul. Earlier, Chikorita looks really cute, right? You're a little cutie doo. What are you gonna look like as a God of War? I'd be going off the... But I already did the rival fight. That's before the gym. Go up the breach. Like yesterday, you were drawing cute frog mascots. I haven't done that in so long, man. Also, no idea how far I am on your queue. Lost, but you have... Drink fucking water. Yell at me. Jesus Christ. Water. Yeah, drink water. Happy now? Butter. Same color as my hair. Butter. Alright, Shy Lily. Clear up, Quinn. Oh, I was comparing you to Blitz, not Killers. My bad. Killers is only level 19. He should be alright. He'll be fine. In that case, Killers should go first because of they normally let their weakest Pokemon out first and leave the strongest till last. I'm so happy with some of these sprites. Point in case right there! Hell yeah! Level up for Killers. Sweet! Oh fuck, it's a Suicune. Oh, what did you do to my boy? Oh my god, he's hideous. What did you do to... Ah, fuck. Alright, that'd be the wind typage. That hurts. He's fast. Okay. That'd be interesting. Got it, Flint. Fucking rain dance. How the fuck would you use Bubble Beam? AI, hello? God, is he lowering my defense or am I tweaking? Yeah, why weren't you using that before, numbnuts? Okay. Decided to give me a free pass, I guess. You fell for the gotcha nose! Easy, thrust, let's go. Did go down, please tell me I didn't know. You're both still alive. I clocked you out before you died, don't worry. Oh, I get a little flower. Give me a ticket. Alright, heal. Heal! Heal! Ah! There. Now... I have decisions to make. Heads to chop off. Got 2 grass fairies. I got the water psychic, so I should probably technically get rid of him. But then I have no water type if I get rid of them. Zariath is too useful. Blitz will definitely be useful as they level up. Vex has the shittest moveset of the lot. What level does Swablu evolve into Altaria? It's not till like 42, isn't it? Go Prinplup Togekiss. We only fuck with the fusions that don't have anything attached to them. So, because this guy's already fused and he was one of my Nuzlocke catches, he's a non-no. He's a non-no. Sorry there, but you're not making the cut right now. Maybe later, bud. Level 35, so you're still a little wee ways off. After the next gym, I think you're able to get to level 35. Until then, it's box. Oh, shit. Alright, let's do some fucking around with King Prawn real quick. He's always needing more levels. God damn it. You're so needy, King Prawn. Fuck. Let me get the EXP share. Oh, guys, the Glizzly Eye is so good. I love it. The Glizzly Eye. After all I've done for you. What have you done, huh? Okay, maybe I should just... Oh, okay. I'll try something real quick. How many fusions does she say I have? 2 times. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go fuck around with these guys. Okay. I only got 1 splicer. God damn it. Gonna need to get some more splices. Oh my god. You poor creature. Oh wait, I went down 13 levels. Yes, that's what happens. When you unfuse and refuse, you lose levels with each movement. Doesn't matter. Just keep magic up. I don't give a fuck. Alright, hang on. I need more sticks. Hold up. We gotta go collect the sticks, huh?
Looks traumatized. Is there like a daycare in this game so I don't die? There is. Yes. Who says I'm gonna let you make use of it? Huh? Huh? Who says? I didn't fucking say that you could do that. Right, if I play around with my fusions. That's 3. This will be number 4. Oh god, what the fuck? Why does it look like a foot? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Oh, honey. Oh, daycare. How desperate are you, King Prawn? You want a daycare spot that bad? You're gonna bribe the daycare ahead of time? Will still be polite if I booped at Snoot too long. Wait, mate.
La 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 na 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 na.
All right, this should be 5.
Aw, why is it cute? He's so good.
Sure, confirm, whatever. Sure, whatever.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me. No, don't start. Nuisance dog.
All it does is complain, complain, complain.
I never complained this much when I was a kid. No, I didn't. I was a very good kid. Oh no! It doesn't fit! Oh. There we go. Fusion fodder! There we go. Ah. Okay, I should be able to get the EXP share now.
Yay!
Healthy, those grumbles under your breath do not instill confidence! What grumbles? You have no proof. I want a Bitcoin fish really bad. If only. If I like had a big property where you could have a proper pond for the koi fish because they get really big. That'd be nice. Alas. And also someone else to maintain that pond because fuck getting all that algae out. I ain't doing that shit. That's a lot of work. Have an EXP share. And get out of the front position before you end up fucking dead. Let's put Blitz up, because he is supposed to be the starter Pokemon, and it feels intrinsically wrong to have the starter Pokemon not be the beefiest Pokemon. All right. My flute. I forgot to get the flute from the other guy. Damn it. Whatever. Forgot to get the black flute. Save for a crash. There's a spider running up my wall. Hello there, little one. Little baby. A little baby spider. Look at him. Oh, I can see him between my 2 screens on the wall behind the... on the wall behind my PC.
Hello there.
As long as he doesn't paraglide down into my fucking hair, he can loiter around. How big is he? Oh, he's tiny. He's like, including his little legs that are splayed out, is like maybe slightly smaller than your standard fingernail.
He's a baby.
Probably a baby huntsman, going by the shape of his leggies? Could be. A baby! Yeah, he's a baby! Where he came from, I haven't seen any eggs around. And again, the huntsmans do carry the babies around on their back. Maybe in the garage? The sound effect. I'm choking on my saliva from laughing. Ugh. I didn't want it. That sound effect is more traumatizing because all I can think is the fucking Legend of Zelda. The robots. Big spider robot thingies. Alright, that's the dog telling me he wants to come back in. a right pain in the ass. Oh, you've been rolling around in the dirt, haven't you? Covered in grass. I just cruelly hope no one's got arachnophobia here. Back to the cat. He's just laying on the floor behind my chair. He's a little cutie. Alright, let's go get this slow bro thing. Alright, hopefully that doesn't freak the dog out, but my throat's still sore. Yes, sir. Yep. Clint, do not. Go lay down. Go lay down. Know what you're like when I cough. You get to be a real pain in the neck. Question is, do I have the money to do this disguise this time around? Ugh. I don't know if I do. Grass. Yes. I gotta go get the do. Ah! 10 Stream Street, let's go, Mila! Thank you! Haircut is in the hotel, I think. Oh, ma'am. I don't have arachnophobia, but there are 3 species of spiders that get up. 3 species? Jumping spider, one of them? Girl loves a jumping spider. They're cute. There's her haircut. That one. Which one is the? No, it's pig. Puffy pigtails. I'm broke for this mission, man. I literally just put the puffy pigtails on. What happened? What happened? Why is it doing that? Is it glitched? No! My hair. That color. More red. Oh, that's right. You can get like pinky purples and shit. Sure, go with that. $1,000 for hair dye. Honestly, that's pretty accurate, I'd say. A damn hat off. Alright. Good sir, I'm ready. Longlegs aren't spiders, by the way. They're still arachnids, more related to scorpions, though. Yeah. Daddy longlegs, jumping spiders, and huntsman spiders. Yay, the fun ones! Let's go! Love me a jumping spider. They're so cute. They're so sassy. Alright. I kind of wish that you were able to do this, but you're clearly not able to, because as soon as you get to the same point every time, she realizes. I wish it was possible to be successful, man. Ew, what the fuck? Why would you even want to have that Pokemon? Damn, girl. Riot. Why is there a Gengar stuck in the corner? Because once I skipped the like the starting stuff where they go through like a whole fucking confused Pokemon, blah 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 blah, and jumped to the picking out my Pokemon, he just kind of slid into place and then stayed there for unknown reasons. He's from the like actual starting screen before you even go into the menu. Go lay down. Sorry, he's been a real turd today. I just realized it's a fucking meal tank cross, bro. The little bones sticking out of him, or the esophagus just sticking out of him were meant to be teats. Oh, king prawn, Jesus Christ. Level up, buddy. I really love huntsman spiders. They're interesting. Look at, and they're not a danger to humans. They're terrifying though if you accidentally squash. Actually, I shouldn't feed into the arachnophobia. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Wants it to recycle. Yeah, recycle. Right. I understood why people find trash Pokemon and actually good Pokemon. Right? It's nasty. Ooh, Rumble. I love he does the fucking, like, the Scooby villain run. A run in place. Back to my Pikachu. And I want my hair back. Meow. Oh, okay. Cut. Emo bangs. Gaggy. Oh. Ah. Why are these on 2,000? That's because it's Misty's hair. Like. There we go. Thank you. Now we're haunted. Cool. Wait, did that guy fucking pay me? He paid me. Ah! Waddle. There we go. You didn't pay me, bro. Ripped off. We did not get paid for that mission. Suppose we don't get paid till we get to the next place, which is like several towns away. Bollocks, I say. We joined Rocket explicitly for money, look. I still made a fuck ton more money than I'd done diddling around anywhere else. Alright, new encounter spot. I did stock up, didn't I? Yes, I did. Leave Blitz up front. Yeah, sure, why not? Wait, Team Rocket isn't scamming you? Nah. They're just making me do very evil shit. Oh, God. A maroon! I doubt we won't encounter... You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna wait until I encounter a fairy. Pretty much everywhere has had a fairy. So I'm just gonna loiter until I find one. The fish, no. God, lag, fuck me. I may have to wait for daylight though. Lag. That guy doesn't become a he's just normal. Please tell me he's just normal type. Yes. Fuck that. What the fuck? Why we got Poland back here? Damn. Lag. No. It is whistling and sucking me dry. Oh, I got another mime. Okay. Hitman Jr. Right. Okay. It's a fairy! I give it a kiss, it shouldn't die. Oh, what the fuck? That was a fuck! Okay, never mind. We're not getting one in this route, apparently. There's a fucking fairy! Why did it die? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. The baby? Apparently it's a bit too fucker baby. God damn! Because it was a fighting type and fairy doesn't count. God. No, we're not learning yawn. Should have learnt yawn because that would have been good for catching Pokemon. Damn it! Fairy wind. 40. Oh, wait, okay, she wants to battle me. I could have sworn she never challenges you to a battle, but I gotta go to, I just realized I haven't gone to the hotel yet, so I'm just gonna quickly backtrack to the hotel, essentially. We got ASN, an actual attacking move on King Prawn, right? It's a rare time Metaton? Oh, that's kind of cool. That's steel type. I'm scared. Raya! Out! Kiss. Figures. Try Iron Head instead. Figures. What about a headbutt? None of it did nothing! Ow, what? Oh no. Go. No. Electric. Don't think I can kill it first. This is the one problem. Once I come across like steel types and shit, I'm in a fucking pickle! Why not stay on Latios Pluck? Because electric type, hello? I don't think he has moves that'll be able to take it out. Oh fuck, I will try Dragon Breath. Maybe he doesn't have any electric moves. Either that or the AI is just fucking stupid. No, the AI is stupid. Never mind. Dumbass NPC! Who's learning Rock Throw? You are. Off a chop. I think. Put Gillis up. My previous messages not show up, silly Twitch. Wait, what messages? Did I miss them or are they not showing up? That's the question. $1 million fucking question. Nice. Alright. Wait, no one died, did they? Okay. I don't know why I had in my head that someone had died in that process. We're fine. We're fine. Don't worry, I'd never use charm correctly anyway. Don't worry, it's not a loss when it comes to me, oh no sir. Okay. Yeah, I can do your love letter. Yep. Awesome. You are a normal trainer, aren't you? I don't think I have any normal types. Yeah, no. My last run, I had heaps of normal types. Not this time. So I gotta go drop off this
Love letter to Miss Breed. Ah, breeder over here. Ripe for the breeding. Pretty certain this is a kid that's giving this love letter to a grown-ass adult, which kind of weird, but, you know, whatever, I guess. Love balls! I'm a virgin because I never lose! Type shit. No, it's spot on. I take the high road, motherfucker. I drink water, I drink water, I drink water. What? All right, I gotta go this way. My bad. Filthy is taking part in crime. When have I not taken part in crime? I'm fucking Australian. It's in my bloodline. You deny me my birthright? Hey, citrus. Nice. Oh. All right. Next encounter. We're up to it. Big Daddy's better off being the, one up front here, excuse me. Ah! Aww! What the fuck? It's a Cleffa Leafeon. Look at the little guy. He's a little Yoda ripoff. Let's go. There's another fucking leaf fairy though, damn it. I just throw a ball straight in its face. Yeah. I want to hit it. I'm like twice its level. Let me hit you. Just get in the ball. Ah! See, sometimes all you gotta do is ask nicely, chat. And they'll let you kidnap them. And make them battle. Oh, that works! It's mine! Exclamation mark ticket to be Baby Yoda! Or actual Baby Yoda, or this thing. Like how Baby Yoda you want to go? You want to have a tail or just be Yoda with the wrinkly forehead? Yeah, like a 50-year-old man or whatever the fuck he is. That means I got 3 grass fairy types. Why are there so many grass fairy types around here, bro? Someone might end up getting traded. I mean, might get unfused and refused, become a water fairy type at some point. Ronnie didn't kill that Hitmontop Jr. What? Chucky. I'm gonna eat this Chucky while you guys have time to put in, you know, put it in. Or like that, like put your ticket. At. I eat the Chucky. Yummy, yum, yum. Can I eat without consequences? No. I will have some consequences. I will probably get uncomfy tummy. Mr. Pug! What version do you want to be, Mr. Pug? You want to be cute Yoda, Yoda, or egg?
try Australian. This is Ferrero Rocher. Pretty certain you guys have that shit in America and stuff. 50% off because Christmas. Rip off Yoda? So rip off Yoda? I'm doing fine. I have to go on the PC because I can't have that many fucking grass types. Ah! Crashed? Like instant rebooted? Interesting, this one moving so much slower than everyone else. Try to see where. Okay, that's glitching out because it's just repeating the same fucking quest over and over again. Lost Medicine, Mushroom Gathering, Johto, the Team Rocket ones, then Lost Medicine, Mushroom again, Lost Medicine, Mushroom again. Oh dear. Alright, let's try to figure out where, what, who, real quick. I'm gonna talk to the kid in here. Again, broken! My Gengar is gone! Oh my god, I haven't even fucking delivered his letter. Ah! Okay. Anyway. Gengar just— No! My Gengar was supervising! Now he's gone. Have I done these battles? Okay, so I've done these battles. Okay. So it must have been when I healed after I fought the breeder is from where we left off. Haunter over Gengar. In main games anyways. Everstone, Haunter, Trade, L, Troll, -1. Either that or it's just cope because they didn't have anyone to trade with, because that's what I would do. That's what I did. I had the big cope fucking thing. I didn't have anyone to trade with. Can we add Gengar to the overlay? Maybe I'll like get the Gengar sprite. Whip it out. Anyway, got Fusion Ball. Let's try this again. Take 2. Oh, hello. Well then, little one. You wanted to be in the family. Now you want to join us, little one. Yeah, see? Told you. Told you he wanted. Alright, let's see if he kills the game again. want? Knockoff. Yoda. PC. Mr. Hog. Alright, anyway, back. Nothing happened. Also, in-law Gengar can be hit with physical attacks? Eh, really? I suppose, yeah, Gengar, like, touches the ground and stuff. Anyways, been lurking. I just wanted to say have a great stream, because it's bedtime for me. My Gengar trained as a haunter by random isn't worth, in my opinion. Yeah, I guess so. Suppose that if you're into the, what's it called, the Ivies? Eevees? Ivies? I don't know. I'm just gonna save again. In case everything shits the bed once more. Just in case. Let's get down to the town. Let's get... Oh, she caked up. Damn, I just noticed. Holy shit. Damn, girl got some ass.
Oh, you like Giga Gengar.
Think of it this way. You bond with your guy. I know. See, that's why I can't do trade evolutions. I don't like the idea of giving away the one that you raised. Like, you know, can I have that back, please? Yeah. Foreboding. Ooh. 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 Ow! Fuck. If I try to escape, he's gonna shadow sneak my ass. But if I don't try to escape, he's gonna shadow sneak my ass anyway! Ah! I'm tanking, chat. I'm tanking. Alright, fine.
Oh, gotta lurk for a bit. Okay, enjoy your lurking. Ow, 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 ow. Why is he so fast? Doesn't matter, he's dead.
I think cable requires IRL meetups.
It's people are cringe.
No, we're not learning Encore. Alright, let's put killers up.
There is this cool mouse who started streaming according to Twitch.
Did the notification just go out? Because I received some notifications that were like, that also said like half an hour ago, so-and-so went live with this live message. I'm like, why now? Why are you sending it now? Damn it, I'm paralyzed. Alright, I should swap out in case he's gonna use a flying move. What are you? Flying normal.
Naraya.
You don't need a link cord anymore, it's all online, but they're not gonna give it back to you. In the originals, it was all link cable, or their little wireless version of the link cable. It was still technically a link cable because you had to be close by. That's a fucking whatever. Hello. Oh wait, you're gonna have a fire type move. Get the fuck out of there! Shit. Oh shit. Okay. Dora, don't die, please. I'm gonna send you out and I'm gonna heal you. Okay, never mind. Never mind, I guess. Do I have normal potions? Yes, I do. Ready? Oh, ooh, okay, we're fine. Don't like that, dart, dart. Okay, we're fine. Bubble beam! Like if something knows me so well, I would never actually talk about leaving to go see another streamer. You know better, boy. You're too polite for that. You just disappear. You'll be gone. Never see you again. Be replaced. Alright. I can finally go! Yay! Alright. Healing. Healing. Wild Twitch notified me of your stream 8 hours late. How useful of them, right? But you still showed up. Oh, hello, Baron. Wait, you were here earlier. What the fuck am I talking about? Ah. Who were you? Happy lurk, Fenric! Get a sticky stick stuck in my ooty. Alright, so my ADHD is starting to kick in. I ain't focusing on shit right now, so we're gonna go right out. I am zoning out. I think that normally means you're done. And it's been over 8 hours, so that works too. Oh, wait, Vern, were you here for butter? Butter. Water. Alright, who's live? Let me just drag this over there. Da 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 da. Ba, ba, da, da, ba. Water. Nani? Dan! Thank you for the resub! 2 year, let's go. We're at our 2-year anniversary. Been so long, you've been so loyal. You can never leave me. Would have a meltdown. Then I'd end you all. Oh, never mind. Up. Let's see, Mr. McGee. Wait, is Crelly actually streaming right now? I haven't been able to raid this fuckhead. Since she started doing subathon because I've been streaming too late. And by the time I'm done streaming, she's in fucking bed. So I can finally raid Crelly. Or she's, you know, not streaming that day because it always happens to land on a day when she's not fucking streaming. Finally. She is still live. She is stuck in the eternal abyss that is this fucking Minecraft challenge. Girl is stuck. She is never leaving. All right, Welly. Get your, wait, does my second raid message work? Does! Get your raid message, rolling raid for my subscribers. Creepy fucking smiling frog for the non-subbies. You don't get to roll out. You don't get to be a transformer. You stay right fucking there. And I'll see you suckers next week doing the same thing. No bonus stream this week because I have to buckle the hell down and get some rigging done. And I know if I rig and stream, I'll be distractory-noed because I'm always distracted when I do that. Without failure, I will be distracted. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. I appreciate it. Sorry about ADHD be kicking in like a... Seize the moment before it's too late. When is this subathon ending? Never. Never. She will never allow it to end. Even if she cuts back how long she have left, it'll never end. Who the fuck started triggering a hype train, by the way? Get out of here. See you over the other side. Go raid Crowley. This is an ending screen.
Start a revolution against this